I got engaged, but it turns out my fiancé is the school's famous Villainess. Volume 1. By Sodayu. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Woke up to an arranged fiancé. Is that even normal? Hiroyuki. Starting next week, you're moving out of this house. What? It was Saturday morning. After indulging in the luxurious pleasure of sleeping in, I had come downstairs from my room on the second floor. That's when I heard my dad, who was lounging on the couch watching TV, drop this absurd statement. Wait. Why? Because starting next week, you'll be living with your fiancé. Excuse me? That's right. From next week, you'll move out and start living with Ayen-chan, your fiancé. Wait a second. I can't wrap my head around this. What are you even saying? Have you lost your mind? Don't be rude. I'm perfectly fine. Hiroyuki, you're going to. First, stop watching TV and look at me. Grumbling something about how annoying I was being, my dad lazily turned to face me. Seriously, how can he casually tell me to move out while his eyes are glued to the TV? Listen, the thing is, right after you were born, my company was on the brink of bankruptcy. You're telling dad jokes from the Showa era in Reiwa? Seriously? I shuddered. No, I'm not joking. Things were actually pretty dire. But then, a president from a big company stepped in to help. He gave us financial support, lent us staff, introduced us to new clients. He really saved us. Good for you, I guess. Right. So, of course, I was incredibly grateful. When I asked him how I could repay him, he said, how about we have our children marry each other when they're of age? They're the same age, after all. And that's how I ended up with a fiancé. Exactly. I have a lot of questions, but let's start with, why? Why, what? I mean, isn't a fiancé arrangement something families agree on because it benefits both sides or because the parents are close? Isn't that how it works? You're not wrong. But you weren't friends with this president or anything, right? Just business. Exactly. It was strictly business. Then why the hell am I supposed to marry his daughter? My dad's company is just a small-time business with barely 10 employees. Why would the president of a major corporation be interested in us? Hiroyuki, don't you think it's because he saw my potential? You almost tanked the company. What potential? You're harsh, Hiroyuki. But, yeah, you're right. I don't have much talent for this. Dad slumped his shoulders in defeat. It's not that I dislike him or don't respect him, but let's just say he's not exactly a person of grand accomplishments. Well, it's true that I'm just the president of a small company. But hey, our family name is kind of prestigious, isn't it? Is it? What? I never told you. First I've heard of it. In Kyoto, the Higoshikuju name is pretty well known. Our main family was part of the old aristocracy, and one of our ancestors is even mentioned in history textbooks. Seriously? I had always thought the main family's house was ridiculously large, but I didn't realize we came from such a famous lineage. Then why are you running a small business? Our branch family is way down the line. All the good stuff went to the main family or the more influential branch families. That's unfortunate. Is it? I enjoy my freedom, so I don't mind. Anyway, the president who helped my company comes from a nouveau riche family. He climbed up in the business world, but apparently, he's faced a lot of ridicule. So he thought, let's form ties with a distinguished family. But because his company grew so fast, it got a terrible reputation, and no one wanted to marry into his family. You've got to be kidding me. Wait, so I'm supposed to marry the daughter of a family with that kind of reputation? I casually agreed at the time, but when I heard about their reputation later, I broke out in a cold sweat. Then cancel it. Just say no. For the sake of my happiness, please. I'd love to, but sorry, Hiroyuki. Unfortunately, our company still hasn't repaid the money we borrowed from him. In fact, our debt has only grown. Just shut the company down. You clearly don't have the talent for this. We're past the point where quitting is an option. So please, Hiroyuki, I'm begging you. Don't just beg me like that. The girl you'll be marrying is absolutely adorable. She's the quintessential refined young lady. Top of her class, amazing athlete, she's the whole package. Seriously, she's a prime catch. A catch? Really? You've probably met her before. I've met her. Nodding once, my dad confirmed it. Yeah, she goes to the same high school as you. What? A wave of dread washed over me. I had a very bad feeling about this. You might not know her. I've only seen her in pictures, but with looks like hers, stellar grades, and incredible athletic ability, it wouldn't be surprising if she were the school idol. An alarm started blaring in my head, warning me of an impending crisis. Gorgeous looks, top grades, incredible athletic ability, and on top of all that, a wealthy young lady. From my school? Iane. Achem. Don't tell me. Is her name Kiryu Iane? Praying with all my might that he would say no, I watched as my dad's face lit up with a broad grin. Yep, that's her. Oh, so you know her after all, Hiroyuki. See? She's famous, isn't she? Yeah, she's famous. She's a second year at Tenaikan High School, the same school I attend, or rather, she's famous across the entire school. A stunning beauty from a wealthy family, with excellent grades and unparalleled athletic ability. She's like a perfect heroine straight out of a light novel. A perfect young lady, but she's basically a villainess. Known for her sharp tongue and awful personality, she's earned the nickname Villainess. In many ways, she's infamous for all the wrong reasons. Chapter 1. The fiancée is a villainess. Or is she? Good morning, Hiroyuki-chan. It's such a lovely day. Morning, Roko. You're unusually energetic for a Monday morning. Am I? Ahehe. Monday mornings are dreadful enough, but after that incident on Saturday, I'd spent a depressing Sunday, and now my childhood friend, Kamo Ryoko, waiting in front of my house with her beaming smile, felt almost too bright to handle. Chem. Hiroyuki-chan, you seem kind of down. Do I? It's nothing unusual. Mondays are always like this. No, that's not it. Sure, you're not the liveliest person on Mondays, but today, you seem especially out of it. As expected of you. Living next door to me all these years, Ryoko knew me all too well. Well, a lot's happened. Let's just say I'm feeling a bit on edge. Really? If you need to talk, I'm always here to listen. Ah, yeah, I might take you up on that. I do need some advice. That said, good morning, Hiroyuki, Ryoko. Speak of the devil. I might as well explain it to this idiot, too. Hiroyuki-chan. You can't call Tomomi-chan an idiot. Ha! What's going on? The second childhood friend in my life, Suzuki Tomomi, dramatically skidded to a stop on her bicycle, flashing a curious look as she hopped off. It's nothing. I was just thinking about how lively you are this morning. Or, you're making me blush. But seriously, Hiroyuki, what's with that gloomy face? You should feel lucky getting to walk to school with not one but two beautiful girls every day. And here you are, looking all mopey. With a laugh, Tomomi slapped my back, hard. Ouch. Who are you calling beautiful? I'll give you Ryoko, but there's not a shred of beautiful in you. What the heck? Fine, I'll admit Ryoko's a beauty, but I'm a beautiful girl too. I'm popular, you know, with other girls. Ryoko has a small, animal-like charm that makes people want to protect her, while Tomomi is the total opposite. As the ace of the girls' basketball team, her boyish demeanor, sporty outfits, and short hair have earned her a fanbase in the Takarazuka-style demographic. I'll admit her features are well-defined, but beautiful girl isn't the term I'd use. Hiroyuki-chan, Tomomi-chan, stop it. And Tomomi-chan? Hiroyuki-chan can look cool when he tries, you know. Cool? I mean, if he fixed that messy hairstyle of his, he'd look better. But cool? Not so sure about that. Tomomi-chan. Well, Hiroyuki's charm isn't in his looks anyway, so it's fine, right? Isn't that right, Hiroyuki? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, listen up, you two. I've got something to tell you. Tell us. What is it, Hiroyuki-chan? Good news. Bad news. Bad news. For me, at least. And possibly the worst I've ever had. Seeing both of them gulp at my words, I continued. I have a fiancé. A piercing scream echoed through the residential neighborhood that Monday morning. Section. Hey, Hiroyuki, is your dad still at home? My old man, I think, is still there. Why? Thinking it wasn't a conversation to have standing outside my house, I decided to explain what happened on Saturday as we walked to school. After turning pale, then red, then white, and then red again, Tomomi stopped pushing her bike and shot me a wide, slightly terrifying smile. I'll be right back. Just need to punch him in the face. She gave a thumbs up with that terrifyingly cheerful smile. No, that's not okay. Wait, what are you saying? Why yeah, Tomomi-chan, what are you even talking about? What? Isn't it obvious? Am I the weird one here? Ah, yeah. Everyone would think you're the weird one here. Seriously? Violence? Yeah, Tomomi-chan, what are you saying? If you're going to hit someone, you should go for the stomach, not the face. What? Ryoko, what's gotten into you now? Ah, good point, Ryoko. A bruise on the face would be hard to hide, right? Exactly. Not exactly. What are you both even talking about? I was stunned. Tomomi being crazy is one thing, but Ryoko, usually the calm one, chiming in with this nonsense. What are we talking about? What are you talking about, Hiroyuki? This is human trafficking. That's a serious crime, even in peaceful modern Japan. Yeah, Hiroyuki-chan. Why are you so quick to accept this? What? Is your fiancé that cute or something? It's not that. It's not, but... Of course I thought about it a lot on Sunday. But here's the thing. My family runs a company, you know? Yeah. And it's the root of all evil here. Don't call it the root of all evil, Ryoko. But yeah, running a company means you have employees, right? Ours is small, but... You both know how much the employees have cared for me. Don't pretend you haven't benefited from them either. That's true, but... Because my dad's company is so small, it's like a big family. They've taken me, Ryoko, and Tomomi along on company trips countless times, and the employees have always been kind to us. Even if I think my dad lacks business talent, I can't deny he's loved by his staff. Tokusan just had a baby, right? And Yamagishi's daughter is starting college next year. If my dad's company went under, it would be tough for my family too. Sure, our main family back in Kyoto is apparently a big deal, and maybe they'd offer support, but that wouldn't happen immediately, if at all. So, I figured the best thing is for me to just endure it. What's with the sad faces? Don't get all sentimental on me. Of course we're sad, idiot. Seriously. Hiroyuki, you're such an idiot. Calling me an idiot is harsh, don't you think? I think so too. Hiroyuki-chan, it's really admirable and cool that you're willing to endure this for everyone's sake, but it's still idiotic. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Even I think I'm an idiot. And besides, you know? Yeah, totally. Isn't this situation pretty bad, Ryoko? It's way too bad. Honestly, it's beyond what I expected. So, what do we do? Should we tell Okami-chan? She might be able to help. She's reliable, but if we get her involved, she'll never let us hear the end of it. True. Wait, why is Okami being brought up here? Okami is the only daughter of the Higoshikuju main family and one of our classmates. She used to visit my house a lot, so naturally, she knows Ryoko and Tomomi as well. It's nothing, Hiroyuki-chan. Yep, nothing at all, Hiroyuki. It's definitely something. It's not. Anyway, Hiroyuki, about this fiancé of yours. Excuse me, Higoshikuju Hiroyuki-kun? Suddenly, caught up in our conversation, I hadn't realized we'd arrived at the school gates. The voice snapped me out of it. I turned to look in its direction and saw her. Could you spare a moment? No, actually, even if you can't, you'll make time. There she was, my fiancée, Karu Ayane, standing with her arms crossed, looking thoroughly irritated. Section. The private Tonikan High School I attend is a decently ranked academic school. In such a school, The area behind the building isn't a hangout for delinquents smoking cigarettes or a place to settle scores after someone says, "Meet me behind the school after class." Instead, it's a well-known confession spot, where a letter with a heart drawn on it might lead someone there, their heart pounding with anticipation. You're listening, right? Or at least, that's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I'm listening. I mean, this is my first time meeting Karu, right? So why is she acting so high and mighty? Typical villainous behavior. Good. That makes things simple. From now on, you and I are engaged. Pleased to meet you. The girl standing before me, arms crossed, tapped her left upper arm rhythmically with her right index finger. She was beautiful, no doubt about it. But there wasn't even the faintest hint of affection in her declaration. Her tone was cold, and her posture oozed condescension. This was Karu Ayane, from Class 2-2 of Tanikan High School. She's famous not just among second years, but across the entire school, as an unparalleled beauty. A perfect young lady straight out of an anime or light novel. Rich family, stellar grades, exceptional athleticism, the whole package. But, are you deaf? Or are those things on the sides of your head just decorations? At least respond. Her sharp tongue and dreadful personality earned her the nickname Villainess. And honestly, it suits her. Sorry. It's not that I can't answer, I'm just a little shocked. I mean, being told we're engaged out of nowhere. Who wouldn't be surprised? I raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Karu let out a deep sigh in response. Fair enough. Honestly, when I heard I had a fiancé, and that he attended this school, I had a bad feeling. A bad feeling? You're part of the Higoshikuju branch family, right? The moment I heard about an engagement in this school, your name came to mind. Really? I'm not exactly a standout at school. Seeing my confusion, Karu narrowed her eyes slightly, letting out a small huff. Don't misunderstand. It's not as if I've been paying attention to you. I was looking at Higoshikuju. Isn't that the same thing? Of course not. I have zero interest in you personally, but the Higoshikuju family is an old and prestigious lineage, once tied to the 5 regent houses. It's an ideal match to complement my family's weaknesses. Her tone was biting, and her glare intense. It was honestly terrifying. Well, if it's a good match, isn't that great? For a moment, I thought I saw the silhouette of an angry cat with its fur bristling appear behind her. But the next instant, she let out another deep sigh, her posture shifting as if resigning herself to the situation. You're right. If we're talking about a good match, then yes, it's a good match. You're saying that like it's not a good thing. If you have something to say, I'll listen. I have plenty to say. But what's the point in telling you? It's not like anything will change now. Instead, let's talk about something more constructive. Are you free after school? I am. Then accompany me. My father's prepared the house we'll be living in. A new house. He's been very thorough. Apparently, he secured a brand new property close to the school just for this occasion. Another sigh escaped her lips as her shoulders slumped. Thorough, indeed. It makes sense now. I always wondered why I had to attend Tanikan High School. So this was his plan all along. That's right. You were at a private girls' middle school, weren't you? When she first enrolled, it was a huge topic of discussion. The prestigious lady from St. Helena was now a student here. Yes. My father said, it's important to learn about commoner life. A purebred young lady is useless. But if that's the case, why'd he buy a condo so close to school? I've been tricked. Karu gritted her teeth in frustration. Honestly, her beauty only made her expression even more intimidating. But before I could say anything, she exhaled deeply again, calming herself. Anyway, keep your schedule open after school, all right? I'll come get you in class. Do I have a choice? You don't. That's tyrannical. Unfortunately, neither do I. I have to show you around the house. So let's just get it over with. I can go by myself. You don't know the location, do you? Explaining it later would be a hassle. I'll see you after school. With a wave of her hand, Karu walked back toward the school building. Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but think, Is this really going to be okay? A deep sense of unease about my future crept over me. Section. Hey, Hiroyuki. You okay? The voice came from behind me, directed at my usual spot, the back corner seat by the window, arguably the best spot in the classroom. Turning toward the voice, I saw Tomomi's concerned face. I'm exhausted. Seriously. You have my sympathies. Yeah, thanks. So, I know it's a weird time to ask, but Hiroyuki, your fiancée, is she? Exactly who you're thinking. The villainess, her. Hey, Hiroyuki, should I go punch your dad once for good measure? I'll pass on that. As much as I don't want my childhood friend to become a criminal, I'd honestly prefer if my dad could be punched without legal repercussions. With that thought weighing me down, I slumped my shoulders. Seeing this, Tomomi leaned in, her voice tinged with worry. You really look tired. Did she say something to you? Like, why would I be engaged to someone as dull as you? Ah. Did she say something like that? I guess you could say yes, but also no. Not exactly. If anything, she didn't mock me that badly. In fact, what Tomomi just said was harsher. What's with the dull kid remark? I gave her a sharp glare, to which Tomomi returned one of her own. Really? But we're talking about the Karu, aren't we? Doesn't she seem like the type to go, someone as common as you could never be a match for me? Oh ho ho ho. Yeah, that's pretty much the image I had too. Honestly, it's spot on. But, surprisingly, she wasn't quite like that. She didn't say anything that cruel, I think. Tomomi, don't tell me, Hiroyuki. Did Karu-san actually like you? I don't think so, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. With that, I flopped face first onto my desk. I was drained. Sorry, but I'm going to unofficially skip first period. Resting and regaining my strength takes priority. Ah, Hiroyuki, I've got good news and bad news. Honestly, I don't want to hear either, but what's the bad news? First period's PE Class 4 is joining us. You've got to be kidding. Nope. And the good news? It's basketball. Not really good news for me either. I like basketball, sure. But in my current state, playing is going to be rough. My dissatisfaction must have shown on my face because Tomomi gave me an annoyed look. What's with you, Hiroyuki? Basketball's your strong suit, isn't it? Put some effort into it. Yeah. And, Hiroyuki, you might want to leave the classroom soon. Why? If you're okay with it, that's fine. But the girls are about to change here. I don't mind if it's just me, but the others might. Tomomi flashed a mischievous grin, and I frantically glanced around. Sure enough, most of the room was now filled with girls. Not welcome here, right? Exactly. You're playing basketball in the gym, so get going. Hearing her words, I quickly grabbed my stuff and bolted out of the classroom. Behind me, laughter echoed through the room. Judging by the loudest laugh, Tomomi's, it was probably about me. I couldn't shake the feeling I'd been played. Well, it's Tomomi, after all. With her, there's no point in getting upset. Section. Hey, Hiroyuki. Took you long enough. As I arrived at the gymnasium, Tanaka, one of my classmates from Class 3, called out to me. He had his usual friendly grin plastered across his face, but I gave him a deadpan glare in return. If you were going, you could have at least told me. I figured you were having such a good time chatting with Suzuki that I didn't want to interrupt. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Anyway, Hiroyuki, things are getting pretty interesting right now. Interesting? How so? You know Sajima from Class 4, right? Sajima? The guy from the basketball team? Yeah, that's Sajima. Turns out he and Fujita both like the same first-year girl. Total overlap. And so, they decided to confess to her. But then they started arguing over who gets to go first. Naturally, they settled it with a basketball match. That's unfair to Fujita, isn't it? Sajima's a candidate for the next basketball team captain. No way Fujita can win. Exactly. So now Fujita's recruiting volunteers. He's even offering a prize for the MVP. A prize? Free movie tickets. You know, for that Hollywood blockbuster that just came out. Oh, that one. The big budget one, right? Yep, that's the one. So, how about it? You're good at basketball, right? Wanna join in? Look, I get it. I really do. I understand Fujita's feelings. But why am I, who just got saddled with an outrageous fiancé situation, supposed to worry about someone else's love life? And for movie tickets, no less. Movies, not exactly something I'm in. Suddenly, an all too familiar voice interrupted from behind me. Seriously, could she not shout so close to my ear? It hurts. Tomomi. What? Come on, Hiroyuki, you're joining too. Fujita. We're in. Without waiting for my response, Tomomi grabbed my arm and started dragging me along. Hiroyuki, you're joining us? And you brought Suzuki too? This is great. We're definitely going to win now. Fujita's face, which had looked like he was going into battle against impossible odds, suddenly lit up with confidence. What a simple guy. Wait, Fujita. Bringing Suzuki isn't fair. She's a girl. What's that supposed to mean, Sajima? Is that your excuse for when you lose? I couldn't try my best against a girl. Sajima, who I'd seen around but didn't know well enough to drop the kuan, protested fiercely. I could kind of see his point. Losing to Tomomi would be pretty embarrassing for him. Tomomi is not only incredibly athletic but also the ace of the girls' basketball team. Even if Sajima is a captain candidate, the guys' basketball team hasn't made it past the first round in the district tournament. No way he's stopping her. What? Don't get cocky just because you're a little good at basketball. Talk big after you've won. Tomomi, of course, couldn't resist egging him on, and it was obvious Sajima was getting riled up. Tomomi, maybe cool it a bit. Fujita, Sajima-kun, let's just get this started. With no one else to mediate, I reluctantly stepped in to organize things. Honestly, I hate standing out, but I hate dragging this out even more. For me. Sajima, why don't we up the stakes while we're at it? Up the stakes? Yeah. Us girls on the basketball team want more gym time. We want that too. Right. So, how about the winning team gets exclusive use of the gym for a week? What? I can't make that kind of decision. What's that, next captain? Next captain or not, it's impossible. No way. Shouting his refusal, Sajima turned and headed to his team's side of the court. As he walked away, Tomomi called out after him. Oh, scared. Seriously, Tomomi. Stop provoking him. What did you say? You're afraid of losing to a team with girls on it, right? Well, if that's how you want it. Tomomi, please. I'm begging you, stop. Fine. Let's do this. With that, Class 3 and Class 4 players spread out on opposite halves of the court. The jump ball was between Sajima and Tanaka. Predictably, Sajima won, and Class 4 got possession. Fast break. Sajima shouted as he received a pass. Even if their team gets knocked out in the first round, he's still a basketball team member. Dribbling past our defense with ease, he scored a layup without breaking a sweat. How about that? He turned toward Fujita and flexed in triumph. Fujita's face twisted with frustration. Damn it. Don't panic. Just pass the ball to Tomomi, and we'll be fine. Alright. Let's get the ball to Suzuki. Bolstered by my advice, Fujita's spirits bounced back quickly. He's such a simple guy. Meanwhile, Sajima was sticking close to Tomomi, not letting her move freely. Hiroyuki. Sajima's all over Suzuki. Then stop panicking and just dribble down the court. Nodding nervously, Fujita awkwardly started dribbling toward the other half of the court. Hiroyuki. Stop slacking and do your part. Despite being tightly marked, Tomomi still found time to yell complaints at me. Just lose your mark already, basketball ace. Why you? Guys, stop arguing. Fujita's voice cracked as he shouted, almost on the verge of tears. For him, this was a battlefield. While I don't think love is a matter of first come, first served, I can kind of understand his desperation. Fujita. Pass me the ball. Still fumbling a bit, Fujita managed to send the ball my way. Surveying the court as I dribbled, I noticed Tomomi was still covered by Sajima, leaving no easy passing options. Guess I have no choice. Stepping up to the three-point line, I squared my feet, focused on the rim, and visualized the ball sinking cleanly into the net. Taking a deep breath, I jumped and released the ball. With a satisfying swish, the ball went straight through the hoop. Both teams stood there, stunned. Honestly, I was just as surprised. I didn't think that would actually go in. Whoa. Hiroyuki, that was awesome. Beaming, Tomomi started smacking my back in excitement. Oh, that hurts. Just lucky, that's all. Look at Sajima's frustrated face. Serves him right. Do you hate Sajima-kun or something? Chem? Not at all. I don't hate him, but don't you think competitions are only fun when you take them seriously? Yeah, sure. I half-heartedly responded to Tomomi's comment as I moved under the hoop. No way I could let Sajima keep scoring on fast breaks. Since our team was made up of mostly amateurs, the game boiled down to Sajima repeatedly driving to the basket and scoring. Of course, we were relying just as heavily on Tomomi, so it wasn't like we were doing much better. 21-22, her. The game was in its final stages. The voice of the PE teacher, who had taken on the role of referee, echoed through the gym. 1 minute left. Hiroyuki. What? I really want to win this. Good for you. I don't care that much, though. Great, then I'm leaving the rest to you. Lose, and I won't forgive you. What? Hey, listen to me. She ignored me completely and ran straight for Sajima, who had the ball, engaging him one-on-one. Sajima. What now? Can I have that ball? You wish. Oh, wait. What is it this time? Your fly's down. What? Just kidding. With an absurdly casual exchange, Tomomi stole the ball from Sajima. Seriously, Sajima-kun, get a grip. You're wearing gym pants. There's no zipper. Do you have some kind of trauma about that? Hiroyuki. Tomomi passed the ball my way. Remembering her earlier words, I knew she'd never forgive me if we lost. Guess I had no choice. Dribbling the ball, I bypassed the first defender, a nervous, glasses-wearing bookworm, who stepped aside as if clearing a path. Thanks. I couldn't help but mutter a polite thank you as I continued past the second and third defenders. The fourth one was a guy from the soccer team who played as a defender. Basketball and soccer are different, but physical conditioning and reflexes overlap a lot. Plus, he had experience with high-stakes situations. Unlike the others, he wasn't focused on me but on the ball. Gotcha. He lunged for the ball, shouting confidently. I shielded the ball, spun to dodge him, and left him behind. Finally, I reached the basket, only to face the final boss. Sajima. He wasn't going to fall for a simple fake like the others. Go for it, Hiroyuki. Get past him. Tomomi's voice cheered from behind me. Judging by her lack of movement, she had no intention of helping. She was leaving everything to me. Guess I'll handle it. I dribbled under my legs, surprising Sajima. He didn't bite, but his shocked expression betrayed his unease. Against an opponent he thought was a novice, even a minor trick was enough to shake his confidence. I used the opening to dart right, forcing him to follow. I then stopped abruptly, causing him to stumble, and cut left for a layup. Not on my watch. Sajima's voice rang out as he reached to block me from behind, clearly aiming to stop me with a foul. His hand was dangerously close to the ball in my right hand, but I wasn't about to let him have it. At the last moment, I switched the ball to my left hand and completed the layup with a smooth double clutch. The ball soared and slipped through the hoop. Both teams froze in stunned silence. Even I was surprised. It actually went in. Whoa. That was awesome, Hiroyuki. Tomomi rushed over, beaming as she pounded my back in excitement. Geez, that hurts. It was just luck. Teacher. I approached the teacher, who was still standing there, whistle in mouth, frozen as if he was about to call a foul. Ha! What is it? The time's up, right? So, it's Class 3's win, correct? Snapping out of it, the teacher checked the clock and blew his whistle loudly. Final score, 23-22. A comeback victory for Class 3. With that, Fujita earned the right to confess first. Congratulations, buddy. Hope it goes well. Hiroyuki, you're amazing. Fujita ran over with a wide grin, his joy radiating. Was he happy about winning, confessing first, or both? It was probably the biggest smile I'd ever seen from him. I just copied what I saw in a manga. Still, thanks a ton. Today's MVP is you. What about Tomomi? Don't worry. The tickets are for two. Go with Suzuki. Laughing like some over-the-top cartoon villain, Fujita walked over to Sejima. Was he planning to say something? He really should just leave it alone. This class is way too competitive. Good work. A soft pat on my shoulder made me turn. Tomomi stood there, her face slightly flushed. With her naturally sharp features, the rosy tint on her cheeks gave her an oddly alluring look. You went easy on them at the end, didn't you? Chem. Well, running around the court by myself is exhausting, you know. But more importantly, Hiroyuki, you were so cool at the end. Ryoko's going to be disappointed. She missed out. I'll have to brag about it to her. How about not stirring things up? Anyway, it was just luck. Fujita said I'm the MVP, though. He told me to use the prize to go with you. Seriously? Then let's go today. Practice is off anyway. Sure, sounds good. Well, keep your schedule open after school, all right? I'll come get you in class. Today's not going to work. Why not? Why not? Well, unfortunately, I've got a date with the Villainess today. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? It's the worst. Section. Hiroyuki, let's head home. Let's invite Ryoko too. I'm craving something sweet. Are you suffering from memory loss or something? After school, as I gloomily packed up my things, Tomomi approached me. At my remark, she gave me a puzzled look before clapping her hands as if she suddenly remembered. Oh, right. You have a date, don't you? Idiot. Keep your voice down. Don't just blurt out date like that. It's obviously going to cause problems. Wait, Hiroyuki. You have a date. See. There it is. The love-obsessed zombies have gathered. Fujita. What's with that face? The guy who was beaming during PE this morning now looked completely lifeless. What happened, Fujita? Laugh at me, Hiroyuki. Laugh at my misery. Laugh at you. Oh, wait. Don't tell me. Don't say it. Don't say another word. Spare me the humiliation. Fine. I won't ask. Who are you? That's what she said. I was trying not to ask. You remember, right? I told you about her the other day. It was love at first sight. Man, this is starting to sound borderline stalkerish. And now you're telling me you're going on a date, Hiroyuki? It's not what you think. Why are you suddenly speaking Kansai dialect? Who's it with? Where are you going? Tell me. Spit it out. Stop shaking me. You're going to make me throw up my lunch. Fine. I'll stop once you tell me. Okay. I'll tell you. Just stop shaking me. Spill it. Who are you going with? Suzuki? Camo? Either way, you're surrounded by beautiful girls, you lucky bastard. Enough already, Fujita. Beautiful girls, seriously? Don't get shy now, Tomomi. Fujita's words made Tomomi press her hands to her cheeks, swaying slightly as she muttered, "Oh, stop." Seeing a tall woman like her do something so cutesy was, to put it bluntly, unsettling. It's not anything romantic. It's just, I have some family business to take care of, so I need to stop by somewhere after this. Family business? My dad and her dad are acquaintances. He asked me to handle something for him. It's not exactly a lie. Whether or not my dad and Karu's dad are actually friends is debatable, but they definitely know each other. And the business deal tying them together is arguably stronger than friendship. Karu's dad requesting me to check out our new home wasn't a lie either. Hiroyuki. What? I'm not lying. You're not lying, but it feels sneaky. What's sneaky about it? Keeping his voice low, Fujita shot me a look while Tomomi and I whispered back and forth. With a small sigh, he muttered, Well, it's Hiroyuki, after all. What's that supposed to mean? It means you don't need to act all desperate yet. You've got Suzuki and Kamo, 2 cute childhood friends. You've got it made, man. You think so? Of course I do. You're spoiled. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about going out with another girl when I've got Suzuki and Kamo. Right? Don't you agree, Fujita? Totally. So, Suzuki, how about we? Oh, no thanks. Hang out, Togeth. Wait, that was fast. You shot me down before I even finish. Maybe if it were with everyone, but just the 2 of us. No way. I wouldn't want people getting the wrong idea. Damn it. Hiroyuki. I'm so jealous of you. What do you want me to do about it? It's not like I chose to have childhood friends, you know? And crying. Fujita, come on, no need to cry. Fine, whatever. So, Hiroyuki, who's the girl you're meeting? Do I get the right to remain silent? You don't. Sigh. It's Karu. Ha. I said, it's Karu. Karu Iane. Don't you know her? She's going to show up here eventually anyway, so there's no point in hiding it. It'd only get more complicated later if I tried. Resigned to the inevitable, I answered, only to find Fujita staring at me. Wait, why does he look like that? Why are you looking at me with such pity? Well, because it's Karu, right? The Villainess. Yeah, that's her. Good looks, great figure, brilliant mind, amazing athlete. But her personality and mouth? Absolutely catastrophic. That Karu Iane, right? I can't say you're wrong. She's famous, isn't she? Even I'd heard of her. Some girl named Karu with an amazing face but a terrible personality. You don't know? Back in our first year, she told some guy who confessed to her. Have you even looked in a mirror? How did you think you could confess to me with a face like that? What's that? Looks aren't everything. True enough. But then, what do you have to offer? Money? Athleticism? Intelligence? Nothing. Pathetic. Absolutely crushed him. Or how about the time she told a girl studying hard for an exam, you can't even solve this. Are you sure you're actually studying? Anyone could figure this out. That made the rounds too. And don't forget the story about the volleyball team. She showed up at practice, spiked the ball at them repeatedly, and shouted, "Come on, catch this. Try harder." Oh ho ho ho. 2 players quit because of her. Fujita, now fully engrossed in his storytelling, was practically shouting. And you're going out with her, right? Sounds like a punishment game. Ahahaha. Poor Hiroyuki. It's karma. Let your spirit be crushed. He laughed so hard he looked genuinely delighted. His sheer joy at my misfortune made me wonder, am I really okay being friends with this guy? Well, I'll let it slide. Seems like you're having a good time talking. Mind if I join in? That cheerful face of his was about to be painted with despair. Sure, join us. Come on in. Really? Are you sure? Even though I'm the villainess and the subject of these rumors? Karu-san? I mean, this is. That is. Fujita froze in sheer panic. Sparing him a glance, Karu shifted her gaze to me. Sorry to keep you waiting. I wasn't waiting. Really? Well, let's go. Suzuki, was it? Goodbye. Oh, you know my name. You're quite well known. Ahaha, not as much as you, Karu-san. As the villainess. No, that's not what I meant. Just joking. See you. With a small wave to Tomomi, she gave me a sharp look that said, move it, now. Ah, by the way, Fujita-kun. I'll remember you. Terrifying. Fujita looked like he was about to faint. Come on, let's go already. Why yeah. Following Karu out of the classroom and through the hallways, we stepped into the schoolyard. Unsurprisingly, walking alongside someone as prominent as Karu drew far more attention than usual. Sure, walking with Tomomi or Ryoko often earned envious stares, but this was different. These weren't looks of admiration or jealousy, they were of pure fear. Hey. As we neared the gate, with the crowd parting for us like mosas at the Red Sea, Karu suddenly spoke. What? It's boring just walking in silence. Let's chat about something. Really? Honestly, The thought of casually chatting with her here, in full view of everyone, sounded terrifying. Besides, what? Do you actually want to talk to me? Why wouldn't I? I told you this morning. I want to have a constructive conversation. Why wouldn't you? I don't know, maybe because you said you had no interest in me whatsoever. Noticing my pointed look, she seemed to realize what I meant and turned her eyes away, a rare hint of unease crossing her face. I was wrong, okay? I was a bit shaken this morning. Sorry. I didn't even ask if you were free before deciding on our plans. I regret that. You did ask, though. Saying you have no choice doesn't count. Even if I don't like you, I admit I was taking out my frustration unfairly. Oh, so you don't like me? That's your honest feeling, right? At my words, Karu frowned, her expression turning awkward. It might sound rude, but isn't that normal? I mean, even if I've met or seen you before, would you really expect me to take an interest in a boy I've never interacted with? Sure, if someone was especially charming, it might happen, but do you really think you're attractive enough for me to be interested? No, I don't. But did you really have to cut me down so bluntly? I might cry, you know. Like, seriously. Well, seeing as Suzuki-san and Kamo-san are your childhood friends, and you're still together even in high school, it's safe to assume you're not a bad person. Tomomi and Ryoko? Exactly. They're highly sought after, yet neither has a boyfriend and they're always hovering around you. So, either you're incredibly charming, they have catastrophically bad taste, or you've brainwashed them. I can't help but feel like the last two options are needlessly insulting. Though, I can't exactly argue with the sentiment. Tomomi and Ryoko are both popular, after all. Still, you're surprisingly easy to talk to. What's that supposed to mean, surprisingly? Well, it's just, you know, a Vil. I don't like that nickname. Her gaze hit me like an ice pick. Absolute zero. I swear, it's terrifying. I just mean, after hearing Fujita's stories earlier, I thought you'd be a lot harsher. And yet, one of the first things out of her mouth was sorry. That has to be at the top of the list of things a so-called villainess shouldn't say. Karu's face turned slightly annoyed at my response. Oh, that. Fujita's stories? Yeah. By the way, were those true? About 60% of it is true. But I have my side of the story. Want to hear it? Go ahead. The confession incident. He said, "Hey Karu, let's go out. I'm good looking, so why not?" Mind you, this was coming from a guy whose face looked like some prehistoric relic. And that was his best quality. His brain was chimp level, his athleticism was mediocre, but his persistence and arrogance, world class. Even when I turned him down, he had the nerve to say, don't be shy. I mean, what else was I supposed to do? What about the girl studying? She said something like, must be nice to be Karu-san, smart, cute, and rich. Life must be easy for you. She said it in this mocking tone. Look, getting a perfect score on the test was the result of my hard work. If she scored 63, maybe it's because she spent the study period at karaoke. So, I told her, if you studied properly, you could get 100 too. Apparently, that struck a nerve. And the volleyball incident? That's completely false. I don't have that much free time. Karu turned away, looking annoyed. So basically, the truth gets twisted and exaggerated. Rumors tend to grow tails and fins. It's unavoidable. Do you ever deny them? Not to brag, but I'm good-looking, smart, athletic, and rich. That sounds like a huge brag, though. She shrugged as if it were nothing. Over-the-top humility is just as off-putting. Besides, it's a fact. And with all those qualities, naturally, a lot of guys approach me. Naturally, that breeds jealousy. If I went around quashing every rumor, people would just take it as a sign of weakness and come at me even harder. What about friends? I don't have any. And honestly, I'm not sure I want any. That sounds like a bit of a front. It's not like I'm completely opposed. If I had truly trustworthy friends, I wouldn't mind. But the people around me have only ever tried to drag me down or ingratiate themselves. Middle school was a private girls' school, and as a nouveau riche brat, I endured my fair share of torment. That sounds rough. Yeah, but you get used to it. Honestly, it's easier this way. I mean, isn't it exhausting to have to respond to every message in a group chat immediately or risk being ostracized? No, thank you. There are groups like that, sure. Isn't staring at your phone all day a complete waste of resources? Yeah, it kind of is. Even I think those kinds of friendships are too much. Tomomi, for example, is the type to message me good morning and good night every single day, and she gets mad if I don't respond. Still, you've been surprisingly open about yourself. Does it bother you? No, not really. It's just, this is our first real conversation, right? It is. That's why it feels kind of odd. She doesn't really match the villainous image everyone has of her. Honestly, I'm starting to think she's not as bad as people say. Is that so? Well, we're fiancés, aren't we? And unless I find a better match than Higoshikuju, or your father pays off his debt, there's a very high chance we'll end up married. Yeah, all because of my dad's debt. I know it's unfair. You really think so? I do. After all, this is practically human trafficking. Yeah, I get that. But it's still my dad's debt. True. I won't deny that. Even so. She stopped walking, turned to me with a sincere expression, and bowed her head. I'm sorry. My father's actions have caused you trouble. Lift your head, will you? We're both in the same boat. Let's drop the apologies. If you're okay with that. Yeah. But seriously, you're really different from what I imagined. Did you even know me well enough to imagine anything? I mean the public image. You know, you're called, well, you probably hate it, but villainous, right? I'm aware. Still, here you are apologizing so honestly. You don't match that villainous image at all. If I feel like I've done something wrong, I'll apologize. If I'm grateful, I'll express it. But, she hesitated for a moment. I do have a sharp tongue. No denying that. You're self-aware, at least. Why not try to fix it? She shrugged at my suggestion. It's like my shield. It's not something I can just drop. But I'd like to think my personality isn't as bad as my words might suggest. Fair enough. Listening to her like this, she doesn't seem like a bad person. Definitely better than the rumors make her out to be. Anyway, back on topic. If we're going to end up married eventually, it wouldn't hurt to start building a functional relationship now. As for loving you as a life partner, well, honestly, I don't have that kind of confidence right now. That's pretty harsh, you know. Do you? What? Do you have the confidence to love me as your life partner? Not really. See. But if we stick together long enough, even if it's not love, we might at least develop a sense of affection for each other. So, let's aim for that and do our best. That's what I'm saying. You're surprisingly optimistic. Am I? I thought I was being more pessimistic, or maybe just realistic. Fair point. Well, we're going to be living together from now on. No use fighting all the time, I guess. Exactly. So, let's get along. Nice to meet you, fiancé. Nice to meet you, fiancé. As she extended her hand, I took it in mine. Chapter 2. The new home they took me to. Isn't this overkill? Led by Karu, not literally holding hands. I followed along like a fool. After 2 stops and about 20 minutes on the train, we arrived at a station that left me wide-eyed. This is Nitsu. Nitsu, also known as the suburban Denien Chofu, one of Tokyo's most famous and exclusive neighborhoods, was a high-end residential area in our town. With no entertainment districts or similar spots, even though I'd lived here for 17 years, I'd only visited Nitsu once or twice. And that was for errands for my dad's work. Wait. Are you telling me your dad's new condo is here? That's right. Didn't you say it was close to the school? 20 minutes by train is close. My house is an hour's drive away. You commuted that far every day? I had no idea. She'd been commuting by car. That really cemented her as a proper rich girl in my mind. Wait a sec. If you came by car, wouldn't that have been a big deal? I don't remember any black luxury cars parked by the school gate. I'd get dropped off about 10 minutes away and walk the rest. Why? Isn't that inconvenient? If it were me, I'd have my ride take me all the way to the gate. Why? Well, Tenaiken is just a regular private high school. What would people think if a black luxury car was parked in front of the gate every day? You'd definitely be a target of jealousy. Exactly. I'm used to people's hostility, but that doesn't mean I seek it out. Walking 10 minutes is easier than dealing with all that. Still. Nitsu. Something wrong? Not wrong, just. I guess I'm a little intimidated. The whole area practically radiated high-class vibes. Even the middle-aged man jogging nearby and the madam walking her dog exuded an air of refinement. Well, most people living around here are wealthy and hold high social standing. I feel ridiculously out of place. Don't be silly. Nitsu is just an upscale, modern residential area. Besides, in a different era, you'd be considered nobility, a legitimate scion of the Higoshikuju family. You're not out of your depth. Until Saturday, I didn't even know that was a thing for me. Really? I mean, sure, I knew the main house was ridiculously huge, and that our relatives were all pretty well off. But that's why I was floored when my dad casually dropped his debt bombshell on Saturday. Seriously. Now that I think about it, why would my dad borrow money from Karu's dad in the first place? Do they hate us or something? Maybe that's part of the Higoshikuju family's educational policy. Who knows? Though looking back, I guess my cousin Okami did have a very posh way of speaking. I thought it was weird, but… Okami? You mean Higoshikuju Okami-sama? You know her. We've met a few times at parties. She's quite a presence. Yeah, she is. What? Are you sure she's really your relative? I've wondered that myself, but I'm pretty sure she's my second cousin. Okami's a tall beauty, and we look nothing alike. But hey, second cousins don't always have to resemble each other, right? That's true. But for a family as prestigious as Higoshikuju, relatives often start to resemble each other. Is that so? After hundreds of years of keeping the blood within the family, certain traits naturally emerge. Also, older family lines tend to have attractive members. That's just my personal observation. This is the second time you've mentioned that. Is that really true? Absolutely. Think about fairy tales. The princes and princesses are always beautiful, aren't they? It makes sense. If you're a ruler, you can pick the most attractive partners. Fair enough. There were stories like that, weren't there? Some prince or king marrying a silver screen actress. It's not surprising that children born from such a union would inherit good looks. Anyway, back on topic. The reason we chose Nitsu is partly because we found a good property, but also to minimize rumors. Rumors? Think about it. Two high schoolers of opposite genders living under the same roof. It's a recipe for scandal. Yeah, that makes sense. Not to mention, most families with children attending Tenaiken can't afford a home in Nitsu. It's an upscale area, after all. Plus, there aren't any hangout spots around here that would attract high school students. True. Unless my dad sends me on another errand, I don't see myself willingly coming back here. So, we won't run into any classmates. Not completely impossible, but it's far less likely than if we rented an apartment near the school. Personally, I'd rather avoid constant nosiness and prying. When she asked, "Don't you feel the same?" I nodded. She had a point. Who would willingly invite unnecessary trouble into their life? Ah. What's with that ah? That doesn't sound reassuring. No, I mean, maybe it's better if we don't talk about this too much, right? Obviously. Wait, don't tell me. Sorry. I told Ryoko and Tomomi. An absolute zero glare. If I were into certain things, maybe I'd consider it a reward, but for me, it's nothing short of terrifying. Sigh. Well, fine. It's bound to come out sooner or later. You three always go to school together, don't you? Yeah, pretty much. If you suddenly stop, people will definitely find it suspicious. So, fine. If it's those two, I'll allow it. Thanks. I should have warned you earlier, so that's on me. But from now on, no more telling anyone else. It's going to get way too messy if this spreads further. Got it. By the way, what about you? She tilted her head slightly at my question. Do you think I have anyone I'd tell? Sorry. That was insensitive. It's fine. Didn't I tell you? I don't particularly need friends. With Karu leading the way, announcing that we were almost there, I followed silently. This wasn't just a high-end residential area. It was the kind of place where even the wealthy would gawk. Japanese-style estates so sprawling you couldn't tell where one property ended and another began, or Western-style mansions surrounded by towering walls that looked fit for Hollywood celebrities. Here we are. You've got to be kidding me. Before us stood a towering luxury apartment building. From my guess, it was about 30 stories tall. The building had the aura of a high-end hotel, and both Karu and I stared at it in disbelief. Is this your first time here too? Yeah, it is. What floor? The 32nd. The top floor. Oh, and the apartment's supposed to be a 5-bedroom suite. If the elevator ever breaks, that's going to be a nightmare. No kidding. That's all I can think about. Faced with the sheer extravagance, both of us let out deep sighs. What kind of new home is this for 2 high school students? Exactly. We sighed again before cautiously stepping into the grand entrance. What greeted us was a gleaming marble floor, polished to perfection. This place screams spared no expense. Agreed. And look, there's a gym and a pool listed on that directory. You're kidding. Nope. It's written right there, so it must be true. You say, kidding? And yeah, this is insane. Honestly, it was hard to believe anyone needed this much luxury. Wasn't this overkill? I figured your family was rich, but what does your dad even do? Something shady? Don't be rude. He's just a regular company executive. IT sector. Granted, his methods can be a bit aggressive, but he insists it's all above board. He always says, I may walk the edge of the line, but I won't fall off. That sounds anything but above board. He's joking. At least, that's what he says. Though his eyes weren't laughing. I decided not to comment further. With that, Karu and I made our way to the elevator hall. The elevator itself was massive, as if designed to carry an elephant. Without hesitation, we boarded and headed for the top floor. This is incredible. What stood out most about the top floor was that there were only 2 units. Just 2 households shared the entire level, ours and one other. They wanted to buy out the entire floor, but apparently, that wasn't possible. You're joking. At that point, I couldn't help but think a smaller, standalone house would have been cheaper and more practical. Karu nodded in agreement. I thought the same thing, but for some reason, my father insisted on this building. Well, it's spacious, so I guess it's fine. With that, Karu used a card key to unlock the door. As expected of a 5-bedroom suite, the interior was vast, almost like a venue for a party. The view is stunning. Standing by the window, I could see the breathtaking scenery that only a high-rise could offer. This place is great in that regard. Though, considering the price, it's only natural. How expensive is it? Want to know? You might regret asking. No, I'll pass. Something told me the number would shatter any sense of value I'd ever had. By the way, can I ask you something? Go ahead, if it's something I can answer. On second thought. Maybe not. What? No, Hey, do you have any siblings? I'm an only child. Karu tilted her head at my question, as if wondering if it was something worth asking, while I shook my head silently. Well, you see, since we're engaged, right? That's correct. And since you're an only child, doesn't that mean I'll eventually marry you and inherit your family's company? No, it doesn't. What? It doesn't. I'll inherit the company. You'll join as my husband, take the Karu name, and, well, you'll probably work at the company, but I don't intend to have you involved in the business itself. Can you even handle management? I don't think so. That's why I asked. I hate to put it this way, but what I need from you is the name Higoshikuju. You won't have to worry about money. If society thinks it looks bad, I'll make sure you're at least listed as an executive in name. That sounds like I'll just be a kept man. That's not entirely wrong. Honestly, it'll feel like you're being caged. Your lifestyle will probably resemble a gilded cage. Seriously? That said, I don't intend to tie you down completely. You'll have a certain amount of freedom. Actually, since we're on the topic, let me make one thing clear. What is it? Without hesitation, Karu answered my question. I wouldn't mind if you kept a mistress. She said something completely outrageous. Fut. Mistress. What are you talking about? As I mentioned earlier, I don't think I'll be able to love you. Of course, I'll fulfill my duties as a spouse, but I'm not sure I can act like a proper romantic partner. Fair enough. You did say that earlier. But if that's the case, you'd be the one making all the sacrifices, right? I'd feel bad about that. Just make sure to take proper precautions, okay? We don't need any scandals involving illegitimate children. Don't talk about contraception so casually. You're a high school girl, for crying out loud. But still, isn't that, I don't know, a bit much? Why not? Besides, I think you should be more assertive. After all, I'm the one being selfish here. Well, yeah, maybe. But if you're going to say that, aren't you also being selfish? Isn't this mutual? Exactly. In her own way, Karu seemed surprisingly open to this whole engagement. Not that I wanted her to start being hostile, but still. As I pondered, she shook her head slightly. No, it's different. I'm the one who needs the Higoshikuju name. My family is the one being selfish. But my family needs money too, you know? That's your family, not you. If your family didn't have debts, would you have accepted this engagement? Well, maybe not. But if that's the case, you. Karu interrupted me with a raised hand, signaling me to stop. I'm different. I'm the one who wanted the Higoshikuju name. As I mentioned earlier, I've been ridiculed for being new money. People mocked me, saying, she's only wealthy. That's why I worked hard, not just in studies but in sports and appearance too. But no matter how much effort I put in, they still called me new money. I don't want my children to go through that. I want them to be connected to a family with history and tradition. A family with history? Is it really that big of a deal? You might not care, and you might not believe it, but those kinds of societies still exist. To be honest, it doesn't have to be the Higoshikuju family. Any old money family would suffice. She sighed deeply. See, my family, my father and I, are the ones asking for something here. On the other hand, it's only your father asking for something from your side. If that's the case, don't you think it's only fair for you to make some demands as well? That might be true. It might be true, but something about it felt off. It was hard to articulate, but there was this lingering sense of unease. But cheating? Isn't that crossing a line? If there's no emotional connection to begin with, is it really cheating? Don't twist words like that. Well, it doesn't have to be cheating. Of course, there are limits, but I'll accommodate as much as I can. Is there anything worse than cheating that you wouldn't allow in a marriage? Who knows? We can think about that if it ever comes up. Karu turned her gaze to the window. It's getting dark. You should head home soon. Yeah. What about you? It's too far to go back home from here. I'll stay the night. The bedding, electricity, water, and gas are all ready. What about food? There should be ingredients in the fridge. Saying that, Karu walked toward the refrigerator. I followed her absent-mindedly as she approached the sleek appliance next to the island kitchen and opened its door. Wow! Inside, an assortment of ingredients was arranged like precious jewels, almost as if they were eagerly waiting for their moment to shine. These are some high-quality ingredients. You can tell. That tofu's packaging is from a famous shop in Kyoto. And that logo on the cardboard box. I've seen it before at the Higoshikuju main house. If they use it at the main house, it must be the real deal. Karu nodded in satisfaction, then gently closed the refrigerator door. Well, not that I'm going to use any of it. What? Knowing my father, there it is. As expected of him, he knows me well. Karu rummaged through one of the kitchen drawers, pulling something out as she spoke. What's that? Well, Since it's a special occasion, why don't I let you decide? She spread out several flyers. Pizza, sushi, ramen, and soba. All for delivery. They're all delivery options. Of course. Of course. What about dinner? Actual dinner? This is dinner. This is. Oh, wait. Is this one of those even rich girls sometimes crave junk food moments? Considering her family probably controlled every aspect of her meals to ensure perfect nutrition, it wouldn't be surprising if she wasn't used to junk food. While it seemed like a waste to leave those ingredients untouched, I figured they wouldn't spoil immediately. Maybe indulging her wasn't a bad idea. Or so I thought, until… wrong. I simply can't cook. She tilted her head adorably as she said it. You've got to be kidding me. Wait. You can't cook? That's right. I've never needed to. We have a housekeeper, and honestly, food prepared by professionals is always better, isn't it? Why should I bother when there's no need? I mean, she's got a point. But then, what's the purpose of all those ingredients in the fridge? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. We're about to start living together, right? Yes. So, what were you planning to do about meals? Meals? After a brief pause to think, Karu suddenly looked like she had an epiphany. Don't tell me you were expecting me to cook. No, I wasn't planning on leaving it all to you. I hadn't thought too deeply about it, but I did assume we'd take turns or something. Based on what she just said, though, her cooking skills are non-existent. What? It's not a big deal. Takeout is delicious, isn't it? I'm not denying that. But what about laundry? I know you just toss it in the washing machine, and it comes out clean. Cleaning? It's not like doing it every day is life or death. Running a bath? I think I can manage if I read the manual. I've never done it before, though. Grocery shopping? That much I can handle. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to order delivery. Fair enough. That tracks, but didn't you say something earlier about fulfilling your duties as a spouse? Housework isn't necessarily part of a spouse's duties, is it? Even as she said that, Karu averted her gaze, looking slightly uncomfortable. Well, it's hard to start doing things you've never done before. Still, eating like this every day is a problem. Why? There are plenty of delicious options out there. Not very ladylike of you to say. It's junk food. Delicious is delicious. Why look down on it just because it's junk? I'm not looking down on it, but eating delivery every day isn't great for your health or your wallet. Don't worry about the money. Besides, there are healthy meal delivery services nowadays. Well, yeah, I guess. Maybe those would handle nutrition well enough, but still. Alright, I'll borrow the kitchen. What? I said, I'll borrow the kitchen. I'll make dinner. This is your house too, so there's no need to borrow it. But wait, you're making dinner? You? Ignoring her stunned expression, I walked back to the refrigerator. The ingredients inside seemed to say, finally, our time to shine. This is a great sink, by the way. Next, I noticed the shiny, perfectly polished sink. It was spacious enough for 3 people to cook at the same time with room to spare. Seriously, with a setup like this, relying on delivery feels like an insult. The ghost of wasted potential might just haunt us. But with all these ingredients, we could make an amazing dinner. Really? I wouldn't know. Karu's uncertain response made me let out a heavy sigh. Come on, cook something. These ingredients deserve better than this. All right, time to cook. At my declaration, Karu's eyes widened in panic, darting around nervously. I'm fine with delivery. Nope. Not happening. First, I surveyed the contents of the fridge. Everything here looks top-notch, but let's keep it simple and go with something I'm used to making. Here, start by cutting this. Wait, what? Cutting what? Tofu? That tofu's amazing. Honestly, I'd prefer to use it differently, but whatever. Take 2/3 of the block and cut it into 2 cm cubes. Okay. Give it a try. All right. She cautiously opened the tofu package, clearly uneasy. Watching her, I grabbed a knife from under the sink and handed it to her handle first. Karu took the knife, holding it in an awkward reverse grip, and aimed it at the tofu. Wait, stop right there. What now? Don't point the knife at me. What the hell are you thinking? What? What did I do? Are you trying to look like a crazed serial killer or something? That's not how you hold a knife. Seriously, you at least know how to hold one properly, don't you? Didn't you have home economics class or something? I swear, I've never seen anyone try to cook while holding a knife backward. You're officially banned from handling sharp objects. For now, just rinse the rice. Fine. And just so we're clear, when I say rinse, don't do something retro like washing it with dish soap, alright? Don't insult me. I know better than that. Do you really? Of course I do. She puffed out her chest with confidence. I'll wash it in the washing machine. Just sit down. Please. Okay. Looking slightly deflated, Karu shuffled over to a chair and slumped into it. She looked so dejected that I felt like a grandfather watching his clumsy grandchild. Once she was seated, I turned my attention back to the task at hand. Time to cook. First, I diced the tofu into 2cm cubes and popped them into the microwave for about 2 minutes to drain the excess moisture. Meanwhile, I sliced the pork, bacon, and onion I'd pulled from the fridge and threw them into a pot with some butter. While that cooked, I rinsed the rice and started it in the rice cooker. Once the meat and onions started to change color, I added a splash of soy sauce. Hey, what is it? Oh, great culinary disaster. That's the most annoying thing anyone's ever said to me. It's humiliating. What? You here to complain? And no. I just wanted to know what you're making. You'll find out when it's done. When it's done? Wait, what's that? Relax. Oh, by the way, do you have any food you don't like? And no, not really. Karu's voice trembled slightly as she eyed the canned tomatoes I held. Her apprehension was almost cute. All right then. I added the canned tomatoes, soup stock, doubanjiang, salt, and pepper, then thickened the mixture with potato starch. With everything ready, I plated the dish just as the rice finished cooking. Mind if I borrow some plates? Why yeah, go ahead. I served the meal onto a large platter and placed it in front of Karu. Men's cooking is all about bold presentation. After all, what is this? What did you make? Mapo tofu Italiano. Mapo tofu Italiano? Yep. It's quick, simple, and delicious. Eat it before it gets cold. I placed the rice in front of her. At first, she hesitated to dig in. Honestly, how rude. But eventually, she gathered her resolve and took a bite. What? This is delicious. Told you. Seeing her light up with a smile, I couldn't help but smile too. Despite being so easy to make, this dish always turns out surprisingly well. Highly recommended. I'm impressed. I didn't know you could cook. This doesn't really count as cooking, though. Really? I think it's more than good enough. Well, as you know, my family runs a small business. My dad's the president, and my mom handles the accounting. Basically, they're both busy. While they managed their schedules as best they could, there were plenty of times when my mom wasn't home. So, I often cooked for myself and my little sister. If I didn't cook, we didn't eat. Why didn't you just order something? We couldn't afford that luxury. She's like a modern Marie Antoinette, isn't she? Well, I guess that makes her the Karu family's princess. Wait, you have a little sister? Yeah, she's a year younger than me. Her name's Akane. I see. Is she still in high school? Yeah. She's staying at the Higoshikuju main house and attending a school in Kyoto. Is there some complicated backstory there? Karu looked slightly uneasy as she asked, so I waved my hand dismissively with a smile. Nah, nothing like that. She plays basketball, and she wanted to grow by competing at a strong school, so she moved to Kyoto for that. Do you even call that studying abroad? Who knows? Anyway, enough about Akane. You should eat before it gets cold. Urged on, Karu resumed eating. After a few bites, she quietly muttered, "It's really good. Well, it's one of my go-to dishes. Ryoko and Tomomi like it too." Really? Tomomi's in the basketball club, so she burns a lot of energy. She still drops by my house after school, whining, "Hiroyuki, I'm hungry," and pesters me to make this. Kamo-san too? Yeah, and Ryoko usually tags along with her. Says it's a flavor she craves every now and then. That's surprising. Kamo-san seems like she'd be good at cooking. Ryoko's better now, actually. But she's still clumsy as hell. No offense, but I can kind of see that. She doesn't seem particularly coordinated. Exactly. Both Ryoko's and Tomomi's families work full-time, so I used to cook for the four of us. Well, at least until we got to the upper grades of elementary school. After that, Ryoko quickly surpassed me with her persistent efforts. Even now, I still get treated to her cooking sometimes. Tomomi, she's hopeless. Her cooking is practically an insult to the ingredients. I see. So this is the flavor cherished by your childhood friends. Cherished might be a bit much, but, yeah, I guess it's a flavor they like. What about you? It's delicious. Really? Right. Sure, food from a professional restaurant is great, but there's something special about freshly made, home-cooked meals, don't you think? You're right. This isn't something you can replicate with a microwave. Exactly. So, from now on, you should try cooking too. You're not going to cook for me. I don't have that many recipes. Besides, isn't it kind of sad to reach your age without knowing how to cook at least one thing? Is that sexism? Are you saying women should learn to cook? Don't be stupid. It's not about gender. It's just that being able to do something is always better than not being able to, isn't it? You've worked hard at studying and sports, haven't you? Then why not put that same effort into cooking? Karu's eyes widened at my words. What now? No. You're right. You're absolutely right. Glad you understand. It might not be something I need in life, but you're right. It's better to be able to do it than not. Haha, thank you. So, we'll take turns cooking. She raised her hand with her chopsticks still in it, a little celebratory cheer. But she glanced at me nervously, her expression suddenly shy. Well, I might mess up a lot at first. You'll teach me properly, won't you? Her voice was quiet but hopeful. Why, yeah, of course. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Karu looked adorably embarrassed. Honestly, she was ridiculously cute. Haha, thank you, Higoshiku-juku-an. Come to think of it, this was the first time she'd called me by name. Her expression had transformed into a blossoming smile, and I couldn't help but stare, my mind stuck on that thought while the rest of my brain stopped working entirely. Chapter 3. Mapo tofu Italian style is the taste of childhood. So, did you enjoy yourself last night? Are you the innkeeper or something? The next morning, while waiting outside my house for Ryoko and Tomomi, surprisingly early for once, spotted me and approached with a mischievous grin after a brief look of surprise. What's with you? You're early, Tomomi. You know, Hiroyuki, I don't think you get to say that. Hey, Ryoko and I are always the ones waiting for you. Ouch, that stings a little. But hey, come on, my house is far away. Calling a 10-minute bike ride far is a bit of a stretch, but sure. So, what's the deal? Why'd you make the effort to come early today? Oh, right, I almost forgot. So, about that prize from yesterday? Prize? From Fujita, remember? Oh, that thing. Now that she mentioned it, I had completely erased it from my memory, probably because I felt so bad for Fujita. Fujita gave me the tickets to hold on to, but I'm not sure what to do with them. What do you mean? Well, there are only 2 tickets, right? The 3 of us can't go together. Leaving Ryoko out would feel wrong too. What's the movie? Some Hollywood blockbuster love story or something. Honestly, I couldn't care less. Why don't you and Ryoko go? Oh, why don't you tell Ryoko that? You know she'd just refuse out of politeness. Yeah, that does sound like her. That's just how Ryoko is. She doesn't need to worry about it so much, though. But throwing the tickets away would be such a waste. So I was thinking, why don't we buy a 3rd ticket and all go together? Yeah, that's probably the best option. At my response, Tomomi beamed with a smile, then quickly pouted like a child sulking. What now? You were home late last night, Hiroyuki. That's why I couldn't bring this up before, right? And I was thinking how lucky it is that you and Roko live next door. If that weren't the case, we could have just talked about it yesterday instead of waiting a whole day. It's just one day. Besides, if it was so urgent, you could have waited. Honestly, it's not like she hasn't spent entire days hanging out at my house before. But instead of retorting, she scratched her head sheepishly. Well, yesterday. If I'd seen your dad's face, I might have punched him on impulse. I see. Dodged a bullet there, Dad. And it's not like I can wander around outside too late without getting scolded. Roko has it so easy. If I lived next door, I'd get to eat your Italian mapo tofu every day. Please don't. Are you asking me to cook that every day? You'd get used to it. You could become a Chinese cuisine expert. Not interested. Also, does that even count as Chinese cuisine? Italian mapo tofu doesn't sound authentic at all. Now I'm craving it. Hey, Hiroyuki, can I come over after practice? What? You're coming today? Yep. Get ready for me. Morning, Hiroyuki-chan, Tomomi-chan. Sorry for being late. As Tomomi and I were chatting, the door of the neighboring house, Ryoko's, opened, and she came running toward us. Don't run, you'll trip. Oh, Hiroyuki-chan, I'm not that clumsy. Phew. Says the person out of breath after running 5 meters. I was rushing around inside the house too. My hair just wouldn't stay in place. It was sticking out all over the place. Phew. Anyway, what were you two talking about? So, we were talking about having Hiroyuki's Italian mapo tofu today. What do you think, Ryoko? Oh, that sounds great. I haven't had Hiroyuki-chan's Italian mapo tofu in ages. Do you have club practice today, Tomomi? Yep, I do. Then, Hiroyuki-chan, let's go shopping after school. Splitting the cost into thirds like always is fine, right? Sure. I'm counting on you too. Leave it to us. They dramatically played along, giggling with delight. Seriously, could they not make decisions without consulting the person who'd actually be cooking? Don't go deciding things on your own. What? Do you have something else going on? Plans or something? No, I don't, but yesterday was just yesterday, wasn't it? I'd appreciate a bit of a break. Plus, I already made it yesterday. Eating Italian mapo tofu 2 days in a row would be a bit much, even for my stomach. Oh, I know. You're feeling nervous, aren't you, Hiroyuki? Because it's been a while since you made it. Tomomi somehow came up with the most off-base conclusion. Is that true? Don't worry, Hiroyuki-chan. I'll help out. And of course, Ryoko went along with her. No, that's not it at all. No need to worry. I made and ate it yesterday. I'm just saying that having the same thing 2 days in a row is kind of tiring. I don't mind hosting dinner, but in that case, let's make something else. At that moment. What was that? A sudden chill ran down my spine. Why did you make it yesterday, Hiroyuki-chan? Why? What do you mean, why? It's because. Hey, who did you make it for? Who got to eat your Italian mapo tofu? Don't tell me you ate it all by yourself. I'm not buying that. Wait, calm down, Tomomi. Why are you so angry? Of course I'm mad. Don't tell me. Hiroyuki-chan, you gave that Italian mapo tofu to Karu-san, didn't you? Well. Yeah, I did. What? I felt it. Something in me shriveled up. I won't say what, but something definitely shriveled. This is unbelievable. Why? Why would you give it to Karu-san? Yeah, Hiroyuki-chan. You could have made something else, couldn't you? Why? Why her? Wait, calm down, seriously. I have no idea why you two are so mad. Seriously, what was with them? Why were they so worked up? Because. Exactly. Because. Calm down, you two. All you're saying is because. Well, it's. Hey, Tomomi-chan. Exactly. Hiroyuki, Italian mapo tofu is. It's the taste of childhood friends. Excuse me. Their cheeks turned slightly pink with embarrassment as they looked at me with such serious expressions that I could only gape at them. What were they even talking about? What are you two saying? Without thinking, I voiced the question. The moment I realized my mistake, it was already too late. The two of them glared at me with terrifying intensity. Seriously, when you two, who are supposed to be cute, make faces like that, the damage is lethal. That's it. I don't care anymore. You're such an idiot, Hiroyuki-chan. Exactly. Can't you figure it out if you just think a little? Why do you think we've been going out of our way to eat together all the time? Ah. Because you're both gluttons? Gah. That's it. Roko. Yeah. Let's tell Akane-chan. We'll let her know Hiroyuki-chan gave Italian mapo tofu to some other girl. Ha! Why is Akane getting dragged into this? I don't know. Let's go, Roko. Yeah. With that, the two stormed off side by side, leaving me standing there watching their retreating backs. Why are they so angry? In the end, I spent the rest of the day frantically apologizing. Thanks to Tomomi's benevolent judgment, my punishment was declared. Hiroyuki has to pay for the movie ticket. And so, the matter was resolved. But I still don't get it. Seriously, what's their deal? Section. Hey, big brother, I heard about the Italian mapo tofu incident. You gave it to another girl, didn't you? Okama-chan's furious, and you better brace yourself for the next long break. Of course, I'm mad too. I'll beat you to a pulp until you cry. Ah. After spending the whole day trying to appease Ryoko and Tomomi, I finally got to relax. I was enjoying a long soak in the bath, but as I stepped out and checked my phone while drying my hair, I saw a message from my little sister, Akane. Ever the old-fashioned, or maybe just outdated, type, she only uses email. Her reasoning? A true basketball player doesn't need distractions. Naturally, she refuses to use any messaging apps. She's still rocking a flip phone, after all. This is an angry message, isn't it? Akane's emails are usually short and curt, like got it or understood. A lengthy message like this was rare. While I wasn't entirely sure about the details, I could tell one thing. She was mad. Why was she mad? Why were they mad? Guess I've got no choice. Letting out a small sigh, I tapped on my phone, pulled up Akane's number, and called her. After a few rings, her familiar voice came through the line. Hello, cheater. Okay, maybe not that familiar. Quite the creative way to answer the phone, right? Isn't it true? Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan were both really mad. Why would Hiroyuki give that Italian mapo tofu to someone else? They said. Well, there were complicated circumstances. But why were they so upset? Akane, do you know why? Wait, are you serious, Oni? You really don't know? Wow, that's shocking. But then again, it's you, so maybe not. Fine, I'll spell it out for you, so even my clueless big brother can understand. Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan grew up eating your Italian mapo tofu, right? I don't think they grew up on it, exactly. Shut up and listen. You remember, don't you? All the families back then were busy with work, and you, being surprisingly reliable, took it upon yourself to cook for everyone. Italian mapo tofu was the one dish everyone loved the most. It's the taste we all remember, our childhood flavor. Like Mickey's mom's homemade taste kind of deal. I'll punch you for real. Sorry. Anyway, even Okama-chan went so far as to bow her head to Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan, asking, please let me try it too. That's how important that dish is to everyone. It's not something you just give to some random person off the street. Okami bowed her head. Okami is the only daughter of the Higoshikuju family's main household. She's a proud, high society girl, the kind who outright despises anything resembling lowering herself. And she bowed her head. For Italian mapo tofu? By the way, you didn't hear that from me, okay? If Okama-chan finds out, she'll kill me. For the sake of my little sister's life, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. But isn't this all a bit much? Everyone feels differently about things. Besides, Have you ever made that dish with just one other person present? No, right? Ah. Now that you mention it. It was always Ryoko-chan and Tomomi-chan, or me and Okami-chan. Sometimes all four of us. But you've never made it for just one person. There was an unspoken agreement about that. An agreement? Now that she mentioned it. Yeah, I guess it was always for a group. Still. But come on, how was I supposed to know? You can't blame me for not realizing how important it was after I've already made it. Well, yeah. That's why their anger is more like pouting. Just put up with some grumbling. Even I feel a bit irritated about it. Imagine how mad Ryoko-chan, Tomomi-chan, and Okami-chan must be. That's terrifying. Well, being popular is tough. Huh, Oni? Shut it. Was that supposed to be a compliment? If that's how you're handling it, fine. But anyway, who is this Karu Iane? Is she your girlfriend or something? Because if she is, don't expect me to call her Wani or anything. Did you even get my permission? I don't recall approving this. Why would I need your permission to date someone? And no, she's not my girlfriend. She's not. Then why did you cook for her? What kind of situation would lead to that? It makes no sense. Yeah, I know. It doesn't make sense to me either. What? What do you mean? Well, Karu Iane is. I paused, knowing this next part would shock her. My fiancé. Ha. What? What? Section. And that's the situation. What even is that? After my shocking declaration. Your big brother now has a fiancé. Akane completely lost her composure. Over the phone, I heard her stammering her. Wait, what? Oh. As she presumably stubbed her pinky toe on the corner of her small round table. After much chaos, she finally calmed down enough for me to explain everything. Her response? An utterly freezing, what even is that? Seriously, her tone sent chills down my spine. What even is that? Well, yeah, fair question. I was just as shocked. Shocked doesn't even begin to cut it. You should be losing your mind over this. I did lose it, okay? But what am I supposed to do now? What are you supposed to do? That's not the point. What was that useless dad of ours even thinking? Hey, Akane, isn't that a little harsh? Sure, I've got my doubts about what dad did, but still. It's not like he had much of a choice with the debt. This isn't about the debt. Borrowing money is one thing. The fiancé is the real issue. Well, yeah, I get that. I mean, having a fiancé in modern Japan does feel like something out of a historical drama. Fiancés aren't that unusual. The problem is you having one. Me having one is the problem. Why? Listen, big brother, you do realize the Higoshikuju family is a proper, distinguished household, right? Oh. What's with that pause? It's just. So you knew? Like, that they're an old noble family or something? Ha! What are you even saying? Wait, don't tell me you didn't know. I mean, I knew they were rich, but I didn't realize they were that kind of rich. Wow. Just. Wow. Big brother, you're seriously so out of touch with your own family. Remember Okami-chan's birthday party last year? The one where they rented out an entire hotel? Yeah, that was insane. Right. Even though the Prime Minister didn't show up, several cabinet ministers did. They even greeted me. Me. Did they not greet you? I think. I remember seeing some guy who looked vaguely familiar from TV. What can I say? The food was incredible. I couldn't think about anything else. My brother is a lost cause. Don't say that. You are a lost cause. Stuff like this is common knowledge when you're born into a family like ours. How do you not know this, big brother? Sorry for being so ignorant. Sigh. Let's get back on track. Whether you realized it or not, the Higoshikuju family is a prestigious household. Okami-chan is their only daughter, and Terusa Oji-san dotes on her like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, Uncle Terusa does love Okami. Terusa Higoshikuju, head of the main household, may look intimidating, but he's actually a kind and easygoing guy. Maybe because he doesn't have a son, he's always treated me like one. Honestly, he's a good man. And as the only daughter of the main Higoshikuju family, it's obvious she'd need to marry someone suitable, right? Yeah, I get that now. Makes sense. Exactly. And they can't just pick some random guy. So naturally, the most likely candidate comes to mind. Candidate? You really don't get it. Someone with a solid background, known by Teruzuro-jisan since childhood, treated like a son, good friends with Okami-chan, and the same age as her. Who does that describe? Wait. Me. Obviously, big brother. Wait, what? Me and Okami getting married? It's just a possibility. But honestly, it's pretty realistic. I haven't heard anything directly, but judging by Uncle's attitude, he seems on board with the idea. Why hasn't anyone told me about this? Would you be able to act normal around Okami-chan if you knew? No. Definitely not. But still. What if I'd gotten a girlfriend? What would they have done then? They probably would have let you date freely, thinking, if it works out, great. If not, we'll move forward later. Come on, what percentage of high school couples actually end up getting married? Practically none. Fair enough. No offense to high school couples, but most of those relationships are like a fever, intense, but fleeting. The odds of them lasting all the way to marriage are slim. Not that I have any experience with relationships, though. Honestly, Uncle seems to care about me more than Dad does. Well, duh. He's the head of the Higoshikuju family. If he can't even consider the well-being of extended family, how could he manage the main household? Extended family, huh? That's why I think Uncle's going to be livid if he hears about this. Knowing Dad, he probably didn't even consult Uncle. If the head of the main household finds out the branch family arranged something behind his back, it'll be a total disaster. You're probably right. Dad's not exactly known for his tact. Exactly. He's your father, after all, not exactly the type to handle this delicately. Hey, he's your father too, you know. I take after Mom. Poor Dad. Well, he's always avoided the Higoshikuju main family anyway. He probably just doesn't want to get involved. Is that so? Yep. Unlike us, Dad has a closer bloodline to the main family. They tried to push a bunch of troublesome responsibilities onto him, so he ran for it. Uncle was grumbling about it recently. Said something about Dad taking all the good stuff with him. Exactly. As a direct cousin to the head of the family, there's no way Dad doesn't have some privileges. Anyway, this isn't something we need to discuss right now. True. For now, keep this between us. Don't let Okami-chan find out. If she does, Uncle will hear about it, and Dad will end up swimming in the Kamo River. In concrete boots. Let's not let it come to that. You don't want trouble in the family, right? It's not worth the risk. Agreed. At the very least, Akane might have to move out of her apartment. Things would get unbearably awkward for her. For Akane's sake, I'll keep this quiet. Thanks, big brother. But don't worry about me, okay? Of course I'll worry. You're my adorable little sister. Thanks. That's enough of that. You're embarrassing me. Anyway, take care of yourself first, okay? After firmly insisting, take care of yourself, she ended the call with, "It's late, so I'm hanging up." I stared at my phone after the call ended. This is way too much to deal with. With a heavy sigh, I slumped back in my chair. Section. The morning after my phone call with Akane was, to put it simply, the worst. I had a dream where both Okami and her uncle were scolding me hard. How scared am I of them, seriously? Well, I'll admit they're both terrifying in their own ways. Okami, obviously, but even her usually gentle uncle is downright terrifying when angry. Please let today be uneventful. After finishing breakfast, brushing my teeth, and getting dressed, I opened the front door with a silent prayer. Beyond the familiar road and the neighbor's house, there was an unfamiliar sight. What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, Hiroyuki-chan. Why Standing there was Tomomi, her arms crossed in a way that screamed, "I'm pissed off and I'm not hiding it," and Ryoko, her cheeks puffed out like a balloon, practically announcing, "I'm angry too." You're both early. Ryoko being early was one thing, but Tomomi? The girl who usually only showed up at the last possible minute. Why today of all days? Stop it. Hiroyuki's life points are already at 0. You're both early isn't the right thing to say, is it? Exactly, Hiroyuki-chan. Their icy glares pierced me like daggers. Well, Akane told me. To you too, that dish. It's a really important flavor, isn't it? I'm sorry. I didn't realize just how much it meant to you. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I bowed my head in apology. From above me, I heard exasperated sighs, tinged with a hint of guilt. It's fine now. I'm sorry, Hiroyuki. Me too. I'm sorry, Hiroyuki-chan. Ha! Why are you two apologizing? Wasn't I the one at fault here? Based on Akane's scolding yesterday, I thought they were still mad at me. Akane scolded me. She asked, Tomomi-chan, did you actually tell him how you felt? Same here. She told me, I get that you're upset, but if you don't say it outright, Ryoko-chan, how's he supposed to know? Akane. Damn, she's a good kid. Looking out for her big brother and smoothing things over for me like that. Feeling a surge of gratitude, I clasped my hands together and silently offered thanks to the western sky, where Akane likely was. But above all, expecting that Oni to pick up on subtle cues was your first mistake. And promptly stopped mid-prayer to raise my middle finger. Seriously? I was getting emotional here. Well, anyway, we reflected on things too, right, Ryoko? Yep. Just like Tomomi-chan said. I'm sorry, Hiroyuki-chan. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What is this? This hollow feeling. Somehow, none of this feels worth the effort anymore. Don't sulk, Hiroyuki. Come on, Ryoko. Right. Hey, Hiroyuki-chan. Why don't we have lunch together today? I made plenty as an apology. Ryoko gave her tote bag a light shake to emphasize her point. I didn't know exactly how much it weighed, but judging by the way it moved, it seemed pretty substantial. Well, if that's the case, I'll gladly join you. Honestly, I could use the help. Now that's the spirit. You can count on me. Just wait and see. Why are you acting so smug? Wait a second. You didn't make it, did you? Don't be silly, Hiroyuki. If I made it, it wouldn't be much of an apology, would it? The only reason I'd cook would be to free you from the pain of living in this world. Otherwise, I wouldn't even touch the kitchen. When you put it that bluntly, I'm not sure how to respond. But, well, thanks. Not that her cooking was that bad, but after everything, Tomomi's food was definitely not what my worn-out body needed. So, what's your contribution to the apology? Ryoko's the chef, and I'm the porter. With a quick motion, Tomomi snatched up Ryoko's tote bag and tossed it into her bike's front basket, giving me a thumbs up. Ah, I see. Fine. I'll gratefully accept your delivery services. Leave it to me. Oh, by the way, Hiroyuki, how was it the day before yesterday? The day before yesterday? Yeah, we couldn't ask yesterday because of, well, you know. You went out with Karu-san, didn't you? How'd it go, Hiroyuki-chan? How'd it go? What do you mean specifically? What did you do? Well, we went to look at a house. Our new home, where we'll be living together. Why are you two glaring at me? No reason. None at all. This is just typical Hiroyuki. Yeah, it's just Hiroyuki-chan being Hiroyuki-chan. Why did this feel like they were blaming me for something I didn't even do? Well, forget about you. What about Karu-san? Was she as harsh as they say? Forget about me. Well, yeah, I guess her words were a bit sharp at times, but I don't know. She's not as bad as I expected. Really? That's surprising. I thought she'd leave you emotionally shredded. Well, I did feel pretty shredded in the morning, but wait, so after all that, you still think she's not a bad person? Hiroyuki, are you a masochist? Why would you say that? And stop throwing around terms like masochist so casually. That's not it at all. Then what is it? I don't know. I guess I just don't dislike her. Even I wasn't entirely sure, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to think she was a bad person. Yeah, I'd say she's not the kind of person I can bring myself to hate. Really? We're talking about Karu-san, right? The so-called villainous noblewoman, aren't we? She's not that much of a villainous noblewoman. If anything, she might be a good person. It's hard to put into words. Why was that, though? Was I being lenient just because she's beautiful? Are you worried, Hiroyuki-chan? Worried? No, it's more like I feel like I shouldn't like her, but I also can't seem to dislike her. Because she's beautiful? Is that it? No, I'm not that shallow. Are you sure? Of course. If I were the type to choose girls based on looks, I'd have confessed to both of you by now. What are you saying? Yeah, what's that supposed to mean, Hiroyuki-chan? Ah. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I mean. Their faces turned bright red as they glared daggers at me. Crap. That was my bad. My bad. But, objectively speaking, you two are beautiful. And subjectively, I think I have pretty average taste. That doesn't tell us anything, Hiroyuki-chan. Fine. I think you're both beautiful, okay? What the hell was I even saying first thing in the morning? Well, anyway, the point is, for some reason, I don't dislike Karu-san, right? Right. So why don't we find out for sure? Find out? Yeah. Roko, are you okay with this? Like they say, know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll never lose. That's not how the saying goes, Tomomi-chan. But sure, I've got plenty of food, so why not? What are you two planning? We're saying we'll help you figure it out. What does that even mean? Like this. Tomomi cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and turned her gaze toward the distance. Following her line of sight, I looked as well. Good morning, Karu-san. Want to join us for lunch today? There, standing frozen with a look of utter surprise, was none other than Karu herself. Section. The rooftop of Tenaikan High School, the private school we attended, was generally open to students during lunch breaks and after school. Despite being part of the modern child-first education trend that often gets criticized for being too lenient, the school had a policy of keeping the rooftop open, adhering to its motto of independence and self-responsibility. Critics might say it was unsafe or a potential hangout spot for delinquents, but the school's philosophy was simple. If you're old enough to climb over the high fence and do something stupid, then go ahead. Become a delinquent if you want. It's your problem. I liked this hands-off approach. It was refreshing in a way, a direct message of take responsibility for your actions. However, playing with balls was strictly forbidden. The reason? It'd be a nuisance if they hit someone below. Naturally, the rooftop was popular among students. Though not entirely free of fools, it wasn't as chaotic as one might expect. Many students ate lunch there during breaks. It was usually a lively spot. You're something else. Am I? When the four of us, Roko, Tomomi, Karu, and I arrived at the rooftop, it was decently crowded. Everyone was chatting and enjoying their meals peacefully. That is, until Karu showed up. You just walked in, and everyone left. It's not like I was going to eat them. Why would they run away? Karu looked genuinely offended, her expression practically shouting, "How rude." But come on, Karu, did you see them? When you stepped onto the rooftop, everyone did a double take before quickly averting their gaze and scurrying away like their lives depended on it. Maybe they did think you'd eat them, probably thanks to your reputation. Well, it's just us now. A private rooftop. Nice, isn't it? Come on, Karu-san, let's eat. Roko, hand me the mat. Okay. Here you go, Tomomi-chan. Roko handed a large picnic mat from her bag to Tomomi, who gave it a dramatic shake, spreading it neatly into a square. Perfect. All right, Karu-san, take a seat. Ah, thank you. What? I'm just surprised, is all. I didn't think I'd ever hear the words thank you come out of your mouth, Karu-san. Tomomi, you idiot. Why would you say that? She's going to go full villainous mode on us now. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Since coming to this school, I've probably said thank you only a handful of times. See? It's just not your vibe. Wait, she's not snapping back. But that doesn't mean I'm incapable of gratitude. It's just that I rarely encounter situations warranting it. When someone goes out of their way to invite me and prepare for me like this, of course, I'd say thank you. With that, she said thank you again, lightly bowing her head before sitting on the mat. Watching her with a satisfied nod, Ryoko and Tomomi also took their seats. Still, are you sure this is all right? What do you mean? I mean, I am Higoshikuju's fiancé, after all. To you too, wouldn't that make me? She glanced at me, her eyes gleaming. Your enemy? I didn't think I'd be particularly welcome. Enemy? What do you think, Ryoko? Well, there are parts of this I can't quite accept. I'm sorry, Kamo-san. Whoa, don't apologize. It's not your fault, Karu-san. If anything, it's Hiroyuki-chan's dad's fault. Fair enough, but isn't that a bit harsh? Dad, who used to dote on these two like they were his own daughters, had seen his reputation plummet these past few days. Poor guy. Regardless of the reason, I imagine it's hard to come to terms with. That's why I said I can't accept it. But, in a way, it is what it is. Not that I plan on giving up. I see. And you, Suzuki-san? What do you think? What, MMPH? Hey, don't start eating without everyone else. Tomomi, with a piece of fried chicken stuffed in her mouth, tried to answer despite being mid-bite. She had already opened one of the lunch boxes and was happily munching away. Seriously, Tomomi, could you at least wait for everyone to sit down before diving in? Munch. Yeah, I guess. Tomomi crossed her arms and began humming in thought. Well, if you're asking whether you're an ally or an enemy, I'd say enemy, I guess. I see. But if you're asking whether I dislike you, not really. I don't feel that strongly against you. Even though I'm the enemy. How do I put this? I'm in the basketball club, you know. I'm aware. You're quite well known. Am I? Anyway, when we go to matches, all the other teams at the venue are technically enemies, right? But even so, if you ask me whether I hate them, that's not the case. The spirit of no side, is that it? What's that? It means that while you're opponents during the game, there's no distinction between sides once it's over. Ah, yeah, that's close enough. Everyone loves basketball, so I can't bring myself to hate them just because they're on another team. With that, Tomomi popped a piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth. Seriously, Tomomi, not before saying itadakimasu. And besides, by Karu-san's logic, wouldn't Ryoko and I be the last people you'd think could get along? Fair point. Well, bringing it back to basketball, I think anyone who genuinely loves the sport is on my side, regardless of the team. But those who just use basketball, they're the real enemies. Ouch. That stings. Well, Karu-san, you're kind of a special case, aren't you? And honestly, after talking to you, I've realized you don't seem like a bad person. Do you think so? Yeah, you're surprisingly easy to talk to. It's almost hard to believe you're called the Villainess lady. I don't particularly like that nickname. I'd prefer you didn't call me that. Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't. But you know it's a common nickname for you, right? Of course. I've heard people whisper it behind my back plenty of times. You know a lot of it's out of jealousy, right? Undoubtedly. I don't mean to sound conceited, but I'm talented. Naturally, people get envious. Have you ever thought about changing the way you interact with people, Karu-san? Even small adjustments could make a huge difference in how they treat you. Ryoko tilted her head as she asked, her expression genuinely curious. Karu gave her a tired smile in response. You're right, Kamo-san. That would make life much easier. But it's just not in me. Why should I have to compromise the results of my hard-earned efforts just to accommodate how others perceive me? When I think about that, well, I can't do it. It's just how I'm wired, she added with a self-deprecating laugh, shrugging her shoulders. Ryoko and Tomomi exchanged glances before turning their eyes toward me. What? Is something wrong? No, not really. We were just thinking. Ah, that explains it. Explains what? Oh, nothing. Just something that clicked, that's all. Something clicked. Never mind that. Anyway, Karu-san, about. Ah, there you are. Suddenly, the rooftop door burst open with a loud bang. Alarmed, we all turned toward the source of the commotion. Yuhu, Hiroyuki-senpai, let's have lunch together. Standing there was a petite girl with twin tails, waving energetically. Ah, I totally forgot to bring lunch today. I was sitting there, hungry and miserable, when I had a brilliant idea. Ping. Oh yeah, Hiroyuki-senpai exist. So, I went to your classroom and asked some of your classmates where you were. They said you headed up to the rooftop with Tomomi-senpai and Ryoko-senpai, and I thought to myself, this has to be Ryoko-senpai's homemade cooking. And look at that, bingo. I was right. Without being asked, the little twin-tailed girl launched into her story, steadily approaching us. Before anyone could invite her, she plopped herself right onto the picnic mat as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And with that, may I join you for lunch, Ryoko-senpai? Despite the girl's presumptuous behavior, Ryoko gave her a small, amused smile and nodded. Watching this, Tomomi shook her head in exasperation. Ryoko, you really shouldn't spoil her. She gets carried away so easily. Boo. I don't want to hear that from you, Tomomi-senpai. You're eating Ryoko-senpai's bento too, aren't you? I earned this meal. I'm the one who carried it all the way here. That's nothing. I could have done that too. Honestly, you're such a cheeky little brat. Well, Tomomi-senpai, you're not exactly brimming with charm yourself. As Tomomi and the little twin-tail started bickering, Karu raised her hand hesitantly. What's up, Karu-san? Something wrong? Well, not wrong exactly, but... Karu turned her gaze to the twin-tailed girl, her brows knitting together in confusion. Who might you be? Oh, right. Sorry, my bad. You haven't met her before. Hey, introduce yourself already. Oh, sorry. My name is Mizuo Kawakita. First year, Class 1A, and a member of the girls' basketball team. I'm Tomomi-senpai's junior. It's a pleasure to meet you. With a sharp salute, the petite girl, Mizuo, grinned broadly. Karu responded with a polite smile and a nod. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Ayane Karu, second year, Class 2A. Nice to meet you. Got it. Ayane-senpai, nice to meet you. Her polite greeting was followed by a high-pitched scream. She grabbed my sleeve and started tugging furiously. What the hell? Hey, let go, you're stretching my shirt. Oh, sorry. I mean, wait. Why? Why is Karu-senpai eating lunch with you? Isn't she that Karu-senpai? I have a good idea of what you mean by that, but maybe avoid saying it in front of her, yeah? Of course. I value my life, you know. Wise decision. But seriously, why? Why? This reaction feels oddly nostalgic. It's been a while since someone's responded like this, Karu remarked, watching Mizuo flail about with a strangely warm expression. Wait, does she actually enjoy being called a villainous lady? Why, you ask? Now that you mention it, why is that? Good question. I came because I was invited, but... Why was I invited? Oh, that's easy. We just wanted to talk to you, Karu-san. Right, Ryoko? Yep, that's it. There you have it. There's no way that explains anything. What's your relationship? We're people who share lunch together. Liar. She's so loud. If anything, I'm more curious about your relationship with these three, Kawakita-san. Oh, Mizuo Kawakita. Mizuo is the same age as my little sister, Akane. You know, I told you I have a younger sister, right? Yes, the one in Kyoto. Right. These two have been friends since their mini basketball days. She used to come over a lot back in elementary and middle school. So, childhood friends. I guess you could call it that. Akane started mini basketball in first grade, so I've known Mizuo since then. But it doesn't really feel like a childhood friend kind of relationship. That's more for people like Ryoko and Tomomi, who I've known since preschool or kindergarten. Ryoko even lives next door. Anyway, the five of us used to hang out together a lot. My place was the usual meeting spot. A hangout? Not really. We mostly played outside, not at home. Regardless of age, you sure managed to hold your own as the only boy among a group of girls. Now that you mention it, I guess I did. Thinking back, wasn't that basically a harem? I didn't realize it back then, but... Wait. Was that the peak of my romantic life? Well, whatever. That's the gist of our relationship. So, am I intruding? You were invited. If anyone's intruding, it's Mizuo. That's so mean, Hiroyuki-senpai. How could you call me an intruder? You followed the smell of food here without being invited. If you don't want to be called an intruder, stop trembling at Karu's presence and just eat quietly. At my words, Mizuo froze, her eyes darting nervously toward Karu. When Karu noticed and smiled warmly, Mizuho's face turned bright red, and she quickly looked away. Hiroyuki-senpai, Hiroyuki-senpai. What now? That smile. It's dangerous. I mean, Karu-senpai doesn't usually pout or anything, but when she smiles like that, so cute, it's what? It's opening a dangerous door for me. Feel free to walk through it and don't bother coming back. What nonsense is this girl spouting? Stop saying dumb stuff and eat already. Wait. Don't rush me. If I eat too fast, I'll get indigestion. And it's bad for my figure. You're in the basketball club, running around like a dog. Pack on the calories. That's the devil's temptation. Besides, I can't do that today. No practice means no way to burn it off. So, you're okay being called a dog but not eating? And didn't you just say the club was on break the other day too? Was it Monday? I feel like she mentioned a break then, too. Our club had a bit of a training camp over the weekend, Tomomi explained. There was a tournament coming up, so we were practicing pretty hard. That's why this week's schedule is lighter. That explained it. If they'd been pushing themselves so hard, it made sense to take some time to recover. Rest is part of training too. Yeah, but, I've got way too much energy right now. Mizuo chimed in, looking far too lively for someone coming off a weekend tournament. You're not tired? Of course I am, but when I don't practice, my body feels sluggish. And besides, Akane is probably practicing too. Akane's your benchmark? Exactly. We're friends and rivals. We're working hard at different schools so we can meet in the finals of the national championship. Mizuo clenched her fist tightly, declaring her resolve. Watching this, Karu tugged at my sleeve, drawing my attention. What's up? Well, is our basketball team really that strong? It's not. Oh, I get what you're saying, but having high goals isn't a bad thing. Besides, Mizuo is legitimately skilled, and Tomomi is good too. Maybe not this year, but next year, they could go far. Tomomi's got height, after all. While they're not world class, Tomomi's height, which is about the same as mine, is impressive for a high school girl. Though, at 170 centimeters, I might be on the shorter side. No, that's average, right? What about Kawakita-san? She's not particularly tall, as far as I can tell. Mizuo makes up for it with insane stamina. She practices like a maniac. That's true. But, Hiroyuki, tell her, resting is part of training too. This girl never listens. Did you hear that? Fine. I'll just settle for a one-on-one with Hiroyuki-senpai today. Hold on. Why do I have to be part of your practice? It's not practice, it's just for fun. Come on, please. No way, Mizuo. You always say that, and it always ends with you getting super competitive. Not today, I promise. Right, Hiroyuki-senpai? You've never kept that promise. She always pushes me to exhaustion. Unlike her, I'm not exactly in peak condition. By the way, what? I know Suzuki-san and Kawakita-san are in the basketball club, but were you ever in it? Nope, I'm in the going home club. I thought so. Then why does Kawakita-san insist on practicing with you? Why, you ask. Wait, why do I practice with Hiroyuki-senpai? Mizuo asked, tilting her head. That's right. Wouldn't practicing with Suzuki-san be more beneficial? Though, she doesn't look too thrilled at the idea. Tomomi made a big X with her arms, which drew Mizuho's gaze for a moment before she looked back at Karu, her face blank with confusion. Practicing with Tomomi-senpai helps too, but I still get more out of training with Hiroyuki-senpai. We play the same position. Does the going home club even have positions? If that was meant to be a joke, it's a solid 0. It wasn't a joke. I just don't understand. Karu looked genuinely puzzled, and Mizuho gave her a bright smile before explaining. That's because Hiroyuki-senpai was selected for the boys' national team tryouts. There's so much to learn from him. Karu's eyes widened briefly before she turned to me, her head tilting in curiosity. You participated in the nationals? I didn't. Like Mizuho said, I was only a candidate for the tryouts. And even then, I was just a backup. Wait, what? You know how our prefecture is hosting the nationals next year? The Basketball Association wanted to make a good impression, so they put together a select team from local middle schools. Our prefecture traditionally isn't strong in basketball, and I guess they didn't want to face an embarrassing first-round loss on home turf. That's why they formed a special team. And you were chosen for that team. I guess I just got lucky. I took a bite of fried chicken, only to have Mizuho immediately interrupt with an indignant pout. It wasn't luck. Hiroyuki-senpai was amazing. When he was playing basketball, he was so cool. So you're saying I'm not cool when I'm not playing? The way you dribbled, weaving through defenders despite your height, your tricky passes, and your long-range shooting. Honestly, you're the best point guard I've ever seen in our generation. That's definitely an exaggeration. Seriously, best point guard of our generation? I wasn't that good. That's some high praise. Is it true? Not really. One of the Basketball Association officials happened to see me play and invited me to join their practice sessions. That's all. Our middle school team was weak, and I probably just stood out because I was the only one with a mini basketball background. I see. But still, that's quite the honor. Well, I can't say I wasn't happy about it. Though that happiness eventually turned into frustration. The height difference was brutal. As I mulled this over, Karu hesitated for a moment before raising her hand tentatively. Yes. Here you go, Karu-san. I wonder, is it okay to ask this? You won't know until you ask. I doubt I'll get mad just from hearing it. Though, I already had a good idea of what she wanted to ask. Roko and Tomomi, don't stiffen up so much. Why did you quit basketball? Yeah, I figured. I didn't quit. I just said Mizuho drags me into practice. But you're in the going home club, aren't you? Forgive me for saying this, but having the ability to be selected as a prefectural representative and not utilizing it seems like such a waste. Is this a lecture? If it sounds that way, I'm sorry. I'm just curious. If it were me, I'd never quit. Is that so? Yes. I don't know much about basketball, but I do know that height is an advantage, right? Well, yeah. It's not everything, but it helps. People often say basketball isn't all about height, but that just means you can overcome it with skill. All things being equal, though, taller players get chosen. Even I'd pick them for a game. Then I imagine the effort you must have put in to be chosen as a representative despite not being particularly tall must have been extraordinary. You must have trained really hard. She paused, her gaze steady. If I'd put in that much effort, I'd never quit. Yeah, that's probably how most people would feel. Right. That's why I'm genuinely curious. Was it an injury? Well, I had chronic pain here and there, but I never suffered a serious injury that would have ended my career. Then why? Karu-san? Maybe we should. Roko began, trying to interject. I quit because it wasn't fun anymore. I cut her off before she could finish. It wasn't fun anymore? Yeah. Basketball stopped being fun. Practicing hard, striving to win, none of it felt enjoyable anymore. I see. I understand. What? You're not going to lecture me? Why would I? Why would I lecture you? Well, you said it was a waste. I thought you'd say something like, even if it's not fun, you should still do it. Don't insult me. There's nothing more painful than being forced to work hard at something you don't enjoy. You worked hard at basketball because it was fun, didn't you? Yeah, I guess so. And when it stopped being fun, you quit. That's fine. There's no need to force yourself to do something you don't enjoy. So no lecture about lacking ambition or being lazy. Did you want me to lecture you? Not at all. Exactly. I wouldn't want to do something I'm not interested in either. That said, considering how much passion you had for basketball, it's a shame you're not channeling that into something else now. Instead, you're just lounging around at home, aren't you? Excuse me. I'm busy with manga and games. That's practically the same as lounging around. Karu chuckled softly, her tone teasing. Watching her, Mizuo looked impressed as she opened her mouth to speak. Well, what do we have here? What is it? Oh, nothing. I just think an unexpected rival might have shown up. A rival? Yes. I'm a hardcore Hiroyuki-senpai fan, after all. Oh, is that so? Would I be inviting him to play basketball after school if I wasn't? Right, Hiroyuki-senpai? Love you. Yeah. Love you too. Wait. Are you too? There's no way I'd date this little pipsqueak. For the record, my type is a traditional, demure Japanese woman. Hiroyuki-senpai. That's not something you should say to someone who loves you this much. Yeah. Anyway, that's how it is. I kind of get it, but also kind of don't. Karu's expression was a mix of understanding and confusion. At that moment, the lunch bell rang. We've been talking so much we barely ate. Sorry, Ryoko. It's fine. I can save the rest for dinner. Thanks, but I still feel bad. I'll make it up to you somehow. As Ryoko waved off my apology, I thought about treating her to something next time. Oh, right, I already owe her for the movie. Or, I missed out on Ryoko-senpai's bento. This is all Hiroyuki-senpai's fault for dragging out the conversation. If my memory serves me right, you were the one who started it. That's such a minor detail. Anyway, Hiroyuki-senpai, you're free after school, right? Let's play basketball. No, Sorry, Kawakita-san. He has plans with me after school. Wait, what? Kiru, you have plans? With Hiroyuki-senpai? What kind of plans? And how do you even know he has plans in the first place, Kiru-senpai? Mizuo tilted her head in confusion, her brows furrowed. In response, Karu offered her a flawless, graceful smile. Well, let's see, perhaps. A date. With me. Section. Yo. Did I keep you waiting? Oh my. You're earlier than I expected. I thought you'd take a bit longer. Thank Ryoko and Tomomi. They didn't hold me back, so I was able to get here earlier. I see. Then perhaps I should bring them a little something next time. Don't bother. You can't cook, and if you poison them, they'll hold a grudge. Don't underestimate me. I wouldn't dare attempt something as reckless as cooking myself. I'll buy something, of course. Don't say that so proudly. Seriously, though. What was that about a date? Right. Because of her ridiculous declaration on the rooftop. We have a date after school. Mizuo wouldn't stop pestering me earlier. That girl's a walking bundle of trouble. Oh, that. Just a little joke. Could you pick your moments for those kinds of jokes, please? Sorry. Maybe I got a little carried away. She gave me a small, almost bashful smile. It's been a while since I've had lunch with girls my own age, after all. That was unexpectedly sad. Granted, in her case, it's self-inflicted, but still. I kind of feel bad for her. Do you want to join us again? Maybe. It's a tempting offer. But are you sure that's okay? What do you mean? Well, if you don't get it, then that's fine. Anyway, let's go, shall we? Time is limited. Go. Where? Shopping. You weren't joking? The date was a joke, but I really do want to go shopping with you. The bigger stuff, like furniture and a TV, should be delivered tomorrow or the day after, but I don't have any of the daily essentials yet. We need those, right? I was planning to do this on Saturday, but I didn't want to impose if you had plans. Well, I do have plans on Saturday. Perfect timing, then. The movers will probably be all over the place tomorrow and the day after, So today's really the only day. Oh, by the way, I'm planning to move into the house on Sunday. What about you? I guess I'll drop by in the evening. Got it. In that case, here. She reached into the pocket of her uniform skirt and handed me 2 keys. House keys. So, one of these is a spare? No. One's for your room. My room has a lock. Mine does too. I mean, come on, we're 2 teenagers living under the same roof. Some boundaries are necessary, don't you think? She smiled wryly, as if it were obvious. Fair enough. I guess that's a decent excuse. It better be. If anyone finds out, we're done for. Though I suppose the fact that this is parent-approved gives us some wiggle room. It's not technically improper cohabitation, right? Now that you mention it, I haven't even met your dad. Is that okay? It's fine. He said, I don't have the face to meet him, so I suppose we're even. I see. Well, it's not like I had to say, please give me your daughter's hand in marriage. It's more like, thanks for the acquisition. The whole thing is insane when I think about it. Exactly. Now, shall we? Section. So tired. Good work. Come on, put the bags down. How about I get you some juice? Something from what we bought. Then I'll have orange. Got it. Just take it easy for a bit. I'll handle the unpacking. Taking her at her word, I sank into the sofa. Thankfully, there was a small supermarket and a 100-yen shop near the apartment. Starting a new life requires a surprising amount of stuff, right? Still, 100-yen shops are. What about them? They're great, aren't they? You can find pretty much everything you need. Yeah, but I figured you'd be the type to insist on more expensive stuff. This doesn't match the image I had of her. My family, after all, is just new money. When my father was younger, apparently a bowl of beef from a certain chain was considered a luxury. I'm basically a commoner at heart. In this day and age, calling beef bowls a luxury, that's pretty hard to believe. Well, I guess back then it would have been during the Heisei era. But even so, at the very least, my father is a man who's worked hard. That's exactly why he places so much importance on family lineage. But anyway, when welcoming guests, it's good to have some level of formality. Still, when it comes to things we use in everyday life, they're just consumables, aren't they? This much is enough. Is that so? I mean, what else is there to move in? There's already a desk, a fridge, and even a sofa. Surely, they're not planning to add more furniture. Wouldn't a TV be enough? Well, sorry, but we're moving in my personal furniture from my house. We could just buy everything new, but these are my favorites, and it'd be a waste to throw them out. You don't have to apologize for that, do you? It's just, the furniture for your room has already been moved in. There might have been some pieces you were attached to, so I'm sorry. Of course, you won't be charged for anything, and I made sure to pick decent items. My father said, this is the least we can do. You really don't have to apologize for that. I mean, they even got me brand new furniture, didn't they? Honestly, I feel kind of lucky. Oh, really? I'm glad to hear that. Ah, if that's the case, mind if I take a look at my room? I was starting to feel a little excited. Karu noticed my expression and let out a small, amused chuckle. The room closest to the entrance, remember? That's yours. Once I've put the drinks in the fridge, I'll call you. Take your time checking it out. Got it. Leaving the large living room, I walked down the hallway to the room nearest the entrance. As I reached for the doorknob, I realized it was locked. Fishing the key out of my pocket, I inserted it into the lock and turned it slowly. Whoa, it's huge. About 10 tatami mats in size. By the window, there was a study desk and a bookshelf. In the corner of the room, there was a bed, along with a small fridge and even a TV. I feel like I could live in this space alone. It even had a lock. If I wanted to, I could just shut myself in here. Ha! Looking closer, I noticed an envelope placed on the desk. Written on the front in elegant handwriting was to Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. Flipping it over, I saw from Kiru Gonosuke. Kiru? What is it? Just a little longer. No, it's fine. But what's your father's name? My father. Gonosuke. Why? So this is from Karu's dad, huh? When Karu called out, "What's going on?" I brushed it off with a quick nothing and opened the envelope. Inside were 3 pages of neatly written stationery. The first page had to Higoshikuju Hiroyuki written at the top, just like the envelope. To the esteemed Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. First, I deeply apologize for having to introduce myself in such a manner through a letter. Furthermore, I sincerely regret causing you any inconvenience with my family's selfishness. I can only imagine how frustrating it must be for a young man with a bright future to be burdened with an arranged engagement to someone he doesn't even love. If I were you, I would likely harbor resentment toward me as well. Please know that I fully accept any anger you may feel toward me. He's a serious guy. This person. Well, he's probably selfish, but then again, so is my dad. It's not like he's solely to blame. But putting that aside, please consider this carefully. While I may be biased as a parent, my daughter Ayane has grown to be incredibly beautiful. The saying, standing like a peony, sitting like a tree peony, walking like a lily, fits her perfectly, or perhaps, such words exist solely to describe her. In addition, she excels academically and athletically. But don't misunderstand me. While she is undoubtedly talented, she has always worked hard to cultivate her abilities. In short, she is as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. Granted, she has some difficulty in social interactions. She's a bit like a kitten afraid to approach people. But isn't that endearing? Surely, you can agree, can't you? Please, think of her as adorable. She is my precious daughter, after all. Ha! And yet, this precious daughter of mine will soon belong to an unfamiliar man. I understand. This is entirely our selfishness. Still, as her father, I must say this one thing. If I were to meet you now, frankly, I'd probably punch you. Wait, that's the reason you can't face me. From the living room, Karu called out, "What's wrong?" I replied with nothing, and shoved the letter into the back of the desk drawer. Yeah, let's just pretend I didn't see this. Chapter 4. Surely, this is a victory for the ingredients. After the shocking confession from Karu's father, specifically, the part about wanting to physically break my spirit, I somehow endured that Wednesday and returned home. From there, Thursday and Friday passed relatively uneventfully. Or rather, it might be better to say that I finally regained my usual life. Honestly, for someone like me who values staying low-key and avoiding commotion, the first half of this week had been way too much. I'm really sorry. On Saturday, I sighed deeply as Tomomi's muffled voice came through the phone. You, who's been on a perfect attendance streak since elementary school, managed to catch a cold today of all days? Cough cough. I don't know. Maybe because we didn't have much practice this week. My body must have gotten lazy or something. You're not going to get lazy from just a week or so. Today was the long-awaited, well, not really, movie day. You know, the one we got tickets for from Fujita. Whatever. Just rest. As much as I hate to waste the tickets, it can't be helped. Yeah, you're right. You're super busy starting next week, right? If we miss today, it'll be hard to reschedule. Busy or not, things are going to change. I don't know what's going to happen, and honestly, if we skip today, I doubt we'll get another chance. It's not like my schedule's completely rigid, but there's no guarantee something unexpected won't come up. Such a shame. Cough. It is what it is. Will you make it up to me? Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Seriously. But it's such a waste of the tickets. Oh, how about inviting Karu-san to go with you? What are you talking about? Well, the tickets would go to waste otherwise. You and Roko could take Karu-san along. That's probably the worst idea. If anything, I'd rather go with Roko alone or maybe invite Mizuo and make it a trio. Or, honestly, I wouldn't mind wasting the tickets if it means I can just relax. No way. Roko was looking forward to it. Canceling would be unfair to her. Then I'll just go with Roko alone. Hiroyuki, you idiot. Cough. First of all, going alone with Ryuko is not an option. I'd be so Jill. No, I mean, leaving me out isn't fair. I'm not leaving you out. And Mizuho is a no-go too. Why not? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not about to let you do something so absurd as practically feeding yourself to her on a silver platter. What are you even talking about? You're insane. Anyway, Mizuho is out. Karu-san, though. She's a safe choice. Cough. Safe. Don't worry about it. Just invite her. You're going to start living together tomorrow, right? Wouldn't it be better to get along before then? Well, she had a point. While I didn't feel as awkward around Karu anymore, we weren't exactly close enough to say we could live together seamlessly. If anything, having Ryoko there as a buffer would be helpful. Sorry, Ryoko. Plus, Karu did mention needing to do some shopping for household goods today, so she might be free. But would Ryoko be okay with it? I'll talk to her. If you're still worried, I'll message you after I explain everything, and you can decide then. Alright. Got it. Then. Wait. What's wrong? I don't have Karu's contact information. Excuse me. You two are moving in together tomorrow, and you don't even have each other's phone numbers? Well, we never got around to it. Sigh. Fine. Once I talk to Ryoko, I'll send you Karu-san's number along with her response. Call her after that. Why do you even have her number? What? We've had lunch together before. Exchanging contacts is normal, isn't it? Social butterfly monster. Alright. I'll wait for your message, then. Okay. Oh, and, sorry, okay? Don't worry about it. Just get better. With that, I hung up the phone and let out a small sigh. A few minutes later, a message popped up from Tomomi. Ryoko's okay with it. Here's Karu-san's number. Letting out another sigh, I tapped on the number. After a few rings, a cautious voice answered from the other end. Hello. It's me. A scam call? No, it's not. Should I report this number to the police? Maybe they can catch you red-handed for impersonation fraud. It's not that. It's me. Higoshi Kuju. Fufu. I was joking. Please, don't do that. Well, to be fair, I didn't exactly start the call the right way. By the way, how did you even figure out it was me? Suzuki-san contacted me earlier. She asked if it was okay to share your number with me. She's quite thorough, isn't she? My impression of her has changed a little. Yeah, she's unexpectedly reliable when it comes to stuff like that. Friends of friends aren't always friends themselves, and sharing someone's contact information without permission can lead to trouble. High social skills often come with a certain level of consideration for others. It might seem like a small thing, but it's precisely because it's small that it matters more. Being mindful of personal information is such a good trait. By the way, save my number, okay? Can I save yours too? Yeah, go ahead. We'll probably need it from now on anyway. Fufu. This is the first time I've saved the number of someone my age who's a guy. What is this? Normally, hearing something like that from someone as stunning as Karu would make my heart skip a beat, but instead, I just feel sorry for her. She's not exactly the most social person, after all. Her first registered contact was probably Tomomi. Are you thinking something rude right now? Not at all. That was close. My thoughts almost slipped out. So, Suzuki-san didn't mention why you were calling. What's the occasion? Are you inviting me on a date? Karu's teasing tone was accompanied by a light laugh. Ah. Well, you're not entirely wrong. What? I mean, not exactly a date. I was supposed to go watch a movie today with Tomomi and Ryoko, but Tomomi caught a cold and can't make it. And you're asking me to fill in? That makes it sound bad, but yeah, it'd be a waste to let the ticket go unused. I figured if you didn't have any plans, you might be interested. You did mention you were planning to go shopping for household items today, so I thought you might be free. I don't have any particular plans. But what kind of movie is it? You know, the one that's been all over the commercials lately. A big Hollywood blockbuster. Oh, that one. Not interested. Well, I was actually planning to go to the bookstore today to buy the novel it's based on, so I guess I'm somewhat interested. That's way more than somewhat. You could say it's perfect timing. But is it okay with Kamo-san? She won't mind me coming along. Do you really think a social butterfly like her would overlook that kind of thing? Fair point. Thank you for inviting me. So, what should I do? I glanced at the clock. It was 8:30 now. The movie starts at 10:30. How about meeting at the movie theater in front of the station by 10:20? That works for me. Great. Don't be late. Of course not. Oh, Higoshiku-juku-en? This will be my first time going to the movies with a guy. She laughed softly through the phone. So, I'm really looking forward to it. I wanted to retort, you've never even gone with a girl your age, have you? But I knew that would definitely earn her wrath. Are you thinking something rude right now? I'm not. Anyway, see you there. Don't be late. That was close. Seriously, is she secretly psychic or something? Section. Leaving the house, Ryoko and I arrived at the movie theater a little past 10. Being a Saturday, the area around the station was fairly crowded. You're early. Am I? You two are as well, aren't you? Even amidst the crowd, it didn't take long for Ryoko and me to spot Karu. How do I put this? She stands out. Sure, she's undeniably stunning, but her outfit, the epitome of a refined young lady, felt completely out of place in this small provincial town. It was almost jarring. Wow, Karu-san, you're so beautiful. Thank you. Kamo-san, your outfit is adorable. Really? This is one of my favorites. Ryoko beamed as she said that, and Karu returned her smile before bowing slightly toward Ryoko and me. Thank you for inviting me today. Don't be so formal. Since we're here, let's have some fun, okay? If you insist. So, how much was the ticket? It's fine. I'll cover it. What? No, I can't let you do that. I'm the one imposing here. Imposing? We're the ones who invited you. Don't worry about it. I waved my hand dismissively as Karu reached into her bag to pull out her wallet. Before she could, Ryoko gently stopped her hand. Kamo-san? Karu-san, let Hiroyuki pay for it this time. It's his way of showing a little chivalry. Is that so? It's not really about chivalry, I interjected. Honestly, this is my way of apologizing to Tomomi and Ryoko. If they're okay with it, I'm fine with it too. Besides, if I let Karu pay, Tomomi would have a field day with me. She'd go on about how this was supposed to be an apology to her and Ryoko and that I had no business letting someone else cover the cost. Plus, I added, if I let you pay, I'd never hear the end of it from Tomomi. She'd chew me out for sure. Tomomi could be quite vocal about this kind of thing. I see. In that case, I'll graciously accept your offer. As Karu reluctantly returned her wallet to her bag, Ryoko smiled and took her hand. All right then, let's go, Karu-san. Why yes, let's. Karu looked slightly flustered. It seemed like this was her first time going to the movies with friends, and Ryoko's casual closeness was throwing her off. Well, a little awkwardness never hurt anyone. You're thinking something rude, aren't you? I was just thinking how nice it is to see two beautiful girls getting along so well. Be beautiful girls. Come on, let's go. I gently pushed the flustered Karu forward as we entered the theater. Although it was a Saturday, it wasn't as crowded as I had expected. We managed to find good seats near the center and settled in. The movie soon began. It was one of those big-budget Hollywood productions that had been heavily advertised on TV lately. The plot was a mix of Alice in Wonderland and the never-ending story, diluted and then divided by 3. In other words, it was a family-friendly movie that wasn't exactly my cup of tea. I doubted it was Tomomi's kind of thing either. That was so fun. After leaving the theater, Ryoko suggested we head to a cafe near the station to keep the mood going. The 3 of us sat down, with me on one side and the 2 girls on the other, giggling as they looked over the movie pamphlet. The heroine was so cute, don't you think? She really was. The story was great too. Maybe I'll pick up the original novel. Ha! Were you planning to buy it? I have it if you want to borrow it. Really? Thanks, but I prefer to own books I really like. I think this one's going to be a keeper, so I'll buy it myself. Oh, you're like that too? I also like keeping books I enjoy. Is that so, Kamo-san? It's true, though. When a book is really good, you want to reread it, don't you? Exactly. Libraries are nice, but you have to return the books. I've borrowed books I ended up loving so much that I bought my own copy later. I know what you mean. I've done that a few times myself. Ryoko had always been a book lover, and Karu clearly had a similar passion for reading. I hadn't realized how alike they were in this regard. See, Hiroyuki? Karu-san agrees. You used to call me crazy for buying books I'd already read. Right, good for you. Honestly, I just thought it was a waste of money. Why not just borrow it again from the library? You don't get it. What if someone else has already borrowed it? Or what if the library replaces its collection? Then just buy it when that happens. Being prepared for the unexpected wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but spending money unnecessarily seemed impractical. Then again, for book lovers, it probably didn't feel like a waste. Sometimes you just need to read it right now. That's the feeling. Exactly, Hiroyuki. It's like this overwhelming libido. Where did that come from? Seriously, did she just drop the word libido in casual conversation? On a Saturday afternoon? HMPH. How crass. Libido isn't limited to just sexual impulses. In psychoanalysis, it refers to psychic energy that can manifest in various desires. Kamo-san's usage was perfectly appropriate. Okay, maybe, but don't you think the phrasing could lead to misunderstandings? I mean, no one wanted to deal with unnecessary confusion. Why should I care about that? If it's correct, why should I adjust it to fit societal perceptions? There's no reason to hold back just because people might misunderstand. Whoa, calm down. Why are you getting so worked up? Was she projecting some of her own struggles with being misunderstood? Exactly, Hiroyuki. The truth is the truth, no matter what. Seriously? You too? Why are we getting so worked up over a conversation about libido? Fine, I get it. Ha. Victory is mine. That's right. It's our victory. Ryoko and Karu nodded to each other in agreement, cheerfully exclaiming their triumph. It was nice to see them getting along so well, but… Alright then, since you two don't care about public opinion, why don't you start referring to the World Swimming Championships as the thrilling swimsuit extravaganza? I mean, it's technically accurate, right? What? It's not like I'm wrong. It's thrilling to see who'll win, and, well, it is all swimsuits, isn't it? True, but… it feels… off somehow. Ha! Why are they looking at me like I'm some kind of weirdo? What's so strange about what I just said? Why do you have to phrase it in such an inappropriate way? What? Did you forget what you said literally a minute ago? I didn't forget, but… this is different. How? Just because. Sigh. Forget it, Karu-san. Let's just ignore Hiroyuki, okay? So, what books have you been reading lately? Let's see. Recently, I've been into mysteries. And just like that, they turned away from me, completely absorbed in their own conversation. It was good that they were getting along so well, I guess. Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we head to the library after this? That's a great idea. Since we're at it, how about we recommend books to each other? Oh, I love that. Let's go, Hiroyuki. Yes, let's. Lead the way, Higoshiku-juku-en. Wait. Does this mean they're expecting me to carry all the books they borrow? Section. Ah, that was a good sleep. Wait, it's already noon? I'm starving. Yesterday was a disaster. Well, the movie part was fine, but what happened afterward was the problem. Those two spent ages at the library, enthusiastically recommending books to each other. After making an absolute racket, they each borrowed 10 books. Then, for some inexplicable reason, they handed the entire stack to me and declared, "Carry these." So, I ended up hauling all 20 books to Ryoko's house via the apartment where Karu and I are supposed to live. Do you know how heavy 20 books are? I thought my arms were going to snap. Do I even have anything to eat? I should probably pack after lunch. Though, it's mostly just clothes and shoes. The apartment already has all the furniture. Do I need anything else? Well, if I forget something, I can always come back and grab it. It's not like it's that far away. My phone, sitting on the desk, vibrated with an incoming call. Checking the display, I saw the name of one of the culprits who subjected me to hard labor yesterday. Hello, it's me. What's this? A phishing scam? You can see my name on the display, can't you? It's Karu. I know. What's up? I was wondering what time you plan to head over today. Probably around 6. I haven't started packing yet. You haven't finished packing? Will you even make it in time? My stuff is just clothes, shoes, and other daily necessities. It's not a big deal. If I need anything else, I'll just come back and grab it. I see. Well, that's a reasonable approach. There's no need to move everything in one trip. Exactly. Besides, after yesterday's ordeal of carrying all those books, my arms are still sore. I'm not carrying too much today. How weak. Hey, 20 books are no joke. They're heavy, especially the hardcover ones. Thankfully, the librarian gave us paper bags, but the bottoms of the bags looked ready to give out. And, of course, they borrowed the heaviest books they could find. I admit, I feel a little bad about that. But your help was appreciated. Carrying all those by myself would have been tough. Are you really going to read all of them? Of course. Why else would I borrow them? You and Roko both read so much. I honestly respect that. Well, reading is a hobby of mine. It's a good hobby. You should try it. I can see how it has a refined vibe. That's not what I mean. If you use the library, it doesn't cost much money. You're not running around, so you don't get hungry. Plus, it's a good way to pass the time without wasting money. Economical, isn't it? Wait. That's the reason you like reading? Of course, there's also the joy of satisfying my curiosity. That sounded painfully tacked on. Suddenly, reading didn't feel like such an elevated hobby anymore. Well, I don't think a hobby needs to be refined to be worthwhile. There are plenty of reasons I enjoy reading. Fair enough. Everyone has their own hobbies, and how they approach them is up to them. I guess that's fair. So, did you need something? Oh, right, I almost forgot. I was wondering what we should do about dinner. Yeah, 6 o'clock is kind of an awkward time. It's too early to eat at home, but cooking something sounds like a hassle too. What do you want to do? Should we order delivery? Or I could grab some convenience store bento if that's okay. No, that won't be necessary. It won't. Is she planning to eat out? In that case, I'll cook. Wait, what? Why? As a thank you for helping me carry those books yesterday. So after carrying all those books, I get poison cooking as a reward. What is this, some kind of punishment game? Do you secretly hate me or something? Well, my opinion of you just dropped. What do you mean by poison cooking? Anyone would think that after seeing how you handled a knife last time. At that level, you really think you're ready to serve homemade food to someone? How rude. Everyone starts as a beginner. Even beginners usually know how to hold a knife properly. Did she miss out on home economics class or something? Relax. I've been practicing dishes I can actually make. Honestly, I've been itching for a chance to show them off. Why are you silent? Because throughout history, people who are bad at cooking but overly confident always end up serving disasters. It's just how it goes. Where are you getting this fact? I've never heard of such a thing. Mostly from anime and manga, if I'm being honest. It'll be fine. I wouldn't serve anyone a failure. I've practiced a lot. Practice, huh? Did you taste test it, though? Of course. Even my father said it was delicious and gave it his seal of approval. Her dad. That dad. The one who's so obsessed with his daughter that he'd call anything delicious, even if it was inedible. Yeah, I'm not trusting his judgment. Don't worry. I'll even make rice properly. You're not going to wash it in the washing machine, right? Of course not. And I definitely won't use detergent. I'll wash it gently by hand, soak it for 30 minutes, and cook it. Oh, and I'll use cold water from the fridge, so relax. Wait, soak it for 30 minutes. Yes. Soaking the rice lets it absorb water fully, so it cooks up fluffier. And the cold water from the fridge. It tightens the grains and improves the texture when cooked. Seriously? I had no idea. Is that really a thing? I practiced at home several times, and I was surprised myself. The way you cook rice changes the taste so much. Our housekeeper taught me about it. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, the way you cook rice definitely affects the taste, but... Wait, are you serious? This is the same girl who, just a week ago, tried to wash rice in a washing machine and held a knife like she was starring in a slasher film. Is this for real? You've been studying. You were the one who said it's better to be able to do something than not. She said it so casually, but that must have taken a lot of effort. You're pretty amazing. I mean, I knew that already, but still. Well, as you said, ordering can be expensive. My father said I could spend as much money as I wanted, but I feel bad using it recklessly. Not exactly what I'd expect to hear from a rich girl. Oh, would you prefer a stereotypical heiress who throws money around while laughing obnoxiously? No, that's not what I meant. And hey, it doesn't matter if you're not my type. This is about practicality, right? You're not wrong, but your phrasing is terrible. Yeah, I realized that as soon as I said it. See, words matter. True. I suppose I should consider my phrasing more carefully. Something more elegant, perhaps. Doesn't have to be elegant, exactly. Anyway, so 6 o'clock, right? Yes. I'll have everything ready by then. Should I bring antacid? Not necessary. But just in case, maybe you should bring some. Speaking of which, I haven't bought any medicine yet. Want me to pick some up? Fever medicine or cooling gel sheets might be useful. Good idea. Could you get some fever medicine, cooling gel sheets, and a thermometer? Planning to catch a cold already? Better safe than sorry. Anyway, I'll see you at 6. Look forward to it. Got it. I'll be there on time. With that, the call ended. For some reason, knowing a beautiful girl's homemade meal awaited me made me a little excited. I'd better not be late. As I reached for my dresser to start getting ready. Wait, hold on a second. Come to think of it, cooking rice is the job of a rice cooker, isn't it? Her cooking skills don't even matter in this case, do they? Sure, she's picked up some knowledge, but cooking isn't something that automatically turns out well just because you know a few tips. Is this really going to be okay? A creeping sense of unease washed over me. I cursed my own careless response to her offer, feeling the weight of my decision as I slumped my shoulders and opened the dresser drawer. Will I still be alive tomorrow? Section. All right. Time to go. With just a backpack and a suitcase packed with my school uniform that Dad gave me, I stepped out of the house. I had thought saying goodbye to the place I'd lived in for 17 years might make me feel sentimental. But nope, not even close. Well, it's not like I'm going far. If I wanted, it'd take me just 20 minutes by train to get back. Honestly, there's no room for nostalgia when I can return anytime. Maybe that's why neither Dad nor Mom even bothered to see me off. Thinking that, I opened the front door. Wait, why are you here? Standing in front of the house were Roko and Tomomi. No, seriously. Why are they here? Why are you here? That's rude, Hiroyuki. We came to see you off, obviously, Tomomi said, perched on her bike and looking annoyed. Roko, standing beside her with an amused smile, watched the exchange quietly. Tomomi-chan's just feeling lonely, that's all. Hiroyuki-chan, you shouldn't say such things. That's a no-no, okay? Still smiling, Roko scolded me gently. At her words, Tomomi flailed her arms around in panic. What are you talking about, Roko? I'm not lonely. It's just, we've been together since preschool, then through elementary, middle, and high school. And now, we won't be commuting together anymore. That's all I was thinking about. It's not like I'm lonely or anything. Her face bright red, Tomomi rushed through her words. Ryoko's amused smile only grew wider. See, that's what being lonely means, Tomomi-chan. Ooh. Tomomi, now thoroughly embarrassed, dropped her gaze to the ground. Ryoko just shrugged and turned her attention back to me. Well, it's not like you're going far, right? You're just moving to Nitsu. It's only 2 stops away by train. Yeah, exactly. It's not like you're heading overseas or anything. I mean, I appreciate it, okay? It's definitely better than, oh, you're moving out? Cool, got it. But still. What? Are you and Ryoko seriously not going to feel lonely? Tomomi shot us a resentful look. It's not like I won't feel lonely, but… yeah, me too. I'll miss you, but saying it now won't change anything, right? So, wouldn't it be better to send you off with a smile instead? Chempage. You're both so cold, Ryoko and Hiroyuki. We're not being cold. Oh, right. Speaking of cold, here, take this. Ryoko rummaged through her bag and pulled something out. What's this? Since you're moving into your new place, you probably haven't had dinner yet, right? I made some porridge. You'll need to heat it up in the microwave, but I think it turned out pretty good. Oh, thanks. And here's some dried wakame, dried tofu, and a bottle of instant miso soup. It's got dashi in it, so make sure you have miso soup in the mornings, okay? Oh, and… I didn't want to, but I also packed some cup ramen and microwavable rice. There are even some frozen meals in there, so put those in the freezer as soon as you get home. Remember, you need to eat 3 proper meals a day. I thought about including fresh vegetables, but since you don't like them and might let them rot, I skipped it. Still, you should cook for yourself sometimes. If you're too lazy, supermarkets sell pre-cut veggies these days. Just add some dressing, and you can eat them right away. Are you my mom or something? I mean, seriously. I appreciate it. I really do. But I don't need a lecture about pre-cut veggies right now. Foo-foo. What's the matter? Ryoko's just worried about you, Tomomi teased. Well, yeah, of course I'm worried. It's Hiroyuki we're talking about. Back in the day, sure, but now? He has 0 life skills. And Karu-san? I don't know, but she's probably from a well-off family, right? She might not even be good at cooking. If that's the case, knowing Hiroyuki, he's bound to let himself go. Ryoko, spot on. She nailed it. Both about Karu not being good at cooking and about me falling apart if I'm not careful. In that sense, I really didn't want to give you cup ramen, but it's better than you starving, I guess. Thanks. I bowed my head to Ryoko, holding up the bag she gave me. I'll return the bag next time, okay? It's just a freebie that came with a magazine, so I don't care. But still, make sure you come back, alright? Geez, are you really my mom or something? With a wry smile, I called out, alright, I'm off, and walked away from the 2 of them. Pulling my suitcase behind me, I strolled through the streets. It was a quiet Sunday evening, and the faint aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. As I walked, my thoughts turned to tonight's dinner. Karu's cooking. Not in a good way. Seriously, is this gonna be okay? Now that I think about it, she told me to bring stomach medicine, didn't she? Is she alright? No, seriously. Let's see, cold medicine, cooling gel sheets, and a thermometer. Remembering the items she asked me to pick up, I ducked into a nearby drugstore. After buying what I needed, I headed to the station and boarded the train. 2 stops later, I arrived in Nitsu, a quiet residential area. The station wasn't particularly busy, which made sense for a Sunday evening. Well, there's not much to do around here anyway. From now on, it'd be train rides to school. Honestly, I kind of looked forward to the change, but could I manage to wake up early enough every day? Finally, I arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. Stepping into the elevator, I pressed the button for the 32nd floor. The height didn't faze me anymore. I was getting used to it. Standing in front of the door, I hesitated for a moment. I had the key, so I could just go in, but, for some reason, it felt a little embarrassing. I pressed the intercom instead. Yes. Ah, it's me, Higoshikuju. Did you forget your key? Why are you ringing the intercom? No reason, just felt like it. What was I supposed to say? I felt embarrassed. No way. Oh, your stuff. Hang on, I'll be right there. Ha! Oh, yeah, something like that. Not that I was carrying much, but if she was willing to open the door, I wasn't going to complain. After a moment, I heard the door unlock. Standing in the doorway was Karu, wearing an apron with a cat illustration on it. She must have been cooking. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, probably to keep it out of the way while she worked. There was something about her look. What was it? A kind of young wife vibe? Or maybe a newlywed feel? Welcome. Wait, no, I mean. She hesitated, her cheeks tinged pink, and whispered softly, "Welcome home." I froze on the spot. Higoshi-kuju-kun? Oh, sorry. I'm back. This is kind of awkward, isn't it? Yeah, really awkward. We both exchanged a small, wry smile. Somehow, that eased the tension a little, and Karu's beautiful smile appeared. That, in turn, helped me relax as well. Come on in, okay? Dinner's just finished. Perfect timing. I was suddenly nervous again, though for a completely different reason. Was this really going to be okay? What's wrong? Well, oh, right. Roko gave me some courage earlier and said it'd go well with dinner. How about we just have that for tonight's meal? In hindsight, it was just postponing the inevitable, but still. Come on, right? Getting food poisoning on the first day after moving in would be the worst. Just as I was thinking that, Karu shot me a pointed, unimpressed look. You're not about to tell me you're suddenly worried about my cooking, are you? My silence was as good as an admission. Seeing me like that, Karu exaggeratedly heaved a long, dramatic sigh. Seriously? Didn't I tell you? I already taste-tested everything, and even my father gave it his seal of approval. I'm curious about Ryoko's cooking, but let's save it for tomorrow, okay? Just to check, is your dad the type to be soft on you? I'd say he's pretty doting, yeah. I'm his only daughter, and, people always say fathers are weak when it comes to their daughters. She paused mid-sentence, then glared at me with half-lidded eyes as if realizing something. Wait. Are you implying that even if my dad says it's delicious, it doesn't count? In a word, yeah. I get why you'd think that, but listen. Even if he adores me, my father doesn't tell those kinds of lies. He acknowledges effort, but he doesn't let the amount of effort excuse a poor outcome. For example, if I study hard for a test, he'll praise the effort, sure. But if the result is bad, he'll still scold me. Effort and results are two separate things, he always says. Sounds like a good dad. He is. Sweet when he wants to be, but strict when it matters. At the very least, he wouldn't call bad cooking good. Karu puffed out her chest proudly as she said that. And honestly, I could believe it. Her father seemed like someone with a solid sense of balance, successful as a businessman and grounded as a parent. Still, I'm not totally convinced. All right, then. How did he rate the first dish you made? My dad. All right, I'll tell you. Let's hear it. It was nikujaga. You know, the classic dish to win a man's heart. Yeah, I've heard that one. So I gave it a shot. I figured it'd be simple enough. And his verdict was, don't pause like that. It's nerve-wracking. Nikujaga isn't a dish to send a man to hell. Well, it was my first attempt, so failure was kind of expected. Fair, but did you even taste it? I didn't. My dad scolded me like crazy afterward. At least taste it yourself before serving it to someone, he said. I tried it afterward and, yeah, it was something. How bad? Let's just say it felt like a crime against food itself. It wasn't completely inedible, okay? But the potatoes and carrots weren't cooked through, the meat was dry and tough. Altogether, it created a symphony of what you'd call terrible. A harmony of disaster, right? Exactly. It was an utter failure. Karu slumped her shoulders briefly but quickly recovered, raising her head confidently. But the dish I made today got my dad's highest praise. He said, "This is so good, you could sell it." So, we're good. Really? Yeah, right. There's no way someone who committed a food crime a few days ago suddenly mastered cooking in that time. It'll be fine. Now, come on, let's eat. Karu grabbed my arm and started pulling me toward the dining area as I stood frozen in the entryway. Wait. Let me take off my shoes. Hurry up. Let's go. Not even giving me time to process, she tugged me along. I barely managed to kick off my shoes before she dragged me into the living room. Behold, Higoshi Kuju-kun. She flung the door open dramatically. The smell of sizzling meat and garlic filled the room. And on the table, at the center of it all, a steak. That's right. To celebrate our first day living together, I made steak. This is the dish your dad said could sell for money. Yes. And, the meat is Kobe beef. A 5 grade. Oh, I see. Maybe the sauce is your original recipe? It's a famous restaurant's premium steak sauce. Well, of course, that could sell for money. A 5 grade beef paired with a high-end restaurant sauce? No wonder. Are the vegetables on a separate plate or something? It looks like there's only meat on this dish. I'm not a rabbit or a caterpillar. I don't need to eat vegetables every day. So, Karu, did you just grill it? What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to say steak doesn't count as cooking? It's a perfectly respectable dish. And no, I'm not saying that. It's great meat, right? I'm happy. And I really appreciate you making it. Seriously, I wasn't trying to complain. I wasn't. But, I mean, really, I wanted to make something that felt more like cooking, you know. But I couldn't help it. I didn't have the time. Mostly because of my training. Fair enough. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I wasn't trying to criticize. I bowed my head in apology. Seeing my sincerity, Karu's irritation seemed to subside, and she looked away, slightly embarrassed. I get it. You're probably thinking, she made such a big deal about cooking and then just grilled some meat. Aren't you? I wasn't thinking that, exactly. Still, there was a weird sense of disappointment. Not dissatisfaction, but something. Thumpy. One day, I'll make you a dish so good your cheeks will fall off. You mean in a bioterrorism kind of way? I don't mean your face literally falling off. It's a metaphor for something being so delicious it's heavenly. I was joking. Karu puffed her cheeks in a sulk. I chuckled, apologized again, and took my seat at the table. All right, feed me. I'm starving. Geez. Foo-foo. Fine, eat it while it's hot. Rice. Big portion. All right. Foo-foo. You know, it feels kind of nice. Having someone eat something I made. Smiling, Karu served the rice and set it in front of me. Wow. It looked shiny and perfect, almost glowing. Looks delicious. I've gotten really good at cooking rice. Which is great and all, but I wish my skills improved in other areas too. Well, there's always the future. All right, let's wait. As I was about to dig in, Karu stopped me. She opened the fridge, pulled out a bottle of champagne, and retrieved 2 champagne glasses from the cupboard. Can you open this? I can, but we're underage. It's non-alcoholic. This is a special occasion. I figured we could at least enjoy the atmosphere. Wow, that's unexpectedly girly of you. Excuse me, I may be a villainess, but I'm still a lady. You hate that nickname, don't you? Of course I do. Karu chuckled, her expression soft and warm. That gentle smile completely undermined her so-called villainous image, leaving me shrugging in defeat. Got a towel? Here. All right then. I popped the cork with a satisfying pop, catching it in the towel. Here you go. Thanks. Now, let me pour for you. We poured champagne for each other. Once done, Karu raised her glass to chest level, and I followed suit. Cheers. Cheers. The soft clink of glasses echoed in the room. After taking a sip, I let out a small sigh. Hey. Chem. Sorry about earlier. I said some rude things. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We're even now. Yeah, I guess so. Karu smiled faintly, then added. At first, I just wanted us to get along. Past tense. Yes, past tense. I do want us to get along, but more than that. I want us to have fun together. Having lunch with friends was a first for me. Going to the movies, chatting over tea at a cafe, recommending books at the library. All of it was my first time. That's not exactly thanks to me, is it? But if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have experienced any of it. She smiled softly, then added, even this dinner, really. I'm sure of it. If it's with you, I think I can live a happy life. Based on what? A woman's intuition. That's unbeatable logic. Right. A woman's intuition is invincible. But, even so, I know there will be tough times ahead. There will probably be moments when things don't go as planned, or when we feel frustrated. Yeah, no doubt about it. Even couples who live together as lovers sometimes fail. For Karu and me, who are practically strangers, it would be strange if no complaints arose. Hearing my thoughts, Karu gave a small nod. Even so, I want to live a positive, happy life with you. Even if we can't become like lovers. You've said this is just about money or a physical arrangement. But if that's all it is, it's too lonely a way to live a long life. I don't just want to get along. If we're doing this, I want it to be fun. You're right. I agree. I'm glad. I'm really glad you feel that way too. Then, let's start fresh. Let's make this work, my fiancé. Yeah. Here's to us. Karu smiled a bit shyly, but her expression was so radiant that my heart skipped a beat. All right. Let's eat. The food will get cold. Yeah. Thanks for the meal. As if she could see right through me. Or no, that wasn't it. Karu was embarrassed too. Her ears were red all the way to their tips. Wait, this is amazing. What is this? It's so tender, it practically falls apart with chopsticks. Right. This is my masterpiece. Come on, eat as much as you want. It's good, isn't it? It's incredible. Seriously, it's delicious. She puffed up a bit, clearly proud, her expression radiant as she encouraged me to keep eating. It was almost as if she were trying to hide her embarrassment through her excitement. Though, honestly, isn't this more about the quality of the ingredients? That thought crossed my mind, but no, it wasn't just about the ingredients. I knew I would never forget this meal. Smiling, I savored every bite of my fiancé's first home-cooked meal. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. The distance between us, slowly but surely. The morning after I felt like I had grown just a little closer to Karu over dinner, I woke up in the room that had been assigned to me. For a moment, I debated making a joke about waking up to an unfamiliar ceiling. But I decided against it. There was no point in starting the day with such a silly gag. Stretching, I sat up in bed. Good morning. Oh my, you're up early. It's only 6 o'clock. So are you. When I walked into the living room, I found Karu already dressed in her loungewear, sitting gracefully on the sofa and sipping coffee. On the TV screen was, what's that? A morning business program. It covers stock prices and exchange rates. Do you watch this every morning? Not every morning. Just today by chance. Is that so? I'm nervous too, you know? Karu looked up at me, cheeks faintly flushed and a hint of a pout on her lips. It was a little childish, a little endearing, and, well, I'll admit it made me feel a bit self-conscious too. Even though we're not complete strangers, you and I are still practically strangers, right? The last time I slept under the same roof as someone else was on a school trip. And now I'm sharing a home with my fiancé? It'd be impossible not to feel nervous. Yeah, fair point. Do you really understand? You were sleeping soundly all night. How do you know that? When I got up to use the bathroom, I didn't hear a single sound from your room. Honestly, it felt ridiculous being the only one all tense about this, so after that, I managed to fall asleep. Although it was a shallow sleep, so I woke up this early. She shrugged, exasperated. Sorry, Karu. I'm the kind of guy who can sleep anywhere without a problem, even with a new pillow. My bad. There's no need to apologize. It's still early, so we can take it easy. Want some coffee? Thanks. I'll take a cup. How about toast for breakfast? I can toast an extra slice while I'm at it. You do that? Oh, come on. Even I can manage to toast bread. I didn't mean it like that. She'd already made dinner yesterday, and honestly, since I moved in, I hadn't done a single household task. Seeing my conflicted expression, Karu sighed lightly, as if understanding my hesitation. Listen. Let's not overthink things, okay? It's not a big deal to make a little toast. Maybe not, but we'll figure out the rules later, like taking turns with meals or cleaning. But it doesn't have to be rigid. Whoever has the time or energy can do it. And in all likelihood, I'll be the one with more free time. Why's that? Because I don't have any friends. I don't have anything to do after school. That's kind of depressing. Can you not say it like that? You don't need to feel sad about it. This is about me. Yeah, but still. I mean, sure, it's her situation, but didn't we agree yesterday to make this fun? It's a little embarrassing, but yes. Then, I don't know how to put this, but I want you to have fun too. It's not like having no friends is a bad thing, but still. Didn't you enjoy eating with Roko and Tomomi, or going to the movies with them? I did. It was fun. Then, I don't know, I just feel like it shouldn't be me having fun after school all the time. You know what I mean? I understand what you're trying to say. Don't worry. Really? Sorry, I'm terrible at putting these feelings into words. Like I said before, I don't think having friends is absolutely necessary. But if someone were willing to be friends with me, I'd be happy about it. Don't say someone like me. I'm not trying to put myself down. But I'm blunt, you know? If I were someone else, I wouldn't want to be friends with me. Any plans to change that? No. Like I said before, my bluntness is my shield. What are you fighting? Society, maybe. Society. You could call it the atmosphere. In a confined space like school, anyone who stands out becomes a target. So you're talking about the whole nail that sticks out gets hammered down thing? More or less. But I became the nail that sticks out through my own efforts. There's no way I'm going to let society, which tries to hammer me down, win. Do you dislike this way of living? No. It's not that. It's not, but it seems like a tough way to live. True. Normally, it's probably important to try and fit in with others. By the way, do you put on a different face at parties or something? There's a time and place for everything, isn't there? Fair point. Do you think that's hypocritical? Not at all. It's perfectly reasonable. If you were the same as you are at school in every situation, I'd probably question your sanity. That's just how it is. I've been living this way for 17 years. There's no changing it now. With that, Karu stood and said, I'll make more coffee. But still, I'm glad you said that. Thank you. You're welcome. Foo. Karu smiled shyly, and I scratched my head awkwardly. What the heck am I doing? This is so embarrassing first thing in the morning. Still, not being able to sleep because you were nervous. That's kind of cute. Trying to hide my embarrassment, I teased her a little. Karu puffed her cheeks and glared at me. Of course I was nervous. Unlike you, apparently. Well, yeah. Honestly, I didn't feel nervous at all. Is this one of those differences between men and women? I wasn't going to attack you or anything. What are you saying this early in the morning? Yeah, you're right. Still, being told I have no intention of attacking you almost feels like an insult to my feminine appeal. So, are you saying I should? I'd rather you didn't. But if you absolutely can't hold yourself back, we can negotiate. What are you even talking about? Did you forget? My goal is to bear the Higoshikuju name. So, someday, it's inevitable that things will lead in that direction. That may be true, but I'm not in any rush to become a high school mom, so it'd help if you could hold back. Either way, though, this isn't a conversation we should be having in the morning. She handed me a cup of coffee, and I took a sip. Yeah, this is definitely not a morning-appropriate topic. Besides, there's no trace of seduction in her tone, just cold practicality. By the way, my room's door is always unlocked. So if you're feeling tempted, Just let me know in advance. Bleg. I choked, nearly spitting out my coffee. You. Gross. What are you doing? Sorry, no, wait. What are you even saying? Are you trying to seduce me? Are you actually saying I should attack you? Of course not. I'm just saying I'm a deep sleeper. Unless I'm nervous like last night, I don't wake up easily. Even alarms barely work on me. Back home, the housekeeper or someone else would wake me up. But here, I'll have to wake myself up. And honestly, I think it's going to be tough. So, it'd be great if you could wake me up. Please. Could I count on you? Higoshi-kuju-kun? Well, see, I'm a healthy teenage guy, and you're, a very attractive teenage girl. That's true. It's just, if anything were to happen, it'd be bad. I trust you. You trust me? I think you're considerate. I trust that you wouldn't do anything I wouldn't like. Why does this trust feel so heavy? I mean, I don't plan to do anything, but still. Teenage boys' self-control is paper thin, What if I'm just constantly nervous at night? I'd die. Literally. Fair enough. Sigh. If you're really about to be late, I'll wake you up. But seriously, try your best. For my self-control and my reputation. Hearing my rather pathetic response, Karu beamed at me with a smile. Thanks. I'll do my best, but I'm counting on you, okay? What is this girl? A little devil or something? Am I going to survive this? Section. Good morning, Hiroyuki. You look kind of tired. As soon as I entered the classroom, Tomomi perched herself on the edge of my desk and made that comment. I shot her a sidelong glare and let out a small sigh. A little mentally drained, yeah. Rough start to cohabitation? How should I put it? I guess I'll find out soon enough. Whether or not it's rough remains to be seen. Though, to be fair, this morning was rough for several reasons. Well, if you ever need to talk, come find me. I can't do much more than listen, though. As we chatted, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Since they were also our math teacher and the first period was math, class began without much fanfare. Alright, everyone. Today, I'm handing back the quizzes from last time. When I call your name, come up and get yours. Aga. One by one, my classmates' names were called, and they went up to collect their papers. Eventually, it was my turn. Higoshi-kuju. Yes, sir. I walked up to the teacher's desk to collect my quiz. I wasn't exactly confident about my performance, but the results were. Higoshi-kuju, you've been slacking off too much lately. You know this is an important year for preparing for college entrance exams, right? You're staying for remedial lessons after school. Understood. With my quiz in hand, I trudged back to my seat, shoulders slumped. On the way, Fujita, seated nearby, called out to me. Hey. Judging by that look, your score must have been pretty bad. Yeah, no denying it. I got myself a nice, low score. Remedial lessons confirmed. Yikes. My condolences. Why do you sound so happy about this? Well, you've got a cute fiancé living with you, right? Gotta have a little balance in life. Can't let everything go your way. Next, Fujita. Yes, sir. Fujita gave me a playful pat on the shoulder before practically skipping over to the teacher's desk. Fujita. What is this score? You're staying for remedial lessons too. What? No way. This guy. He's worse at academics than I am. Why was he acting so confident? Of course he'd end up in remedial lessons too. Figures. Section. Oh. Karu. After enduring the torment of math class and making my way to the station, I spotted a familiar figure. Karu, who I'd grown quite used to seeing over the past few days. I called out to her. You're late, aren't you? What were you doing? Had a bit of remedial math. Stuck around at school for it. What about you? I see. That sounds exhausting. I was at the library, seeing if there were any interesting books. Didn't you borrow 10 books on Saturday? I already finished 5 of them, so I returned those and borrowed 5 more. As she spoke, she lifted the tote bag in her hand slightly to show me. Reaching out for the bag, I found it pulled away from me, as if she were hugging it protectively. What the heck? What? You think I'm gonna steal it? Of course not. But what are you doing? Let me carry it. It's heavy, right? Ha! There's no need. I'd feel bad. Says the person who made me carry 20 books last time. Just hand it over. Ignoring her protests, I took the bag from her hands. She let out a soft ah of surprise, then gave me a slightly guilty yet faintly pleased smile. Thanks. Actually, it was kind of heavy. Books are heavier than you'd think. But still, you borrow a lot, don't you? How much do you love reading? It's my hobby. That library has an amazing collection, but the limit is 10 books at a time. There are so many books I want to read, though. I wish I could borrow more. 10's already a lot, isn't it? I hadn't been to a library since elementary school, but I vaguely remembered something about borrowing periods. Wasn't there a limit? Borrowing periods, you mean? Well, the loan period is 2 weeks. But come on, it's only 10 books. I can finish them in a week. I don't think I could finish even 1 book in 2 weeks. Well, I don't have friends, remember? Could you not keep saying that? Why does that make me feel so sad? That's why I've got so much free time after school. But seriously, taking 2 weeks to read 1 book? That's kind of pathetic for a high schooler. Have you read anything since starting school? Not really. Just the stuff in the textbooks. Ha! Unbelievable. I'm not going to force you, but maybe you should try reading more. It's fun once you get into it. Yeah, maybe someday. If I find the time. Probably. Maybe. I might. Read something? Well, we don't need to worry about me, right? If you can only borrow 10 books, just settle for that and be patient. The faster you return them, the sooner you can borrow more, right? That's true, but the library's kind of far, isn't it? Yeah, I guess. The library Karu mentioned was 2 train stops away from where we lived. From school, it was 4 stops. It was a bit of a trek. It takes almost an hour to get there from school, right? It feels like such a waste of time. Plus, there's the cost of the train fare. That's not a very ladylike thing to say. Isn't it better to be frugal? A household where the wife holds the purse strings prospers, you know. Does it, though? Well, if I married Karu, I'd probably end up with her holding not just the purse but every aspect of my life. Isn't there a better way to handle this? Karu stopped mid-sentence as if something had just occurred to her. She raised her right hand hesitantly. What's this about? Excuse me. Yes, Karu-san? Higoshi-kuju-kun? I have a small favor to ask. A favor? You don't read many books, right? Not really, no. Then, could you, make a library card for me? You see. Ah, I got it. Oh, so you want me to lend it to you? Sure, I don't mind. The library card might as well get some use. If that's not it. Well, not entirely. The thing is, you need to be present to borrow books, even if you have the card. Really? But how would they even verify a student's identity? It's not like I have a driver's license. To be honest, they're not that strict about it. But if I showed up claiming to be Higoshikuju Hiroyuki, yeah, you'd definitely get caught. Exactly. On top of that, I'm practically a regular there. The librarians know my name and face. You do stand out, appearance-wise. Makes sense they'd remember you. Right. I've never benefited from my looks, it's all downsides. Never benefited from your looks. I mean, she's beautiful. Surely she's gotten something out of it. Like, hey, little lady, you're so cute. Here, I'll give you a discount. Doesn't that happen when you shop? I don't go shopping. Oh, I've dealt with envy and resentment because of my appearance, but I can't recall ever gaining anything from it. What about guys doting on you? Carrying heavy stuff, swapping chores for you, that sort of thing? Do you really think anyone does that for me? No, I don't think they would. Not for you, Karu. Right. The girls' glares are terrifying enough. No one dares to fawn over me. Yeah, I don't think it's just the glares. With an attitude and sharp tongue worthy of a villainess, She doesn't exactly encourage chivalry. Even in a co-ed school, I doubt she'd get that princess treatment she seems unaware of. Thinking this, I glanced at her face. Why's she staring at me? Did she guess what I was thinking? That's why, you see. Yeah, you're just carrying my books so naturally right now, like it's the most obvious thing to do. This. I lifted the tote bag as I spoke. Following the motion, Karu looked at the bag, and a shy smile crept across her face. It made me really happy. It's like, you're actually treating me like a girl. Oh. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Anyway, like I said, my appearance only causes trouble. People remember my face and name. It's nothing but a hassle. Why yeah, no kidding. Hard to stay under the radar like that. Exactly. Being cute is a curse, really. A curse, huh? More like a punishment. Divine retribution, perhaps. Man, that's a tough life. Sounds like a real nightmare game. Still, I'm fortunate in other areas, so I suppose it evens out. Anyway, back on topic. That's why. Could you come to the library with me? I mean, is that okay? She glanced up at me nervously, tugging lightly at my sleeve with her fingers. What the heck? That's so cute. Well, yeah. I guess I can do that. Really? Yay. I'm so happy. She started bouncing in place, clearly overjoyed. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Was it really that exciting? So, when should we go? This Saturday? Tomorrow. Let's go after school tomorrow. Wow, that's quick. Tomorrow? Why, do you have plans? Not really. Unless some unexpected remedial lesson pops up. There hasn't been a quiz recently, so I should be in the clear. Right. Then it's settled. Tomorrow. I'm so happy. There was a book I really wanted to borrow today, but I had to leave it behind. Thank you, Higoshikuju-kun. Her smile quickly turned into a slightly worried expression as she muttered something about hoping the book wouldn't get borrowed by someone else in the meantime. Watching her walk ahead of me, I couldn't help but think. Isn't this basically a date? What are you doing, Higoshikuju-kun? Hurry up, let's go home. Karu's radiant smile sparkled as if she wasn't bothered by any of it, leaving me to wonder, am I the only one overthinking this? The thought made me feel a little self-conscious, and I quickened my pace ever so slightly. Section. I'm Ho. I've been waiting for you, Higoshikuju-kun. Let's go. Wait a minute, hold on, I just got home. On the day of our library date, Karu was in high spirits. Her excitement hadn't dimmed since yesterday. She wore the brightest smile I'd ever seen, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. Just as I was about to take off my shoes at the entrance to get changed. Come on, let's go. She didn't even give me the chance. Wait, what about changing? You're fine as you are. I'm still in my uniform too, so it's not a problem. It's not like we're going anywhere strange. Okay, sure, but I can't think of a more wholesome place than the library. Calm down. It's not going to run away. The library won't, but the book I want might get borrowed. Well, she had a point. All right. How many books are you borrowing today? 11. I finished one yesterday, so I'm returning that and borrowing your 10 as well. 11, 11 books. That should fit in my school bag, right? All right, but it's going to look a little weird. Let me empty it out first. Empty it? You don't expect me to carry 11 books by hand, do you? With that, I emptied my school bag of all its contents. Once it was nice and light, I tucked it under my arm and motioned to Karu. All right, let's head out. Okay, let's go. Following Karu's lead, I stepped back out of the door I had just entered. Honestly, wouldn't it have made more sense to meet at the station? That thought lingered as we walked to the station, boarded the train, and spent 20 minutes swaying along the tracks. Finally, we arrived at the station closest to the library. We're here. Let's go. Yeah. The library was only a 5-minute walk from the station. Karu was practically bouncing with excitement, and I trailed behind, chuckling at her springy steps. She might as well be skipping. No matter how many times I come here, this place is huge. The library we were headed to was quite large. It wasn't the biggest in Japan, but it was ranked pretty high in terms of the collection size. It also had a shop and a cafe, making it a lively space. As I glanced around, I noticed a young woman staring at me curiously. Our eyes met, and I wondered if I'd seen her somewhere before. Out of politeness, I gave her a small nod, and she returned it before walking over. "Excuse me?" "Yes." "Oh, hello. We just met yesterday." "Ah, an acquaintance of Kiru's." Karu? Who is this?" "This is Todo Kasuma-san. She's a librarian here." "Nice to meet you. I don't think we've met before. I'm Kasumi Todo." My name is Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. Pleased to meet you." "Likewise. And you, Ayane-chan, we meet again. So, what's the plan today?" Before Karu could answer, Todo-san's face lit up with a playful smile. "Oh, I get it. A library date. And in school uniforms, no less. How cute." "What? No. It's not a date. I'm just here to borrow books." Sure. You're as adorable as ever, Ayane-chan. So, is this your boyfriend's first time here?" It's not my first time, but I don't have a library card yet. I was thinking of making one. Do you have your student ID? Yes, I do." "Great. Then we can make one. My break just ended, so I'll help you set it up. Come on, follow me." Despite Kiru's desperate protests of, "It's not a date, Kasuma-san," Todo-san brushed her off effortlessly and nudged me forward into the library. Still, did she really have to insist so hard that it wasn't a date? My confidence is kind of taking a hit here. Section. So, what's your relationship with Ayane-chan? Is she really your girlfriend? Why does this feel like an interrogation? I had been led to the library's, what do you call it? Reception desk. Anyway, I was seated at a counter, undergoing a very interrogation-like line of questioning from Todo-san. "Should I offer you a bowl of katsudon?" "Wait, is that even an option?" "Unfortunately, food and drinks are prohibited in the library. No coffee, either." "Then why'd you bring it up?" "Because you're the one who called this an interrogation." "I'm not her boyfriend." "Then who are you?" "Ayane-chan always comes here alone. And now, here she is, bringing someone with her, a guy, no less. If he's not her boyfriend, who else could he be? Couldn't I just be a friend?" "Nope. Ayane-chan doesn't have any friends. You know this. She comes to the library every few days, maxing out her borrowing limit each time. That's only possible if you spend all your free time reading, after school, weekends, everything." She's got a point. She's here every Saturday too. Come on, you can't tell me she has friends. Harsh, but accurate. For the record, Karu was currently browsing the shelves for books. She had initially said she'd stay with me while I got my library card, but Todo-san had shooed her away with, "Go ahead and look for books, Ayane-chan. Or are you afraid I'll steal your boyfriend?" And Karu had left almost immediately. Way to hang in there, Karu. Now I'm the only one stuck under this interrogation. Still, a date in school uniforms. How cute. I told you, I'm not her boyfriend. Walking around with a member of the opposite sex is basically a date. Well, by definition, I guess you're not wrong. Even if you're not her boyfriend, you're close enough to come to the library together after school. Actually, that might be even better. You're clearly into each other but haven't confessed yet. Oh, this is great. I could eat 3 bowls of rice just thinking about it. What are you even saying? Todo-san gave me a wide grin and a thumbs up. I shot her a flat stare, and she scratched her head sheepishly. Well, what can I say? I love books, that's why I work here. And I'm a sucker for romance novels. I mean, Ayane-chan is such a stunning beauty. I couldn't help but imagine what kind of guy she'd bring along. Imagine, huh? Anyone who loves books daydreams a little, you know? I don't think they do. Right. Wait, do they? I mean, don't you ever wonder what happens next? In a story, it's the same thing. Ayane-chan's kind of a celebrity here. She's a celebrity. Karu? Of course. Some of the staff even call her the mistress of the library. Honestly, she probably knows the collection better than I do. And I've been here 3 years since graduating college. She's been coming here since she was a little kid. I find it hard to believe Karu ever had a little kid phase. Tudu-san held her fingers an inch apart to indicate something small. I raised an eyebrow. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. But yeah, she's famous. Ayen-chan's this gorgeous girl who always comes here alone. It's memorable. I don't think the library's a place people come in groups anyway. True, but for someone her age, it's unusual never to come with friends. Most kids show up to study together at least once, right? And she comes 3 times a week. Fair enough. Honestly, some of us, me and the older staff, worry about her a little. Sure, we're all book lovers here, and there's nothing wrong with that. But books aren't everything in life. You learn a lot from friendships and romance too. So, I guess I'm asking you to take care of her, okay? Tudu-san's gaze was sincere, her concern for Karu evident. For some reason, it made me feel a bit warm inside, and I nodded quietly. Satisfied, she gave me a firm pat on the shoulder and grinned. By the way, if you two start dating, be sure to let me know. I want all the juicy details of your sweet, bittersweet love story. Not happening. There goes the mood. But if I told her we're engaged, she'd probably lose it and start yelling something like, I could eat 5 bowls of rice to celebrate. Section. It should have been a simple task, just making a library card, but thanks to the overly intrusive antics of the librarian, Tudu-san, I couldn't help but feel unnecessarily exhausted. As if that wasn't bad enough, we were sent off with a chorus of, come back for another date, you two. Not just from Tudu-san but also from a handful of other library staff, leaving me thoroughly embarrassed as we hurried home. Foo. Karu, who had been visibly annoyed up until we got on the train, now seemed to be in high spirits. Perhaps remembering the 20 books she managed to borrow, she wore a beaming smile and practically skipped along, her steps light as air. You seem like you're having fun. Well, of course I am. I borrowed all the books I wanted today. It's been such a great day. It's enough to make anyone's steps feel lighter. Good for you. My steps, on the other hand, feel heavier. Mostly in a literal sense. Sorry. Should I carry half? Nah, it's fine. Besides, how exactly do you plan to carry half of this? Your bag's way too small for that. Like this. I could just hold them in both hands. Yeah, no. That would look way too ridiculous, so please don't. My school bag works fine as a makeshift backpack, and while my hands are fine, the weight does hang heavily on my shoulder. Still, it's not like I can't manage. But doing this every 2 weeks, do you not want to? No, it's not about carrying the books. That's totally fine. It's just Tudu-san's thing. I'm really sorry about that. I guess I kind of stand out a bit there. I've been going to that library since I was little, so a lot of the librarians know me. That much was painfully clear today. But seriously, calling me your boyfriend? Well, I usually come alone, so it must have been unusual for them. I think they were worried about me. Sorry, Higoshiku-jukuan, but honestly, I was kind of happy. Even with them calling me your boyfriend. What's the big deal? We're fiancés, aren't we? I shrugged at Karu's words. Well, yeah. We've even checked off the library date. What's next on our date agenda? How about we make this a strolling date and enjoy a leisurely walk? Yeah, that sounds good. It'd be nice to get to know the area better. I mean, knowing just the supermarket and the 100-yen store doesn't exactly feel comforting. You really have no sense of romance, do you? Well, it's not much of a date, more like mapping the area. I was the one who suggested it, but are you sure the bags aren't too heavy? They're not that bad. Oh, then I guess 2 weeks from now won't be an issue either. I'd appreciate it if you could go easy on me. Foo, I'm just kidding. She chuckled playfully and turned down a side street, veering away from the shortest path home. We've strayed from the main road, but nothing much has changed, has it? Yeah. Back streets in busy areas tend to have this rough image, but this is just normal. If anything, The houses over here seem bigger, don't they? Yeah, this is a quiet residential area. That's probably its main selling point. Bet the main road is less desirable compared to this. I doubt that. Oh. Karu suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed ahead. What lay before us was a small park. What? You feel like going on the swings? How childish do you think I am? That's not it. She pointed in a particular direction, and I followed her gaze. A basketball hoop? Yeah. Huh. Wanna check it out? Yeah. Let's take a look. Nodding at Karu's suggestion, I stepped into the park. It was just after 5 p.m., but the park was already deserted, devoid of any human presence. Wow. As I got closer to the hoop, I noticed something unusual for a park. It was set on a cleanly paved asphalt court. White paint marked the three-point and free-throw lines. This wasn't your average park setup. It was surprisingly well maintained. Seems like you like it, judging by that tone of admiration. Yeah. Usually, basketball hoops in parks are on dirt courts. It's rare to see something this well done. Now that you mention it, you're right. I wonder why it's so well kept. Who knows? But hey, good things are good. Oh. Beneath the hoop, I noticed an orange object lying on the ground. A basketball. You wanna play? It's someone else's ball. Borrowing it for a bit shouldn't be a big deal. And if someone gets upset, I'll apologize with you as a thank you for today. Alright then. I placed my bag on a bench near the hoop and walked over to pick up the ball. Bouncing it twice on the asphalt, I found it properly inflated and responsive. Alright. Dribbling the ball, I returned to the three-point line, then drove toward the hoop and went for a layup. The ball glided smoothly through the air and dropped through the net without even grazing the rim, bouncing once on the asphalt. Wow, you're really good. It's just a layup. Anyone can do that. No, really. I'm no expert, but your form looked really polished. Thanks. Hey, can you do that thing? What's it called? Oh, right. A dunk shot. Is this a joke? There's no way I can dunk with my height. I chuckled wryly at her innocent curiosity, and Karu looked slightly apologetic as she bowed her head. It was clear she genuinely wanted to see something as flashy as a dunk, but, sorry, physics won't allow it. Well, how about this instead? This? What's this? I picked up the ball from under the hoop and returned to the three-point line, setting up at a 45-degree angle to the basket. With a deep bend of my knees, I released the ball in a clean arc. Whoa, that's amazing. The ball sailed smoothly through the air and sank into the net without touching the rim. Karu's eyes widened in amazement as she clapped her hands together in excitement. That was incredible. Such a beautiful shot. Higoshikuju-kun, you're really skilled. Well, I'm short, so playing inside isn't an option. Against centers, the big guys in the middle, I'd just get eaten alive. So, I spent all my time practicing outside shots. Wow. That's so impressive, Higoshikuju-kun. Karu's delighted laughter filled the park as she bounced on her heels in excitement. Watching her made me smile despite myself. Thank goodness. It went in. Well, sometimes it's just luck. Really. Even when I was still playing, it's not like I made every shot I took, even when wide open. I've never gone 10 for 10. At best, my success rate was about 60%. But man, that felt great. And since it didn't even touch the rim, it probably looked even better than it was. Is this some kind of reward from the gods for all my effort today? What do you think? Wanna give it a shot? Before she could say something like do it again, I tossed the ball to Karu. She caught it easily, tilting her head slightly as she looked at it. Do you think I can? I'm honestly a little surprised. Usually, in these situations, the girl goes eek and fumbles the ball. I don't think my athletic ability is that bad. But, let's see. Eek. That was so delayed. It's not just an echo, your reaction lagged by a full minute. What's that supposed to mean? I thought you'd like it if I acted a little cuter for you, Karu said, puffing out her cheeks in mock annoyance before breaking into a cheerful smile. As she placed her bag on the ground, a ringtone suddenly broke the silence. What? A call? The sound came from her bag. She set the basketball down in its place and pulled out her phone. That's rare. It's my father. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, it's not like I should panic, but… Seriously? Hello, father? Yes, it's me, Iane. You called my phone, so of course, I'm the one answering. What? What are you talking about? Aha. Aha. Right now? I'm at the park with Higoshikuju-kun. What? No, it's not a date. What are we doing then? Basketball? Karu casually answered the phone from her father, hardly sparing me a glance. I couldn't help but feel mildly curious and a bit nervous about their conversation. I tried to block it out, but Karu's voice was loud enough that it was impossible not to hear. Yeah, aha. Wait a moment. She suddenly covered the receiver and turned toward me, an apologetic expression on her face. Higoshikuju-kun? What? My father wants to speak with you. Seriously? Do I have a choice? Well, it's not like you don't, but… I kind of already mentioned you were here. So, no choice, then. Ignoring the call would definitely leave a bad impression. I mean, what kind of person dodges a call from their fiancé's father? Especially in a situation like this, it would be like shouting, I don't want to talk to him. Not great optics. Alright, give it here. Sorry about this. She handed me her cute pink smartphone, totally at odds with her usual image, and I hesitantly brought it to my ear. This is Higoshikuju Hiroyuki. I'm on the line now. And nice to meet you. So, this is our first time speaking. Nice to meet you. I'm Karu Iane's father, Karu Gonosuk. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Why is this so awkward? And why is he so quiet? Didn't he ask to speak with me? Shouldn't he be the one leading this conversation? It's a pleasure, is it? Does it not feel that way to you? The palpable lack of warmth on the other end made me uneasy. I couldn't help but ask, slightly intimidated. I heard a sharp intake of breath on the other side. No, that's not it. I want to establish a good relationship with you. It's just… I owe you an apology. It's unforgivable to involve a promising young person like you in this kind of arrangement. I won't ask you to forgive me. Well, I think it's mutual. My father. Well, how am I even supposed to refer to him in this situation? Mr. Karu? Sir? Or maybe even father-in-law? Don't worry about it. Calling me your father would be too much right now. Just call me Gonosuk. Alright, I'll take you up on that. After all, this arrangement stems from a loan between you and my father. Even so, a child shouldn't have to bear the burden of their parents' decisions. Well, honestly, I've benefited a lot from my father's employees. I can't just sit by if those same people were to face trouble. I see. And, may I ask something? If it's something I can answer. Why did you lend money to my father in the first place? Because he was in need. So, what, charity? Not at all. I'm no philanthropist. I evaluated the potential of his business and decided it was worth the investment. You saw potential in his business? I mean, seriously? This is my father we're talking about. Where on earth did he see that kind of potential? Unless… Could it be that Karu's dad is terrible at reading people? From the way you speak, it seems your evaluation of your father isn't very high. Well, I do think he's a good dad. A good father wouldn't use his son as collateral for a loan. Outside of that… Just kidding. In any case, if your father hasn't told you anything, I won't be the one to share. If you're curious, ask him yourself. Despite his carefree demeanor, he's a capable man. I see. Besides, I won't deny that I also wanted to establish ties with the Higoshikuju family. Hasn't Iane told you about this? Is it really okay for you to be saying this? It's fine. I've heard that being a self-made man comes with its fair share of ridicule. That's true. I've often been despised, called a nouveau riche, a money grubber. To be frank, no matter how much wealth we possess, that's all we have. So this is a reputation boost. If I'm being honest, I thought being fiancés was overdoing it. Just having a good relationship with someone from the Higoshikuju family would have been enough to avoid public mockery or unnecessary trouble. That alone seemed sufficient. But, in reality, we're engaged, right? Why is that? Because I proposed it, and your father agreed to the condition. Building good relations with the Higoshikuju family is beneficial, but forming an actual familial bond is the best outcome. As a businessman, not choosing the best option when it's available would be foolish. Ayane herself agreed to this match, so there was no obstacle. Except for me, right? Exactly. That's why I feel apologetic towards you. No, it's a choice I made myself as well. I see. In that case, I won't say any more. No need to stir up unnecessary trouble if you've already made your decision. Please, do just that. If things proceed as planned, Karu and I will get married, and this man will become my father-in-law. Having him tiptoe around me too much would just make things awkward. Well then, it seems we've talked quite a bit. But we haven't addressed the main issue yet. The main issue? What? There's more. Did you read the letter? Oh, I did. What did you think? To be frank, it was a deeply touching piece of writing. It conveyed just how much you treasure your daughter. I see. Well, I poured my heart into it, fully aware of how improper it might seem. I know it's audacious, given how much trouble I've caused you, but... He paused. I couldn't stop myself. Think about it. Ayane is my only daughter, raised with utmost care and love. She's so precious that I wouldn't mind having her in my eye. She's that dear to me. When her mother fell ill after giving birth, I was the one who fed her, changed her diapers, bathed her, and comforted her during sleepless night. You've been through a lot, haven't you? A lot. What nonsense. It was for my beloved daughter. Such effort doesn't even count as hardship. Sure, it wasn't easy. It took a lot of work. But there's no way I'd begrudge that for her. Just seeing her smile, hearing her call out Papa, Papa, that's more than enough. Honestly, I'd like to keep her with me forever. I'm sorry. And now, just when she's grown into a beautiful young woman, she's being snatched away from me. Can you imagine how I feel about that? Of course, I know full well this was my suggestion. That's why I've been able to hold it together, but if some punk ever came to me and said, please let me marry your daughter, what would you do? Did you know the number of suicides in the Akigahara forest near Mount Fuji is far greater than reported? There are countless bodies that are never found. Terrifying. She's such a precious girl. Maybe it's just parental bias, but I think she's grown into a truly beautiful person. Yes. That's why I want her to be happy. Earlier, I said you could hate me, right? Yes. I wasn't lying. No matter how I try to justify it, the fact remains. I essentially bought you with money. But then, he added, still, I'm begging you. I know it's shameless, but please let me say this. Even if you resent Kiru Gunasuke, he looked me squarely in the eye. Please, don't ever resent Ayane. Please make her happy. Yes. I promise. Thank you. I keep asking so much of you. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. I don't resent him at all. Kiru is a much better person than I expected. Still, what is it? No, it's nothing. Kiru's old man. He's a pretty good guy. I imagined him being scarier, but he's surprisingly easy to talk to, and kind of funny. However, even though you're engaged, you're still in high school. Keep your relationship respectable. If, hypothetically, while still in school, I were to become a grandfather, I swear, I'll personally send you to Akigahara Forest. Correction. Yep, he's terrifying. Section. Higoshikuju-kun, would you like some tea? After being hassled by the librarian, hauling 20 books, playing basketball, and having that intense phone call with my fiancé's dad, I was sprawled out on the living room sofa, utterly drained. From the kitchen, Karu glanced over at me with a wry smile and called out, "Do you have coffee? Now? Won't it keep you awake?" Ah, yeah, maybe. But honestly, that might not be such a bad thing. Even if I can't sleep much. Hee. Karu's lips curled into a pleased smile at my response, and her gaze fell to the book in my hands, one of today's spoils of war. Is it interesting? Yeah, it's not bad. I wouldn't stay up all night for it, but I could keep reading for a bit longer. It's an easy read. Right. This author's essays are some of my favorites. At her words, I lifted the book in my hand to eye level. At just under 200 pages, it was relatively thin compared to what I usually imagine as a book. This kind of length is just right for me. Feels like something even I can finish. Plus, each story is only about 10 pages long, so the pacing is quick, and you get closure fast. It's perfect for people who don't like reading. Starting with essays can help them gradually get used to longer texts. Really, reading is like exercise. Basketball, for example, involves a lot of running, right? Well, yeah. You might not be able to run for an entire game at first, but as you get used to it, you'll find yourself running longer and longer. True. I get it. It's the same principle. Exactly. Building up reading habits takes practice too. Hearing that, I couldn't help but agree. Maybe the reason I've never been much of a reader is simply because I haven't been conditioned to it. Well, of course, some people naturally love it from the start. It's also a matter of preference. Yeah, fair point. Still, Higoshiku-jukuen, despite having Kamo-san, a total bookworm, around, you've barely touched books up until now. It's just not your thing. And yet, here I am, giving it a try. The catalyst was Karu's comment, "You're the one who carried these books, so why not read one yourself?" I hadn't planned on reading it, but when she said, "Just try reading one essay from this book," I gave it a shot. And to my surprise, I found it entertaining. Feels like I've been tricked. Has Kamo-san ever suggested you try reading books before? Yeah, plenty of times. But the ones they recommend are always dense and full of complicated language. It's hard to muster the motivation. Ah, Kamo-san must be the type who enthusiastically pushes their favorite books on others. And you? I recommend books based on what I think would suit the person. Just hearing that makes you seem way more impressive than Roko. Really? Well, I've never actually recommended books to anyone before. I don't have friends, after all. Was that a self-deprecating joke? Because it hit me harder than I expected. It's the plain truth. But it's not about who's better. Kamo-san lives in the moment and throws everything into their passion. I, on the other hand, focus on the long term. So, it's about targeting enthusiasts versus casting a wider net. That's one way to put it. It's also a strategy, though. I mean, think about it. If you're married and can share the same interests, wouldn't that enrich your life together? Yeah, that makes sense. I've heard stories about how couples start with plenty to talk about, but over time, their conversations dwindle until all they talk about is their kids. And once the kids leave, they end up divorcing late in life. Having shared hobbies could lower the chances of that happening, don't you think? So, in the future, you're saying I'd risk getting dumped by you? I wouldn't do that. I'd never be so irresponsible. You sure? And honestly, by the time we're that old, you'd probably be more popular than me. Doubt it. Men like younger women, don't they? Not always. What about women? They like wealthy men. That's not entirely true, is it? Ever heard of second wives marrying rich men? It's a common story. But you don't hear about the opposite very often. Not that it never happens, of course. Fair enough. Statistically speaking, she's probably right. Though it might just be that men flaunt their younger partners while women keep it under wraps. Men are pretty dumb like that. Still, I'm not the type to chase after younger women. Oh, are you saying you'll stick by my side forever? Well, considering the circumstances, we're getting married anyway. That's surprisingly positive and sweet of you to say. Did something change your perspective? Ah, well, for one thing, you're not as bad as I thought. What kind of image did you have of me? Wait, don't answer that. An evil villainess. I told you not to answer. And how cliché. That trope's been overused, you know. But in reality, you're different. You admit when you're wrong, and you show gratitude. People who can sincerely apologize and express thanks aren't bad people. It's only natural to apologize when you've done something wrong and to thank others when you're happy. But I've never seen you apologize or express gratitude to anyone. Other than me. No, that's not true. She did bow her head to Roko and Tomomi as well. Well, I haven't had many relationships that require apologizing or thanking people. If someone picks a fight with me, I'll fight back. What are you, part of some warrior race? Did you know? There's a city in Europe where if someone presses a lit cigarette against you, and you cry out, you lose. This is Japan. Where on earth is that city? I'm never going there. Well, that was just a joke. But really, I don't have normal conversations with people. So, I don't have anyone to apologize to or thank. That sounds lonely. It's not. I've gotten used to it. I see. Well, if that's how she feels, I won't say more. It's not like I have a ton of friends either. In that case. But. Chem. Well. This is kind of embarrassing to say. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at me. Looking shy, she fiddled with her hair, twirling it lightly between her fingers. Ever since I met you, Higoshiku-kun, every day has been a little more fun. I see. Stop. You're seriously making me blush. My self-control is barely holding on here. Because. Higoshiku-kun, you're kind. You treat me like a girl. And no one's ever done that for me before. I am really happy about it. Even though you're probably tired, you read the book I recommended. Even though it must have been a hassle, you still humored me. That kind of kindness is nice. Stop. And earlier, when you said you wouldn't look at other women, that kind of made my heart flutter a bit. Stop it, Karu-san. So, if you weren't here, Higoshiku-kun, I think I'd feel a little lonely. Stop. It's embarrassing. It's unbelievably embarrassing. Why yeah, sorry. That was really embarrassing for me too. It's not romantic feelings, right? It's 100% friendship, right? Just say it. Say it's friendship. Why? Sure, it's not romantic feelings, but if you're going to insist that much, I'm starting to get annoyed. My rationality, my self-control, everything's about to fly out the window. Are you okay with that? Imagine living under the same roof as a girl you like, and she tells you, I like you. No way would my sanity survive that. And on top of that, Karu is a total beauty. Why you rewrite? It's 100% friendship. Right. Yes. Then. Let's keep being good friends. Why yeah. What is this farce? Both of us thought that as we awkwardly glanced at each other, feeling embarrassed. Ah. Well. I'm going to bed. Oh, good night. Yeah. I know you're into the book, but don't stay up too late, okay? Oh, and make sure you sleep in your room. You'll catch a cold otherwise. Got it. All right then. Good night. Karu opened the door leading out of the living room, gave a small wave with just her hand, and said, bye-bye with her expression. Despite her composed face, her gestures resembled that of a small child. As I watched her leave for her room, how am I supposed to concentrate after that? Saying something so ridiculously cute. Feeling like I'd lost in some way, I tossed the book I'd been holding onto the living room table and sprawled out right there, sulking myself to sleep. Section. Cough. The next morning, despite Karu's advice, I had slept in the living room, and sure enough, I woke up with a full-blown cold. Hey, why? Why are you the one who caught a cold? Karu did. Cough. Shut up already. I just couldn't sleep, so I stayed up reading. Cough. Then I guess I caught a chill from cooling down too much. Cough, cough. Karu glared at me, her cheeks slightly flushed. Was it embarrassment, or was her fever getting worse? It was hard to tell. For now, just stay in bed. Should I? No, I probably shouldn't be the one calling the school, right? Yeah. Cough. I'll call them myself. Can you manage that? My voice works. You don't need to worry so much. Cough. Really? Really? Look, just hurry and get to school already. You're going to be late. Karu pulled her blanket up to her eyes. School, her. What about lunch? I'll order delivery or something. Are you stupid? You shouldn't eat junk like that when you've got a cold. Well then, maybe I'll make porridge or something. Well, you are good at cooking rice. She was good at it, but still. No way was I going to let someone with a cold go through all that effort. All right. I'm staying home too. What? Why would you? Cough, cough. Hey, don't raise your voice. Relax. I'm not a troublemaker, you know. I've got a pretty good track record at school. Skipping one day isn't going to land me in hot water. I puffed out my chest, but Karu just gave me a skeptical look. You? A good track record? Well, I keep my head down and don't make a fuss. Unlike you, I don't go out of my way to stand out. It's not entirely my fault, okay? It's not like I try to stand out. People come at me, so I just deal with them. Normally, high school girls don't use phrases like deal with them. Classic villainous behavior. Anyway, I'm responsible enough that missing one day won't hurt me. Unlike you, I actually have friends who can share their notes. Could you not rub it in like that? Karu narrowed her eyes at me, clearly unimpressed. My bad. Anyway, you just rest. I'll make porridge and bring it to you. Wait a second. What? When I say I'll do something, I do it. I said I'm skipping, so I'm skipping. I'll make sure to skip with full effort. What nonsense are you spouting? That's not what I meant. Still flushed, she glanced at me timidly. Sorry. And, thank you. Why yeah. Just get some rest already. Seeing her rare, slightly vulnerable expression made me feel like I might do something dumb if I lingered any longer, so I hurriedly shut the door to her room. Section. It's already noon. This morning, after making porridge, feeding it to Karu, giving her cold medicine, and placing a cooling gel sheet on her forehead, she fell asleep almost immediately. Once I made sure she was resting, I tidied up the room a bit and started reading my book in the living room. Now, my stomach was growling. Karu. I wonder if she's awake. I left the living room and went to her door. After knocking lightly, I heard a feint come in from inside. Good morning, Higoshiku-jukuan. Yeah, good morning. How's your fever? 37.2 degrees. I'm feeling much better. Good to hear. That's a relief. This morning, it was over 38 degrees, so she must have improved quite a bit. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. Thank you. No, I just made some porridge and fed you. That's it. To be honest, I was really struggling this morning. If I'd been alone, I probably wouldn't have bothered making food. I would have just stayed in bed, dazed. My vision was blurry too. You must have thought I looked like a handsome guy, right? You looked like 3 of you. Who'd want that? Seriously, who benefits from 3 copies of a plain high school guy? Maybe someone might enjoy that. But anyway, I really mean it. Thank you, Higoshiku-jukuan. Thanks to you, I think I'll be able to go to school tomorrow. That's great to hear. So, what about lunch? Do you think you can eat something? There was no response. That was a natural bodily reaction. I couldn't help it. Instead of words, a cute little rumble came from Karu's stomach. Phut. Well, it's a good sign you're hungry. Don't laugh. I can't help it. It's just how it is. Ha ha ha. Sorry. So, what do you want to eat? Nothing too heavy, though. Karu glared at me, her face bright red. But after a moment, she sighed, as if giving up. Fine, whatever. So, what do I want to eat? She placed a finger on her chin and stared into space, thinking. Then, as if something had clicked, her face lit up. That's it. I've always wanted to try it. You know, the dish from that story about the witch girl running a delivery service. That. Milk porridge. Oh, that. Wait, you watch stuff like that? I'm a fan of their works in general. Though, I usually start with the original novels. So there's a novel version. Didn't know that. I've wanted to try it at least once, especially when I was sick. Hey, can you make it? I mean, I can. The recipe was simple, and I had the ingredients. But Milk isn't the best thing to have when you're sick. It's not. Your stomach might be sensitive. Ooh, is that so? I've always wanted to try it, though. Karu slumped, visibly disappointed. Something about seeing her like that really tugged at my heart. Well, I guess it's fine. What? If you've got this much energy, you should be okay. I'll go light on the milk, though, is that alright? Really? Yeah, that's fine. Karu raised her arms in an enthusiastic cheer, expressing her excitement with her whole body. Watching her reaction, I couldn't help but smile wryly as I left her room and headed to the kitchen. I pulled the ingredients from the fridge and began cooking. It's ready. Wow. It looks delicious. After a short time of cooking, I brought the completed milk porridge to Karu. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as I handed her the bowl, a small grin tugging at my lips. It's hot, so make sure to let it cool before eating, alright? Okay. Want me to feed you? Ah, and all? That's a tempting offer, but I'll pass. This morning, when I had a fever, I still managed to feed myself. Now that I'm feeling better, I don't see the need. Fair enough. If she's joking and chatting like this, she must be doing much better. It's so good. Is it? That's great to hear. Yeah, really good. Higoshiku-kun, you're surprisingly good at cooking, aren't you? I wouldn't say I'm particularly good. I can only make simple stuff like this. Really? But I don't think most people would bother making milk porridge. Akane, oh, my little sister. She was pretty weak when she was younger and often had fevers. My parents were busy, so I usually took care of her. Well, we're only a year apart, so my nursing skills were nothing fancy. Back then, she'd always ask for it. I want milk porridge, she'd say. That's a childhood memory, right? Wait. Are you saying I'm like a little kid? Don't worry about it. Even now, when she gets sick, she still asks for it. I keep telling her it's not great for digestion, but she never listens. Wait, don't tell me this milk porridge is going to end up being her version of a taste of childhood. By the way, keep it a secret that I made milk porridge, alright? Ha! Why? For the sake of my personal peace. I had no intention of reliving the nightmare of Italian mapo tofu again. Karu tilted her head quizzically but nodded in agreement anyway. Thank goodness. My peace was secured. Phew. Thanks for the meal. It was delicious. Glad you enjoyed something that simple. Don't say just something simple. It was a wonderful dish. Glad it worked out. Alright, now take your medicine and get some more rest. If you do, you'll be fully recovered by tomorrow. What's wrong? Oh, is it that? Can't fall asleep again? Ooh. Well, I've slept so much that I feel like I've had enough. Even so, you won't get better unless you sleep, you know? After all, the best medicine for a cold is rest. I know that. That's why I'll sleep, but it's just, I feel a little lonely. Muttering her words, Karu burrowed under the blanket, creating a small mound. It looked like a cosplay of a certain famous falling block game. Hey, you know? Peeking out just enough for her eyes to show, she gazed up at me with a pleading look. Could you hold my hand until I fall asleep? I still had cleaning to finish, and tidying up was only halfway done. There were plenty of things I needed to do, but fine, I'll do it. Hey, Karu, don't look so happy about it. My self-control better do its job right now. Section. Karu's cold ended up clearing up in just one day. She stayed home the next day to be cautious. Even though I offered to nurse her, she forced me to go to school instead, and now it was Friday. How are you feeling? All good now? You're overreacting. It was just a cold. Oh, pass me the soy sauce. Here. Well, as long as you're okay, that's what matters. Really, thank you. And that's all thanks to you, Higoshiku-kun. With a warm smile, Karu began eating her grilled fish, holding a teacup in her left hand and happily munching on her rice. This is delicious. As expected, the rice I cook is always the best. Well, yeah. I'd like to say it's all about the ingredients, but honestly, the rice you make is really good. For some reason, the rice she cooks tastes better than mine. Maybe it's just my imagination, but her confidence about it has motivated her to eagerly declare, "I'll handle the rice. Every time. It works for me, she does it better, and it makes things easier for me. Still, you just recovered. Take it easy tomorrow and the day after, alright? Don't go out too much. Do you have any plans?" "Nothing planned for tomorrow or the day after. Honestly, I don't go out much in the first place. I don't have any friends, after all. Why do you keep saying things that are hard to respond to?" "So, what did you usually do on your days off before this?" "I'd stay home and read books or go to lessons, I guess." "Lessons? What kind?" "None now, but until middle school, I did piano, violin, and English conversation." "Wow. And besides that, you must have been reading, but did you watch TV?" "Mostly reading. I didn't watch much TV. I'd watch the news or movies I liked, but that's about it." "What about dramas?" "I'm not interested. It's not that I think they're boring, but I hate waiting a week for the next episode. I want to know what happens right away." "Ah, that makes sense." "Anne." She trailed off, gazing distantly for a moment. "Even if I watched dramas, I wouldn't have anyone to talk about them with. Why does self-deprecation keep becoming your go-to joke?" "I'm kidding. But really, I never felt like I was missing out on those conversations. After all, I've always been outside the circle of those topics." "That's not better." "Well, in a way, I might have been the center of attention. Though, of course, in a bad way." "Seriously?" Karu chuckled at my response. Her personality's gotten a lot more playful recently. "Still, because of that, I'm grateful to you, Higoshiku-kun. I get to have these conversations every day now. Well, we do live together, after all. I used to think talking to people like this was a waste of time. It's not a waste. It is. Most of the attention I've received has been full of malice. If that's the case, isn't it more constructive to just leave each other alone?" "I guess." "Exactly. Maybe that's why I was drawn to books. Because books don't insult you. Because books are beautiful worlds. That's why I prefer happy endings. A story isn't complete without one." "What kind of books do you read, anyway?" I understood the happy ending part, but there are so many genres, mysteries, historical fiction, etc. I'm a happy ending advocate, so obviously romance novels, though I'll read anything. My favorite has to be sugary sweet romance stories." "Seriously? That's the last thing I'd have expected from Karu." "What? I'm a 17-year-old girl, you know? Of course I dream about love. Every time I read a book, I think, I'd love to experience a romance like this." "I thought you'd say something like, love is just a feverish waste of time." "I'd never say that. I'm a realist. If I find someone I like, of course I'd fall in love. Not feeling that way would be stranger." She said it so casually, taking another bite of grilled fish. Watching her enjoy it, I couldn't help but remember. "You were pretty rough at the start, though." I said I was sorry about that. "I'm not blaming you. But thinking back, you've had it pretty tough, haven't you?" "Tough? Why? Didn't you say you wanted a wonderful romance? If you go through with this marriage, romance, well, I guess it's still possible. After all, you did say I could cheat if I wanted." "I said I'd allow it for you, but I don't intend to do anything so dishonorable." "Yeah, I don't intend to either. I've told you before. I'm a realist." Sure, I overreacted to the word fiancé, but as the heir to the Karu family, I can't just take on a strange husband. Even if it weren't you, I'm sure I'd be doing at least an omiyai. Free love was never an option. "I see. Well, that makes sense. If some punk showed up at the Karu household like, 'Hey, I'll take your daughter now,' Gonazuke-san would probably send them on a one-way trip to the Akigahara forest without a second thought. But that kind of thing wouldn't happen until after you graduate college, right?" "Probably. At the very least, I can't imagine going through an omiyai while I'm still in high school." When you think about it like that, it really is kind of sad. You might have been able to fall in love during high school. Even if it didn't lead to marriage, a girl dreaming of romance but never getting the chance to experience it. Well, I don't know for sure, but from what I've heard, She's had no male presence in her life. And now, still so young, she's already someone's fiancé. No wonder. What's with that look? I snapped out of my thoughts to find Karu glaring at me, her cheeks puffed out like a child's. Honestly, it was kind of cute. Do you hate being engaged to me that much? Wait, what? I was just thinking about how unfortunate her situation is. Because, just now, weren't you practically telling me to go fall in love with someone? That wasn't my intention. Now that she mentioned it, I guess it might have sounded like that. Are you sure? It really sounded like you wanted me to have a wonderful romance. It's not that I want you to, it's more like, I felt bad thinking you might not get the chance. By the way, would you really be okay with that? With me falling in love with someone else, leaving you behind, and having my wonderful romance with them? Karu, falling in love with someone else, leaving me behind, and having her wonderful romance. Did that was a joke? A joke, okay? Don't make that scary face. What? Was I making a scary face? Not scary exactly. But you looked really dissatisfied. No, wait, it was definitely scary. Well, I won't deny that I felt a little irritated. It's not that I have romantic feelings for her, but, what is this? It's like the feeling of losing a close friend. Don't worry about it. I have no intention of falling in love with anyone else. Right now, I'm focused on you. That's a bold-faced lie. It's not a lie. You're my fiancé, and I'm yours. Besides, you're the boy I've spent the most time talking to. Sure, maybe saying I'm focused on you is a bit much, but you are number one. Well, I'm honored. Honestly. With a soft laugh, Karu set her chopsticks down. That's why. When you looked so angry earlier, it was scary, but it made me a little happy too. That's so. Being thought of as whatever by you might hurt a little. I don't think you're whatever. I don't think I could ever consider her whatever now. Thank you. That makes me really happy. Glad to hear it. As I said, you're the boy I've spent the most time with. And you'll continue to be the one I spend time with. But I'm probably not the girl who knows you best. Yeah, you're probably right. Roko, Tomomi, and Mizuo probably know me better. But that's a little frustrating, don't you think? So, would you teach me more about yourself? You're so competitive. Apparently, I am. Even I'm surprised at how competitive I seem to be. You already knew you were competitive, though, didn't you, Villainess? I mean, you've taken down plenty of people fair and square. Now that you mention it, I guess so. Well then, since I'm so competitive, let me ask you something. Who's your favorite actress? You don't even watch TV. How would you know who I'd say? And so, our silly conversation continued as Friday night slipped away. Section. Hey, Higoshiku-ju-kun? What's up? It was a lazy Sunday afternoon. I was lying down, watching TV, with a belly comfortably full from our pasta lunch. Karu's voice called out to me, breaking the peace. This. Doesn't it pique your interest a little? This. I glanced at what Karu was holding. It was a colorful flyer that read, the 8th Nitsu Hometown Festival. A hometown festival? It's happening today. The location is that park where we played basketball the other day. How about it? Want to go check it out for a bit? It's close. Yeah, I guess it's not too far. That park wasn't exactly a long walk. Still. Are you sure you're up for it? You just recovered from being sick. How overprotective can you get? It was just a cold, and I'm completely fine now. The location's close, and we'll just look around quickly and head back. Come on, let's go. As she said that, Karu tugged on my sleeve repeatedly. Hey, you're stretching it. Fine, but what's with you? Didn't you say weekends are for reading books? Since when did she become so outgoing? Then again, I never really knew her before all this. Well, yeah, but don't you think a festival date is pretty standard? Standard? Oh, you mean in romance novels? Or shoujo manga? Either works. Yeah, it's a pretty common scenario. Right. I guess I've always wanted to experience it. Plus, I've never actually been to a festival before. Really? Oh, wait, let me clarify. I've never been to a festival. With friends. I did go to festivals with my parents, but I was really little back then. Once you get to upper elementary school or middle school, you're supposed to go with friends, right? So this feels like my first real time. Didn't you ever think about just going by yourself? No way. Can you imagine running into classmates? They'd absolutely make fun of me. Yeah, I can see that. Karu, who's always stood out, would probably hear something like, "Wow, Karu-san is here all alone." Knowing her personality, she'd never stand for that. What if we do run into classmates? Wouldn't it be a pain if they figured out we're living together? Have you ever gone to this hometown festival back when you lived with your family? Nope. It's one of those local festivals that only draws in people from the area. I never felt the need to go all the way out there. Well, if we run into anyone, I'll just say, we happened to bump into each other and decided to walk around together. It's fine, right? Come on, Higoshikuju-kun. Let's go. Ha, fine. Just make sure we don't stay out too late, okay? Yay. Karu practically jumped for joy, her face lighting up as she bounced up and down. I chuckled at her reaction, then left the living room to grab my wallet from my room. Section H. Higoshikuju-kun. Where should we start? The hometown festival taking place in the park was decently lively. I couldn't help but smile wryly at Karu, who seemed almost overly excited, her face practically glowing. Calm down a little. How hyped are you right now? Of course I'm hyped. Do you know how many years it's been since I've been to a festival? Yeah, I get it. Just don't trip from getting too excited, alright? I'm not a kid, I won't trip. Anyway, where should we start? Let's see. I took a quick look around. Within sight, there were food stalls for takoyaki, yakisoba, candy apples, and crepes. Then there were game stalls for shooting games, goldfish scooping, and yo-yo fishing, the typical festival fare. First off, let's rule out the food stalls. What? Why? The food is the main attraction. We just ate lunch, remember? You're not even hungry yet. If you start eating now, you're going to say something like, "I don't need dinner later." Skipping meals isn't good for your health. IIT's fine. Festival yakisoba goes into a separate stomach. Why does this festival yakisoba go into a separate stomach logic? I've never heard of that before. Either way, no. Then. Oh, goldfish scooping. That's okay, right? No way. Wait, what? Why not? Seriously. Have you ever raised a pet before? Goldfish scooping doesn't end when you catch them and call it a day. It's not some catch and release game, you know? You'd have to take proper care of them. Some stalls do allow catch and release, but I've never understood the point of that. Isn't it better to have something tangible as a result? No, but can't you raise them, Higoshikuju-kun? I'll help too. We can raise them together. It'll be our love symbol. What the hell is a love symbol? Pass. Too much work. Too much work. But that's so mean to the goldfish. Exactly. That's why I'm saying no. If I think it's a hassle, then the poor goldfish would be the ones to suffer. That's even worse. Well, I mean, you're right, but still. Then what is okay? I glanced around the stalls again. How about yo-yo fishing? They're just water balloons, so it's not as much of a hassle even if they pop. If we rule out food and animals, this is the only logical choice left. Logically speaking. Hey, Higoshikuju-kun, are you aiming for a science track? I'm humanities. I hate reading books, but my math is so bad I need remedial classes. I'm definitely a humanities student. What's with that science-like tone? I hate science majors. Apologize to science majors worldwide. What kind of bombshell statement is that? This girl's scary. What? I mean, we came all the way to this festival. Shouldn't we, enjoy it together? Like, have a nice time? Did you say something? And nothing. Forget it. Fine, yo-yo fishing it is. Let's go already. With her shoulders stiff, Karu stomped toward the yo-yo fishing store. I let out a sigh and followed her. The man running the store, an easygoing guy, welcomed us with a bright smile. Welcome. It's 200 yen per try. Well, Karu, want to give it a shot? I pulled 2 100 yen coins from my wallet and handed them over. Surprised, Karu immediately started rummaging through her bag. I'll pay for myself. It's fine, this is nothing. Here. Thank you. She took the koiri, paper string, from me hesitantly, a bright, flower-like smile blooming on her face. The stall owner grinned knowingly, saying, young love, please, stop smiling like that. She's cute, but seriously, quit it. I'll do my best. With a determined little HMPH and a small fist pump, Karu turned her focus to the floating yo-yos in the shallow pool. Her expression was both serious and brimming with joy. Honestly, seeing her like this made me think bringing her here was a good idea. At least for the first 30 minutes. Can I get another koiri, please? Karu's smile remained, but there was an ominous aura around her that practically screamed go-go-go, with pure frustration. I was starting to sweat. Again. Why can't I catch one? Another koiri, please. Karu dramatically tossed the broken koiri onto the ground, her face seething with irritation. Excuse me? Hey, Karu. What? Have you ever done yo-yo fishing before? This is my first time. You know I've barely been to festivals. Of course it is. Listen, Karu. Look, the koiri is made of paper, right? So if you keep dunking it in the water, it'll tear. How old do you think I am? Are you mocking me, Higoshikuju? I know that much. If you know, then stop plunging it into the water with so much force. And for heaven's sake, don't just let it soak while you sit there thinking, which one should I pick? Again. Seriously. Isn't it obvious it's going to rip? How can someone so smart be this clueless? Is it excitement? Or is she just too angry to think straight? This is ridiculous. Why can't I catch one? The koiri tears too easily. It's a scam, isn't it? Stop. You're going to get us banned for slandering the store. If it didn't tear easily, the store would go out of business. Come on, Karu, don't say such unreasonable things. I know. Can I get 10 koiri all at once, please? Whoa, stop. Don't pull out a 10,000 yen bill. What's wrong with you? What? If I bundle 10 together, they won't tear so easily in the water. Don't use your wealth to cheat. You're literally acting like a villainess right now. I swear I've seen this exact character in some story before. And look at the stall owner. He's laughing nervously now. Miss, maybe it's time to give up. Look, since you've played so much, I'll give you one as a freebie. Go ahead and pick whichever you like. The stall owner smiled weakly, trying to smooth things over. I bowed apologetically. I'm so sorry. No, thank you. What? I said, no thank you. I don't want charity. I want to win fair and square. If I can't catch one with my own hands, then it's meaningless. That's not what I meant, miss. I'm so sorry. I silently screamed. What is with this girl? Karu, stop embarrassing the poor guy. He looks like he's about to cry. Alright, shall we continue? Higoshike, wait, Higoshikuju-kun? What are you doing? Karu looked at me with a puzzled expression as I pulled out my wallet and handed 2 100 yen coins to the stall owner. Excuse me, can I try too? Sure. That's fine. Still slightly flustered, the stall owner accepted the coins and handed me a koiri, paper string. I turned my gaze to the pool of colorful yo-yos floating in the water. What color do you like? Sea color. Red. Red, I focused on a yo-yo painted in red and gold. Carefully, I dipped the koiri into the water, threading the tip, shaped like a small metal hook, through the ring on the yo-yo string. Got it. Wow, you're pretty good, kid. Congrats. The yo-yo rested snugly in my hand. What? That's so unfair. Higoshikuju-kun, that's cheating. I want to try again. No. Why not? I want one too. Don't worry about me. I've figured out the trick now, and my wallet still has plenty to spare. That's exactly what a villainess would say. That's not the point, look. I pointed behind her with my thumb, and Karu followed the gesture with her gaze. Hey, miss, are you done yet? I wanna try too. A girl, maybe around 3rd grade, stood there clutching a 100-yen coin in her hand. Ha! I was waiting since you looked like you were having fun, but Misaki wants to try too. Ah. I am so sorry. I didn't notice. I'll move right away. It's okay. You looked like you were having fun, miss. Karu quickly stepped aside, flustered, as the girl beamed and turned her full attention to the floating yo-yos. As we left the store, her excited voice carried behind us. I got one. Yay. Congrats. The store owner cheered. I'm sorry, Higoshikuju-kun. I caused you trouble. It's not really trouble. I feel bad for that girl too. She might have been waiting for a while. I don't think so. Besides, she got to laugh at your pathetic attempts, so I'd say it balances out. Pathetic attempts. Yeah, you're right. In the end, I couldn't even get one. Karu sighed, throwing a bitter glance at the yo-yo in my hand. Did you really want one that badly? It's not that, but I guess it's frustrating not to have anything to show for it. She cast a regretful look back at the store. I could hear the little girl's triumphant voice celebrating another successful catch. Even a little kid managed to catch one. Karu drooped her shoulders in defeat. Seriously. Here. Take this. Don't be so down about it. I held out the yo-yo in front of her. Karu blinked at it in surprise, then quickly shook her head, flailing her hands. No, it's fine. That's yours, Higoshikuju-kun. I can't accept charity. It's not charity. Otherwise, why would I have asked you what your favorite color was? I caught it for you. So just take it. Well, fine. Part of it was because standing around there with her was getting embarrassing. Karu hesitated for a moment, then carefully took the yo-yo from my hands, cradling it gently. Are you sure? Her expression softened, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she tried to suppress the small smile threatening to break through. Somehow, in that moment, she looked far younger, like a kid unsure of how to express their happiness. Why yeah, I caught it for you, after all. I mean, you might think it's charity or something, but it's not. Look, we're fiancés, right? And eventually, we'll be married, so what's mine is yours, or something like that. What am I even saying? The words were leaving my mouth before I could stop them. Emma. Married. With a soft pop, Karu's face turned bright red. Stop. Don't look so cute. That's illegal. Anyway, you know, as a husband, it's kind of my duty to put in a little extra effort to get the things my wife want. So there. That's all. Oh God. That was disgustingly cringeworthy. I cringed at myself so hard I wanted to disappear into the ground. While I wallowed in my embarrassment, Karu tugged at my sleeve gently. What now? You know, I'm really happy. Thank you. Yeah. And also, Higoshikuju-kun, you were really cool back there. You caught that yo-yo on your first try, after all. Stop. Just stop. My face is going to explode. So. This yo-yo. I'll treasure it. Really. Thank you. My wonderful husband-to-be. Why yeah. You do that. Treasure it. Seeing Karu smile so happily, I instinctively turned my face away. Damn it. That look and that line, it's against the rules. Look. Even Karu's blushing and looking down now. We need a topic change. Topic change. I mean, you're dangerous when you get hooked on something. You better not spend money on gacha pools or anything. I won't. I'm aware of myself, you know. Understanding my attempt to change the subject, Karu joined in. Wait, you're aware of it? Of course I am. I'm the kind of girl who buys books I already read at the library. I definitely have a collecting habit or something. If she understands, then that's reassuring. Or maybe not. Honestly, if she knows it's bad and still gets hooked, that's even worse. Well, it's getting pretty late. Wanna head back? Already? It's been that long. Almost 2 hours. Besides, you're just getting over being sick, right? We should probably go. 2 hours already. But I haven't even looked around properly yet. Whose fault is that? Whose? Mine. Hey, can't we stay just a little longer? I mean, I don't mind staying longer since there's nothing really urgent, but today, she's been a bit weird. I can totally see her getting addicted to something like shooting games. And food stalls are out of the question. I'm not even hungry. Is there anything else to see? This is usually how these things go. Whether Karu realized my reluctance or not. Well, probably not. She raised her voice in protest. That. Sure, I messed up. But can't we play just a bit longer? I'm not satisfied yet. After all that we've done, I was genuinely shocked. Sure, she's only done the balloon fishing, but still. Well, I kinda get it. But Karu, the food stalls are out, and the games. You're dangerous right now. What if we buy something to take home for dinner? That's not a bad idea, but by the time we get it home, it'll be cold. We have a microwave. The pinnacle of modern convenience. Yeah, but still, it's not like we need to buy something here and heat it up later. I can cook. Well, that's true. Besides, you're usually against wasting money. What's up with you today? You're acting kinda weird. That's the thing about her. Despite being a rich girl, she's surprisingly frugal, stingy, even. Well, except when it comes to books. So what's gotten into her today? That's because, if you really want to come back, we can always visit another time. This isn't the only festival. I'm sure there'll be, others. Wait, hey, mid-sentence, she suddenly dashed off. Where do you think you're going? Hey, Karu. I chased after her, watching as she ran straight to her target. She crouched down and stared at something intently. What the heck is she? A street vendor? You sometimes see these stalls in the city, but as part of a festival, it felt out of place. Looking at the items on display, they seemed like accessories, definitely not the usual festival fare like toys or stuffed animals for kids. But when I glanced at Karu, cute. Contrary to my expectations, Karu was staring at something with an enchanted look. So there's a demand for stuff like this. Which one? In response to my question, she silently pointed. I followed her gaze. A keychain. What she was fixated on was a simple ring-shaped keychain. What part of that was cute? But then, the stone. The stone. Yeah, this stone is cute and beautiful. Karu nodded slowly as she spoke. Oh, you've got a good eye, young lady. The vendor, an older sister type, spoke up with a bright smile. That's actually my proudest creation. She handmade this. That's pretty impressive. It wouldn't feel out of place in an actual store. You see, I found some great stones and put my heart into making these. I call this one Suten no Tsuki. Suten no Tsuki? Exactly. The stone at the end of the keychain is lapis lazuli. Look closely. She handed over the keychain, and I took a closer look. What? Is there something inside it? I can see these golden specks. That's right. Those are pyrite inclusions. Sometimes pyrite mixes into lapis lazuli, but it's super rare for them to form such a perfect, round shape, let alone two in one stone. I was torn between turning it into a ring or a keychain, but I went with this. With that, she proudly showed off another matching keychain. This one had slightly larger golden inclusions. The lazuli in lapis lazuli means sky or heaven. See, if you look at it like that, doesn't it resemble a full moon floating in the night sky? The vendor smiled at me cheerfully as she explained. Well, now that she mentioned it, I could see it that way. But still, what was it about this? So basically, it's a gemstone with impurities mixed in? Time froze. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then the vendor lady looked at me with an incredibly sour expression. What? What did I do? You're such a buzzkill, you know that. Don't you have any sense of romance? Romance? No, I didn't mean it like that. Also, about Su-10, isn't that a name better suited for a daytime sky? I mean, it's supposed to mean a clear blue sky, right? Doesn't that feel more like noon? Or am I wrong? I focused on how it sounds, okay? Su-10 no Tsuki sounds cool, doesn't it? If you say so. Sigh. I feel bad for you, girl. Must be rough having a science guy as a boyfriend. She's not my girlfriend. And I'm not a science guy either. What is it with Karu and this vendor? Do they have a personal vendetta against science majors or something? Anyway, look, boyfriend. I'll give you a little discount, so why don't you buy it for her? These keychains are a matching pair, so you should just get both. I told you, she's not my... Oh, be quiet. Fine, whatever, she's not your girlfriend. Even so, look. With that, the vendor pointed dramatically at Karu. My gaze followed, and, look. See for yourself. Karu. She was staring at the keychain with those eyes. You see that? Eyes like that. How can you not just throw down the cash and buy it for her? Isn't that what a man's pride is all about? What is with that look? Those sad, puppy dog eyes. Can you not? How much is it? Section. Foo foo foo. The clock had already struck 3. After being dragged all over the place, I was completely exhausted. But Karu, on the other hand, was still in high spirits. Watch where you're walking, will you? Oh my, that's unfair. I am looking ahead as I walk, you know? No, she wasn't. She claimed she was looking forward, but in reality, her gaze was fixated on the keychain and the water balloon yo-yo in her hands. She's going to crash at this rate. Hey, Karu. I know what you're going to say. Be careful, right? If you know, then look ahead when you walk. Foo foo foo. She's not listening. At all. Higoshi-kuju-kun? What is it? Hearing her call my name, I glanced at her. Karu, cradling the keychain and yo-yo lovingly in her arms, looked up at me. Thank you. I'll treasure them. Forever and ever. Seeing Karu smile like that, her face practically glowing with happiness. They're not that expensive, you know? The keychain's not much, and the yo-yo was, what, 200 yen? If you factor in my contribution, that's the most expensive water balloon yo-yo in the world. Fair point. Honestly, that thing might be the priciest water balloon in existence. But that doesn't matter, she said softly, because these are the first things you've ever given me, Higoshi-kuju-kun. Both of them are my treasures. Those words embarrassed me so much, I didn't know what to do with myself. Didn't I also give you cold medicine and a thermometer? Foo foo foo. You're blushing, aren't you, Higoshi-kuju-kun? Shut up. Of course I'm blushing. Turning my head away to hide it, I heard Karu's cheerful voice. You know, today, I was a little selfish, wasn't I? Well, yeah. You're usually way more considerate. I'm sorry for that. But, I was just so happy thinking, I'm going to the festival with Higoshi-kuju-kun. I didn't want the day to end. And it just made me so sad to go home. She trailed off, sheepishly admitting, I guess I ended up being a little selfish. So, sorry about that. Geez. It's fine. So, what did you think? Did you have fun? Yeah. So much fun. Higoshi-kuju-kun, I want to go to a festival with you again. Seeing Karu practically radiate joy as she said that. We'll see if I'm in the mood. I secretly decided to look up where the next festival was happening. Chapter 6. The Villainess and the Reason for Her Tears. Yo. Morning, Hiroyuki. How are you doing? Morning. Well, I guess I'm fine. How's Roko? She's doing great. She was like, I wonder if Hiroyuki's doing okay? She's been worried about you. Being greeted by Tomomi the moment I arrive at school has pretty much become routine this past week. After spending all of elementary and middle school commuting together, the idea of greeting each other first thing at school feels strangely out of place. Doesn't this feel kind of weird? What does? Having to say good morning to Hiroyuki at school. She's got a point. I mean, we've been childhood friends forever. Of course, it feels strange. I guess you'll get used to it eventually. You think so? I don't know, I feel like I'll never get used to this. Every day without you just keeps going on and on. Well, still. It's not like we're going to be together forever, you know? Once we're in college, we'll probably end up all over Japan, or at least far apart. Yeah, I guess you're right. With a dissatisfied pout, Tomomi flopped down onto my desk, peering up at me with her cheeks puffed out in pure frustration. Don't make that face. Yeah, I know. Oh, that reminds me. Hiroyuki, do you have lunch today? Did you pack something? Like a cute, homemade bento? Keep it down. Nah, I was just thinking of grabbing some bread from the cafeteria. I see. Then how about this? Let's eat lunch together. It's been a while since the three of us. Ryoko included. Ryoko brought a homemade bento today. Oh, really? Then I'll grab something from the cafeteria and we can head to the rooftop or something. No need. Ryoko made too much again, out of habit. So, congratulations. You've been appointed the official Ryoko Bento Disposal Officer. If it's handling Ryoko's bento, I'll gladly accept that honor. Her food's delicious, after all. Still, she's kind of clumsy, right? Making way too much food. Well, Ryoko's not used to this either. Life without Hiroyuki in it. You think so? She's known you even longer than I have. Well, yeah. Our houses are right next to each other, and we've known each other since we were born, I guess. Exactly. That probably makes it even harder. Guess she'll just have to get used to it, too. Yeah, probably. Anyway, Hiroyuki, meet us on the rooftop at lunchtime, okay? Section. Here you go, Hiroyuki-chan. Some courage. Thanks. Delicious. As expected. Oh, I'll take one rice ball too. Go ahead. This one's okaka, and this one's kombu. I'll take the okaka then. Sure thing. During lunch break, I headed up to the rooftop, where Tomomi and Ryoko were already waiting with a leisure sheet spread out. As a token of gratitude, I handed Ryoko and Tomomi the milk tea and sports drink I'd bought for them. Then, I dug into Ryoko's homemade bento. As always, her cooking was incredible. How's the taste? Still amazing. The salt balance is perfect. Right. Ryoko's cooking is always so good. Not to complain or anything, but I think the rice balls could use just a little more salt. Why the polite tone? And if you've got complaints, don't eat it. I'll finish everything myself. It's not a complaint. I was just saying. It used to be a bit saltier, you know? Did it? I don't remember Ryoko's cooking ever being particularly salty. Curious, I glanced over at Ryoko, who met my gaze with a wry smile. Tomomi-chan's right. Back then, you and Hiroyuki were playing basketball, remember? So for post-game bentos, I'd add a little extra salt for you too. Basketball's all running, after all. Seriously? I had no idea she was being that considerate. But it was just a tiny bit. Honestly, Tomomi-chan, I'm surprised you noticed. It was such a small adjustment that I didn't think anyone would. Foo. Call me the girl with the tongue of a goddess. I'm different from Hiroyuki, entirely different. Shut up. Well, I didn't notice, so I can't exactly brag here. But still, I didn't know. That was thoughtful of her. Sorry about that. I should have noticed. It's fine. As long as you think it's delicious, that's all that matters. Ryoko shook her head gently, smiling softly at my apology. What a good person she is. Come on, Hiroyuki-chan, Tomomi-chan. Don't worry about that, eat up. Since we're all Hiroyuki-senpai. Suddenly, the rooftop door banged open. That loud voice, it had to be Mizuo. What now? Aha. You're eating Ryoko-senpai's bento again. That's so unfair. It's not unfair. It is unfair. Ryoko-senpai, want to sit and join us, Mizuho-chan? Yes. I'll join you. Oh, wait, no. That's not what I came here for. Hiroyuki-senpai, you're close with Karu-senpai, right? What an awkward question. Like I've said before, we're just lunch buddies. So, you're best friends. Hold on. How did you jump to that? because I've never seen Karu-senpai hang out with anyone else. And having lunch together, that totally makes you best friends. I wouldn't say we're not on good terms, but best friends. I don't know about that. Anyway, what's this about? Oh, right. So before I came here, I was eating bread behind the school building. Behind the school? Why there? It's such a deserted spot. What, does she not have any friends in class? Well, you know how that's a confession spot, right? Sometimes when I need a romantic boost, I sneak back there too. Your taste in hobbies is terrible. I'm kidding. Obviously, I leave if anyone shows up. But today, I was just feeling kind of down and wanted some alone time. Something happened? I'm fine. Seriously, don't make that worried face. I was just a little stressed out, and I didn't want to risk snapping at my friends, so I ate alone. I see. Thanks for worrying, though. But that's not the point. While I was back there, Karu-senpai showed up. Karu? Yeah. And, you know, it's a confession spot, and Karu-senpai's super beautiful, right? So I thought, this is it. Someone's confessing. A confession for Karu? I don't know why, but the thought of it doesn't sit well with me. It's not like I have any right to complain about whoever confesses to her, but still, it's not exactly fun to hear. But you know what? The person who showed up after Karu-senpai was another girl. Actually, 3 girls, and they seemed kind of angry. I think it might have been a fight. I figured I should let you know, Hiroyuki-senpai. I mean, picking a fight with Karu-senpai? You'd have to be either incredibly brave or out of your mind. Doesn't this sound pretty bad? Things suddenly felt like they were taking a dangerous turn. Sorry, I need to check this out. I sprinted down from the rooftop, heading straight for the back of the school building. I stumbled twice on the way, but I kept running. I didn't even know why I was in such a rush myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to get there, now. Dodging people in the hallways and ignoring a teacher yelling, "Higoshikuju, stop running." I finally neared the back of the school, where voices echoed from ahead. Hey, are you even listening, Karu-san? That's right. Say something, will you? Don't you think it's cruel? Miyuki has liked Nakayama-kun for so long. You can't just steal him away like that. Miyuki, say something too. Why yeah, Karu-san. Don't take Nakayama-kun away. You probably just used your looks to flirt with him, but he's not someone who suits you. Yeah, I could see where this was going. That Nakayama guy they mentioned. I bet he's got a soft spot for Karu. And Miyuki, whoever she is, probably likes Nakayama. Basically, your run-of-the-mill teenage love triangle. Well, I guess this isn't as serious as Mizuo made it out to be. She came bursting in like it was some huge showdown where Karu was going to get taken down or something. I had been a little worried for nothing. I mean, come on. Use common sense. It wouldn't escalate to violence. Our school is relatively strict academically, so even if someone's upset, it's unlikely to come to blows. That thought reassured me, but now I was more curious about Nakayama. Karu's like the poster child for a villainous noblewoman. For her to have someone genuinely interested in her. Is Nakayama some kind of hero? Or wait, could it be that Karu doesn't show him her villainous side and instead? Sorry, who was Nakayama-kun again? Yeah, no, she's not showing anything. In fact, she doesn't even remember the guy exists. Karu's words made Miyuki heat up even more. Nakayama-kun, he's the next ace of the baseball team. Don't pretend you don't know him. I'm not pretending. I honestly just don't remember him. Why you don't remember? Are you an idiot? Do you think that excuse will work? It's not an excuse. I genuinely don't remember. Honestly, I'd say my memory is better than yours, but maybe he just left no impression on me. He can't leave no impression. He's the baseball team's next ace. How could you not care? Sorry, but a title like that doesn't interest me in the slightest. So, Shimizu Miyuki, was it? You can relax. I have no intention of stealing the person you like. I have zero interest in him. Breaking news, Miyuki's last name is Shimizu. Not that it matters. Don't mess with me. You probably flirted with him anyway, didn't you? Why would I do that? Like I said, I don't have even the slightest interest. You're lying. What am I supposed to do with you? I couldn't hear her tone exactly, but I could easily imagine Karu letting out a tired sigh. Careful there, Karu, that's just going to make things worse. Just because you're a little pretty doesn't mean you can act all smug. Oh, I'm not full of myself, you know? It's simply a fact that I'm cute. In fact, let me take this opportunity to say it, it's the truth. I am cute. But you know what? It's not as if I was born with superior looks or anything. I may not be a morning person, but I still go jogging as soon as I wake up. I also avoid sweets and snacking. Shimizu-san, can you say you put in that kind of effort? 4. Yamanaka-kun. It's Nakayama-kun. Have you done anything to make Nakayama-kun like you? You could improve your looks, or study hard and offer to tutor him. You could even practice playing catch with him since he's in the baseball team. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. That's. If it were me, I'd go that far for someone I truly liked. At the very least, I wouldn't stoop to such pathetic, disgraceful, and unimaginably foolish behavior like lashing out in jealousy. Because if he ever found out I did something like that, I'm sure he wouldn't want to like me. I'd absolutely refuse to be that kind of fool. Besides, do you really think this will win you Nakayama-kun? If I were to say, fine, I won't go near Nakayama-kun, would you feel satisfied with such leftovers? Leftovers. So you are interested in Nakayama-kun. Don't react like some knee-jerk reflex. It's revolting. That was a metaphor, obviously. Or did you not understand? Do I need to explain every single little thing to you? Like, now, I'm about to use an example. But don't get mad, okay? It's just a metaphor. You did finish your basic education, didn't you? You should understand without me having to spell it out. Or wait, do I need to start with explaining Japanese itself? Why you can say all the smart things you want, but you can't fool me. Do I really need to explain Japanese to you? Stop making me repeat myself. It's exhausting. As I said earlier, I'm an excellent student because I actually study. While you're out wasting time at karaoke or cafes, I'm putting in the work. And what now? Without any real effort, you focus solely on my results, envy me, resent me, and attack me. I don't know or care what Nakayama-kun sees in me, but whatever it is, it's something I earned through my own effort. Let me make this crystal clear. Anyone who refuses to put in effort but still expects results is nothing but a lower being. Such people are. The pressure radiating from Karu's words was chilling, almost tangible. The kind of humans who deserve to be spat on. Reflect on yourself, and come back when you're ready. I'll crush you anytime. The back of the school fell into utter silence. I couldn't see what was happening from my spot, but maybe that was for the best. After a moment, I heard the shaky sound of Shimizu's sobbing. Miyuki, why you didn't have to make her cry, Karu-san? Oh, is that so? Weren't you three the ones who dragged me back here to say whatever you wanted? I don't start fights like some monkey looking for trouble, but I'll take them on if they come my way. Even so, you didn't have to be so mean. Miyuki's crying. If she's going to cry at this level, she shouldn't have started anything in the first place. Don't you think that's foolish? Fine. Let's go, Miyuki. Why yeah. Come on, don't cry, Miyuki. Let's just leave her alone. With that, I heard hurried footsteps rushing away. And then, crap. Who's there? What are you doing, eavesdropping on us? Miyuki, don't cry. Let's go. The girls shot me a glare before dashing off, dragging the sobbing Shimizu with them. As I watched them disappear, is someone there? Eavesdropping is a terrible hobby, you know? A voice came from behind the school building. How long are you going to hide there, sneaking around? Show yourself already. I don't know who you are, but this isn't a good look for you. Did you not hear me? I said come out. Now, well, I guess I have no choice. I stepped out, unable to look her in the eyes. Yo. Honestly, I was scared, so I turned my head away as I revealed myself. Karu's voice, sharp at first, faltered halfway. You finally showed yourself. Her words trailed off. Higoshiku-jukuin? Wait, did you see all that? I didn't see anything. Well, I did hear it. Sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But Mizuo said you were taken behind the school, and I was worried, so I came to check. Keikiru? Where? From? Where from, you mean? Well, Kiru? A faint, fragile voice reached my ears, so unlike the one that had just torn through those girls. When I turned to look at her, wait, you're crying. Where from? Answer me, please. Hold on, calm down. Why are you crying? Just answer me, please. Karu was crying as she clung to me, begging for an answer. From when you said, I'm just listening, so probably almost from the start. At my words. Without another word. Tears glistening in her eyes, Karu brushed past me and ran off. I hurried after her. Hey, Karu, wait. Don't follow me. Karu, with her exceptional athletic ability, ran at a speed you wouldn't expect from a girl. But I was part of the sports club once, too. Somehow, I managed to catch up and grabbed her right arm. Let go. Not a chance. I'll scream. Don't, seriously, don't do that. A teary-eyed girl with a scruffy-looking guy holding her arm behind the school? That's game over for me. Thanks for playing. That's right. If I scream here, you could end up suspended. You know, all I have to do is say whatever I want, and you're done for. So let me go. No way in hell. Suspension is the last thing I want. Then. But I don't want to let go of your hand either. Why? This has nothing to do with you. Just leave me alone. Nothing to do with me. Listen, you and we're engaged, aren't we? How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Sure, but it's just a formality. I see. A formality. So that's what she thinks. You said you wanted to get along and have fun with me, didn't you? We went to the library together, didn't we? We went for walks, too. We even went to the festival. Didn't you enjoy any of that? I had a great time, you know? Honestly, I was a little overwhelmed at the festival. But still, it was a lot of fun. So much so that I wanted to go again. What do you think that means? I don't know. You know, I think it means I really like you. Not in a romantic way or anything, just that I like you as a person. So if someone I like is crying, well, maybe this sounds a little self-important, but I paused to collect my words. If I were the one crying, would you just leave me alone? That's not fair, Higoshiku-jukuin. That's not fair at all. Yeah, I thought it might be unfair. It is. There's no way I could leave you alone. Exactly. That's why I'm holding your hand right now. So please, don't scream or anything. That would really help me out. At my words, Karu gave a small nod. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch break. Lunch is over. Yeah. What now? You can't go back to class with eyes that red. Come on, let's skip 5th period. And no way. Skipping is. And you'll be fine, right? I'll go back after my eyes stop swelling. Listen, like I said earlier, do you really think I can leave you alone? It's too obvious here. I know. Come with me. Still holding her hand, I tugged Karu toward the back of the school. She protested with a hey, wait, but I ignored her complaints and kept walking. Once we reached the back of the building, I leaned my back against the wall and sat down. You're going to get dirty. I don't care. You should care. Who do you think cleans this place? It's on a rotation, isn't it? Come on, sit. You're an accomplice now. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Karu sat down beside me. Isn't this a little close? Do you mind? Our shoulders were almost touching. For some reason, it made me kind of nervous. For a while, we sat there in silence. It was starting to feel awkward, so I opened my mouth to say something. Hey. Yeah. Karu spoke first. You heard everything earlier, didn't you? I did. Pretty much from the beginning. Did you? Look down on me. Look down on you. For saying all that. For mocking people the way I did. Do you hate me now? Look down on her? No, I don't look down on you. Really? Why would I lie? I mean, yeah, the way you said things. You didn't have to provoke them like that, did you? But still. No, I don't look down on you. If Karu had a nickname like the Saint of the Academy, I might not have been contemptuous, but I'd definitely have been shocked. You really are the villainous noblewoman, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Karu let out a small, wry smile and, after a moment, spoke hesitantly. I know it myself, you know. Like I told you before. I have a sharp tongue. Why don't you fix it? If you're aware of it. But, honestly, are you really that bad, though? I've never thought her words were particularly harsh. That's because there's no reason for me to snap at you, Higoshikuju-kun. Because we're engaged. Do you hate me, Higoshikuju-kun? I don't hate you. If anything, I'd say I like her. Thank you. My sharp tongue only comes out when I'm dealing with people who direct malice at me. Well, I know I provoke them, too. I do. You get carried away and can't stop. At my words, Karu looked down for a moment, then shook her head. No. It's not that I can't stop. It's that I don't want to. You don't want to? Because the malice they aim at me, it's about my appearance, my grades, my athletic abilities. Or maybe even the fact that my family's somewhat well off. I mean, setting the family stuff aside, I think it's better to be beautiful than not, so I work hard to maintain my figure. My grades. That's the result of my studying. And my athletic abilities. Honestly, I've always been pretty clumsy, so I train regularly. Wait, really? I came dead last in my kindergarten sports day race. After that, I started waking up at 6 every morning to go running with my father. The next year, I placed first. That's like something out of an old-school sports drama. I mean, the most impressive part might actually be her dad, getting up at 6 every day to run with his daughter. People who don't bother to see that effort but focus only on my results, how could I be kind to them? Why should I, who worked so hard, lower myself to their level, greet them with a fake smile, and accept their malice? Why should I pretend everything is fine? Accepting malice, I mean, maybe not grinning and bearing it, but it's kind of a basic rule of getting along with people. Not to preach or anything. I get it. You're saying that if I soften my words, relationships will go more smoothly, right? Yeah, something like that. But, Higoshikuju-kun. She looked me directly in the eyes. Easy and fun aren't the same thing. If I acted the way you suggested, sure, life would be easy. If someone got jealous of me, and I said, oh, no, I'm not that great, that'd probably be the end of it. Maybe I'd even make friends that way. But you know what? If I have to lie about who I am to live like that, it's not fun at all. That's why my sharp tongue exists. It's my shield. It's what lets me protect myself. Because if I don't, then I won't be me anymore. Karu said that and glanced at me, looking slightly uncertain. Seeing her expression. What? Hey, Higoshikuju-kun, what are you? Before I realized it, I was patting her head. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her ears turned red. Why? Why are you patting my head? Are you treating me like a child? Or is this some kind of good job? Their thing. It's not that. Well, okay, maybe a little. I guess I just. Seeing a young girl trying so hard to shoulder everything on her own. I don't know. I just wanted to pat your head. What do you mean, just wanted to? Is this harassment? If I sued you, I'd win, you know. You're going to sue? I'm not going to. But, are you still going to keep patting me? Yeah. A little longer, okay? Fine. Blushing furiously, Karu turned her head away. Her cheeks puffed out a little, but I could tell she wasn't really angry because she didn't push my hand away. Watching her like this, I smiled. I see. Yeah. I get it now. Higoshikuju-kun? Karu looked at me, her face still a little wary. And finally, I said, you're pretty amazing, you know. For someone called a villainous noblewoman. For someone who insulted me the first time we met. Even so, I finally understood why I could never truly hate her. It wasn't because we grew closer over time or because she properly apologized. It's not like I'm that amazing. No, you are. Amazing. What's that supposed to mean? Karu looked at me with a puzzled expression. Seeing her face, I sighed inwardly. It was pathetic, it was uncool, but I had something I absolutely needed to tell her. Hey, can you listen to an old story of mine for a minute? Karu frowned slightly, skeptical. An old story? About you, Higoshikuju? Yeah. It's a bit of a lame story, but will you hear it? Are you sure? Of course I am. After all, I was the one who asked her to listen. Seeing her give a small nod, I slowly began to weave the words. I told you before, didn't I? That I used to play basketball. Kawakita-san mentioned it. She said you were really good. Whether I was good or not, well, I was decent, at least. You were a candidate for the national team, right? That means you were amazing, I guess. At the very least, I was the best in my middle school. They called me the ace, and I started as a regular from my first year, scoring a lot during games. The first time I saw basketball was in first grade. Even now, I can still vividly remember that day. We'd been playing around until it got dark. It was just before summer break in my first year of elementary school, a time when I was finally starting to bond with my new friends. We spent hours playing under the blazing summer sun until we completely lost track of time. By the time we realized, the sky had darkened, and as first graders, we were terrified. Terrified of the darkness creeping in and terrified of being scolded by our parents for staying out so late. Tears welled up in our eyes. Then, suddenly, the lights in the gymnasium turned on, shining brightly. Wondering what was going on, we peeked through the gym door. What we saw was a sport we'd never seen before. There were kids, around our age, running around in the wide-open gym. At first, I couldn't figure out what they were doing. But then, I was captivated by one boy's play. He was a little older than me, handling this orange ball, bigger than his own head, like it was a part of his body. He effortlessly left behind opponents who seemed older than him and scored a goal with ease. That sight was so graceful, so beautiful. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my eyes away, until my worried mother came looking for me. My heart wouldn't stop pounding. I was so excited, I could hardly stand it. That boy became my idol. His name is Kawakita Seiji. Kawakita? You mean Mizuho's brother, Seiji-san. He still plays basketball in college. The moment I saw that play, I couldn't get it out of my head. I begged my mother to let me join the same mini basketball team that Seiji-san played for. Seiji-san was insanely good. We played different positions, but I always admired him and trained alongside him. Not long after, Tomomi joined the team, and a year later, Mizuho joined, too. At first, I called Mizuho Kawakita, but Seiji-san told me, it's confusing, so call her Mizuho. I smiled faintly, recalling that moment. Those were such fun days. Every day, I felt myself improving little by little, and that was so rewarding. Whether it's sports or anything else, it's fun when you finally get better at something you couldn't do before, right? Yeah, I get that. So, I practiced every day. Sure, there were tough practices, but I still loved it. By middle school, I was good enough to join the regular team. It was just an average public school team, not very strong, but I stood out. Then, in my second year of middle school, I was selected as a candidate for the national team. I was ecstatic. Roko, Tomomi, Mizuho, and even Seiji-san were happy for me. My teammates were thrilled, too. Some of them started saying things like, "Now we'll make it to the nationals," and I got caught up in it. I practiced harder than ever. And then, I broke. Do you know the term standing out too much? Yeah, I'll say it bluntly. I was good. In that school, I was better than anyone else, even the older players. Really, most of my old mini basketball teammates, except for Tomomi and me, went to different schools. So, my senior teammates in middle school had all just started playing basketball. The difference in experience was obvious. Our houses happened to be at the district boundary, so Tomomi and I ended up there. Anyway, My seniors didn't like me much. One day, in the clubroom, a senior hit me. "It's your fault I got kicked off the regular team," he said. What a horrible person. If I'd known you back then, I would have slapped him myself. Karu's face turned red with anger. Seeing her so genuinely upset somehow made me feel warm. I reached out and gently patted her head. "Thanks. But it's okay. Tomomi handled it for me." Ryoko was furious, and so was Mizuho. Even Seiji-san came all the way to warn them. But that just made them hate me even more. That's such a disgusting story. Don't say things like disgusting, especially as a girl. Well, yeah, I got pestered with petty harassment from those seniors who couldn't handle me. Is that why you quit basketball? I shook my head faintly at Karu's question. No. Again, I shook my head. It's not like I cared about those seniors. I thought, who cares about them? Our generation could step up. They'd leave the team after the summer anyway, and when they did, it would be our time to shine. That's what I believed. I see. The team atmosphere was absolute garbage, but I still enjoyed basketball, so I kept playing. After the summer tournament, the seniors left, and I became the team captain. Looking back now, I was the worst possible choice for captain. The advisor probably made the decision based solely on my skill, but they didn't really have an eye for leadership. I mean, they were a basketball novice, too. I became the captain and started creating my own practice menus. I wanted us to be able to beat any team we faced, not to conquer the nation, but at least to make it to the national tournament. Sounds laughable, right? I'll reserve judgment until I hear the rest. Fair enough. I'll admit I was pretty narcissistic back then, but I genuinely thought, if there were 5 of me, we'd make it to nationals. I won't laugh. You had the talent to back it up, didn't you? Thanks. So, the practice menus I made were based on what I always did. Shooting drills, running, endurance training. I chose everything to win matches. Sports, after all, are about winning, right? If it's not just for recreation, then the answer is yes. At the club level, I thought winning was better. Otherwise, what's the point? It wouldn't be fun. Or so I believed. I see. Then my teammates told me, don't lump us in with you. Just because you have a little talent doesn't mean everyone can do what you do. Oh. Honestly, it was a shock. I loved basketball. I worked hard. Everyone else said they loved basketball too. And yet my peers, my teammates, said something like that to me. It made me think, so what the hell were they talking about when they said they enjoyed it? That's rough. But even then, I wanted to keep pushing forward with this team. I loved basketball, and despite what they said, they were generally good guys. Good people don't talk down to someone who's working hard. I had my faults too. The practice menu was tough, no doubt about it. The juniors even called me a demon. My peers probably shared those sentiments with me to look out for the juniors. If you say so, I won't argue. So, I changed the practice menu. I made it easier. I cut back on shooting drills, running, and endurance training. I added minigames every day. Everyone loved it. The slackers started showing up more, saying, basketball really is fun again. And then came our first official game as a new team, the rookie tournament. We lost. Badly. And not even to a strong score, just some no-name weak team. I mean, of course we did. Without endurance training, we were gasping for air in the second half. Our shots wouldn't land. There was no way we could win. I was so frustrated I wanted to cry, but I bit it back. I let out a sigh. But my teammates were different. I can imagine. You get it, right? Yeah. My teammates were laughing. We fought hard, they said. We did our best. Watching that scene, something inside me felt off. I thought, this isn't the basketball I love. I see. Even though I felt that discomfort, I kept playing basketball. But no matter how much time passed, I couldn't shake the feeling. Because you couldn't win. Because you weren't training to win. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't that. It was because they were half-hearted. They weren't giving it their all. Half-hearted. I felt like I was betraying the basketball I loved. Yet my teammates were having fun, showing up every day, smiling. In games, they'd try, celebrate when they won, and pretend to be frustrated when they lost. I couldn't take it. I didn't know what I was doing anymore. So before my third year started, I quit basketball. If I didn't, I felt like I would lose myself. As I finished speaking, I let out a slow breath. In the end, I couldn't be like you, Karu. I couldn't keep pushing myself, not for others, but for myself. I gave up. Because I'm weak. We're alike, in a way. Karu, who strives in every direction, always reaching for the heights. And me, who chose just one direction and then gave up on it. The way we advance is different, but the paths we walk are the same. I think your way of living is amazing, Karu. Honestly, I think it's admirable. Because the path you walk, the one where you pursue your dreams without caring what others think, is the path I once gave up on. So let me answer your original question, Karu. Saying this, I met Karu's trembling eyes. There's no way I could ever belittle you. Hold your head high, Karu Iane. Your way of living is never wrong. You don't have to worry about what anyone else thinks. Live your life your way. Do what you want to do. And yet. But if you ever get tired of living that way, if you feel like you can't do it anymore, at that moment, I'll support you, Karu. With everything I've got. As your fiancé. Maybe it was just a form of compensation. Wishing for Karu, who continued down the path I had once given up on, to climb even higher. Maybe it was just selfishness on my part. You know, Karu, I think I've admired you all this time. Sometimes, I wonder. If I'd been able to live without trying to please anyone. If I'd kept playing basketball, maybe I could have aimed higher. And now, seeing Karu push herself toward her dreams, I want to help her. I don't know exactly what I can do. But still, I want to be someone she can lean on when she's tired. Is it okay? It's okay. Can I really stay like this? Am I good enough? You are. Higoshikuju-kun. Higoshikuju-kun, do you? Looking at me, she pleaded softly. Not hate me. Please, she seemed to beg. Don't leave me. Karu looked up at me with tearful eyes, her gaze trembling. With as much gentleness as I could muster, I reached out and patted her head. Even if the whole world says you're wrong, even if no one else stands by you, I'll always be on your side, Karu. Her tears broke free in an instant. Sniff. Hick. Come on, don't cry. But. I thought for sure you'd hate me. I was so harsh, so difficult. I thought for sure you'd leave me. I really did. Sniff. I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry. Besides, aren't we engaged? Teeth, that's just. Sniff. It's just on paper, but. I'm so relieved. With a smile of pure relief that quickly turned into failure, a tear-streaked, smiling face. Karu looked up at me. I couldn't help but return the smile. Hey, come on. Stop crying, Karu. Aha. Sniff. Geez. I said stop crying already, didn't I? But. I've always worked so hard. I put in so much effort, but no one ever acknowledged me. They just envied me, ridiculed me, and looked at me with malice. But I kept pushing forward. I kept working hard. And so, when Higoshikuju-kun, when you, Sniff, when you acknowledged me, that acknowledgement, that meant everything. I was so happy that the tears just wouldn't stop. Yeah, you've worked hard, haven't you? You did great. You really did. Don't treat me like a kid. Ah, my bad. Okay, then. Don't stop patting my head. Do it more. What am I supposed to do with you? Karu had turned into a spoiled princess. Keeping her head down, she pressed it insistently against my hand. For a while, I watched her. She looked like a cat nuzzling up to someone. Eventually, Karu used her sleeve to wipe away her tears with a strong, decisive motion. There. I'm fine now. That's a pretty bold way to wipe your tears. You're really okay now? Yeah, I'm fine. It's thanks to you, Higoshikuju-kun. I see. The chime signaling the end of the 5th period rang just as I thought to myself, well, at least it cheered her up. I'm glad my effort wasn't in vain. We ended up skipping all of 5th period. Yeah. How about we skip 6th period too? It's math anyway. Math, huh? Yeah. I'm just not feeling it today. Let's just show up for homeroom and go home, okay? Sorry about all this. It's fine. I felt like skipping anyway. That said, sitting here for so long had wrecked my back. With the concrete backrest, my entire body felt stiff. I decided to stand up for a moment, hoping to stretch and loosen up a little when Higoshi-kuju-kun. Chem, what's up? Earlier, you said something to me, didn't you? You called yourself a weak person. Well, yeah. It's true, isn't it? I'm weak, and you're strong. You stand firm and stay true to yourself. That's not what I think. Not what you think. She nodded once, firmly. You worked so hard at basketball, didn't you? You pushed through tough practices and tried your best to hold the team together in such a demanding environment. Yeah. I failed, though. No. It wasn't a failure. It was a failure. I cut corners during practice and took the easy way out. After all, I was someone who stopped trying. That made me weak. That's not weakness. What you're talking about is kindness. Kindness? You must have struggled with it, didn't you? You wondered if it was okay to let things go the way they did. You said it yourself, didn't you? That you were holding back your best. I can understand that. Holding back when you want to give it your all. It's painful. But didn't you do that for everyone else? Didn't you try to make practice easier because you wanted them to enjoy it? You held yourself back, suppressed your true self, and put everyone else first. Isn't that what really happened? I could never make that kind of decision. That's because, Karu, you're strong. No. It's because I'm alone. You gave up a part of yourself to support others. That doesn't make you weak. It makes you kind. And it's that kindness of yours that saved me. I love that kindness of yours. So hold your head high, Higoshi-kuju Hiroyuki. You are not wrong. You don't need to let yourself feel ashamed or believe you ran away. You're fine just as you are. You don't need to regret a thing. So let me say this, more than anyone, I was saved by your kindness. With that, Karu straightened her back proudly. Even if the whole world says you're wrong, even if no one else recognizes you, I'll be on your side, Higoshi-kuju-kun. Stop copying me. Foo. I couldn't help it. Her eyes were still red and puffy, yet she smiled like a mischievous child, a playful nishishi grin on her face. And for a moment, I felt just a little bit saved. Epilogue, matching steps, moving at the same speed. And that's how it is. Got it? Yeah. 3 pages of reflection by tomorrow. Use 400-character manuscript paper. I don't have any 400-character manuscript paper at home. Here. What he handed me was a stack of photocopied manuscript paper. What's going on, you ask? Learn from this and don't skip class again, alright? Got it. Good. Now go home. So here I am, getting chewed out in the staff room. To be more precise, I just finished getting thoroughly scolded by my 6th period math teacher, who is also my homeroom teacher, and my 5th period world history teacher. I guess skipping the homeroom teacher's class wasn't the smartest move. In the end, I even got slapped with remedial lessons. I mean, I get it. It's nice of them to take the time for students who skipped class of their own accord. I appreciate it, but still. Oh, that's right, Higoshi-kuju. What now? Still not done being mad at me? I heard something about you running in the hallways. Please give me a break. Just kidding. Actually, Karu came by while Endo-sensei was giving you a lecture. Karu did. Endo-sensei is the world history teacher. While he didn't assign me remedial lessons, he did drop a mountain of worksheets on my desk. She was pleading your case. Said something like, Higoshi-kuju-kun was looking after me because I wasn't feeling well. So he's not at fault. Her eyes were all red and puffy, too. Did you do something? Something inappropriate? I didn't. Ruffling her hair was safe. Right. I'm joking. Still, it surprised me, you know? Karu, coming all the way here to defend someone else like that. Is that how everyone sees her? Students talk. She's the villainess, isn't she? Yeah, that's about right. Seeing her so desperate to clear your name, though, it's hard to believe she's some villainess. What do you think? No comment. Well, because of Karu's efforts, we'll overlook your absence today. I'll let Endo-sensei know later. Then couldn't we have skipped the remedial lesson? Idiot. That's a separate matter. Besides, your math grades aren't great, are they? You managed to get into this school, so you can't be completely hopeless at math. You need to keep up with everyone else, so remedial lessons are a must. Give it up. Being in my class means I won't let anyone fall behind in math. No matter what it takes. That's pretty extreme. Call me the big boss of Ten Icon High's orange-shirted gang. He laughed heartily but then softened his tone slightly. Look, doing a bunch of different things while you're young is good for you. I'm not gonna preach about how you should never skip class. If there's something more important than class and you're willing to take the risk, then fine. Just know you'll have to face the consequences. Doesn't sound like a teacher talking. I think so too. But don't worry, if you skip math, I'll make sure you pay for it with extra lessons. I've got your back there, teacher-like enough for you. Please don't. Then don't skip class. Yeah. Good. You're dismissed. Waving me off, he smiled, and I bowed slightly before leaving the staff room. It was already 5 in the evening. I could see students practicing hard on the field, but the school building was empty. There's something eerie about an empty school, isn't there? I thought as I grabbed the handle of my classroom door. Why are you here? Why do you think? I was waiting for you. Karu was sitting at my desk, reading a book. Sorry to keep you waiting. Why are you asking like it's a question? Well, I just wondered if sorry to keep you waiting was the right thing to say here. There's no need to apologize. If anything, I should be the one apologizing. I'm sorry. You had to go to remedial lessons because of me. No, it's fine, really, but why are you still here? Because it's my fault you got in trouble. Isn't it natural for me to wait for you? You didn't have to, though. You could have gone home first. Well, yeah, but still. I felt bad about it. You don't need to feel bad, Karu. I did this because I wanted to. It's my responsibility, so there's no reason for me to say, it's your fault. Take responsibility. I know. I know you're not the kind of person to say something like that. But that's not the point. Geez. Karu puffed out her cheeks in frustration, her expression practically screaming, I'm upset. It's just that. I wanted to spend a little more time with you today. That much should be obvious, you idiot. I know, okay? I'll see you again once we're home anyway. But still, somehow, I just feel really lonely. I see. So, let's go home together. Got it, I understand. It's getting late anyway, so let's head back. Why yeah. Wait a second. Let me put my book away first. Sure. I grabbed my bag, which was hooked onto the side of my desk, and waited for Karu. She carefully put her book into her bag, making sure it wouldn't get damaged, then stood up with her bag in hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go home, shall we? Yeah. Here. What? I'll carry your bag. Thanks. But it's fine. I hate that sort of thing, having a guy carry my stuff. Really? Hold on, though, didn't you once make me carry 20 books for you? Heavy stuff should be carried by whoever's stronger. That makes sense, doesn't it? But if it's something I can carry myself, then I'll carry it. I don't want to rely on you for everything. I can handle my own responsibilities. I see. Yes. You said you'd support me, didn't you? But I don't want to be someone who's always being supported. I'll carve my own path forward. I get it. I don't want to walk behind you. I want to walk beside you. Because when I'm struggling or unsure of what to do, knowing you're right there next to me, that's what gives me the most strength. Eso. Please. Stay by my side. Forever. Her face turned bright red as she said it, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Got it. From now on, I'll be walking alongside this girl. It won't always be an easy road. There will be hardships, struggles, and times when I'll feel like breaking down in tears. But somehow, I think it'll be okay. As long as I'm with Karu Iane, a girl strong enough to be called the Villainess. I did have my doubts at first, though. Doubts? About what? What do you think? About this whole thing. Finding out my fiancé was none other than the school's infamous Villainess. I wasn't sure what to do. Hey, that's rude. Wait, you're walking too fast. Wait up. You said you wanted to walk beside me, didn't you? Then hurry up and keep pace. Acting all high and mighty. Thumbi. I'm leaving you behind. Hey, wait. Idiot. Don't run in the hallway. We just got scolded for that. And so, we move forward. Seriously. Stop running. We'll walk side by side, matching our pace, at the same speed. Extra chapter, The Villainess, Karu-san. I skipped 5th and 6th periods. Well, that much was true. After parting ways with Higoshikuju-kun, I immediately made my way to the staff room. When I opened the door with a polite excuse me, I spotted my target, sitting at her desk, glaring intently at a pile of papers. Sensei. Yes, wait, Karu-san. Are you all right? I heard you weren't in class for 5th and 6th periods. Sensei. Kaga Akari, my homeroom teacher, looked up from her paperwork with wide, startled eyes. She'd only graduated from university 2 years ago, still a new teacher, with a cute, short haircut that suited her well. Under her concerned gaze, I bowed my head slightly. I'm terribly sorry, Sensei. I didn't mean to worry you. Kaga-sensei looked surprised for a moment but then offered me a small, understanding smile. It's okay. You're usually so serious, Karu-san. Something must have happened, right? Following her gentle "you can raise your head now," I lifted my face, and I saw her eyes widen slightly. Maybe I thought I was fine, but were my eyes still red? Can you tell me what happened? She asked gently, her voice full of concern. In my mind, Higoshikuju-kun's words echoed. Even if the whole world says you're wrong, I'll be on your side, Karu. My cheeks grew warm. This is so embarrassing. What was that? That kind of line is so unfair. Higoshikuju-kun, you idiot. I wasn't feeling well, that's all. Unable to say the truth, I looked away as I spoke. Kaga-sensei's expression shifted to a faintly troubled smile. I see. All right then, let's just leave it at that. With that, she smiled again. I bowed my head once more, not in apology this time, but in gratitude for her unspoken understanding. Well, skipping class isn't something to be praised, but, judging from how you look now, I'd say whatever happened wasn't entirely bad, was it? No, it wasn't. Oh, wait, that's right. You said you weren't feeling well, didn't you? So, I guess that makes it a bad thing, doesn't it? Her teasing remark caught me completely off guard, and I looked at her with wide eyes. How did I fall for that so easily? Surprised at myself, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Kaga-sensei, you're so cheeky. Yes, sensei. Really. Don't smile so happily about it. Honestly. Kaga-sensei's amused smile turned into a resigned sigh, and my own grin softened to match hers. But wait, that's not what I came here for. Sensei. Actually, I know I skipped class, but that's right. To be honest, I didn't really feel that guilty about missing class. I could keep up just fine even if I skipped once or twice. But, Akaja-sensei. Akaja-sensei was Higoshikuju-kun's homeroom teacher. He also taught math for my class and was quite popular among the students. Akaja-sensei? Do you need something from him? Akaja-sensei? Kaga-sensei called out for Akaja-sensei, who had been scribbling away in the back of the room. Hearing her voice, he looked up and approached us. What is it, Kaga-sensei? Karu-san says she has something to talk to you about, Akaja-sensei. Karu? Akaja-sensei frowned slightly, clearly puzzled, as he turned his gaze to me. I took a deep breath and opened my mouth. Akaja-sensei, I heard Higoshikuju-kun was absent for your class during 5th and 6th periods today. Yeah. That idiot skipped my class, his own homeroom teacher's class, no less. His expression darkened as he muttered, a bitter scowl on his face. I panicked and quickly bowed my head. I am sorry. That was my fault. From above, Akaja-sensei's puzzled voice followed. What? Well, during lunch, I wasn't feeling well, and Higoshikuju-kun stayed with me to look after me. So it's not his fault. It's all because of me. So, please don't be too hard on him. I raised my voice, loudly enough for the entire staff room to hear, before bowing deeply again. The attention of the room turned toward me, and though I felt a little embarrassed, I welcomed it. If it meant the teachers would understand Higoshikuju-kun did nothing wrong, then it was worth it. Sigh. Raise your head, Karu. Akaja-sensei's voice sounded both exasperated and concerned. When I looked up, I saw him staring at me, his face a mixture of confusion and amusement. He never said anything about that, you know? He didn't mention looking after you or anything. All he said was, "I'm sorry." That's it. Is what you're saying true? Ah. A warm feeling spread through my chest. So, Higoshikuju-kun didn't say a word. He let himself take the blame without explaining anything about me. The realization left me feeling embarrassed, touched, and just weird. Why do you look so happy, Karu? Akaja-sensei sighed in exasperation. Then, as if he'd finally put the pieces together, he muttered under his breath. I see. That's what's going on, right? So Higoshikuju was just trying to act cool, was he? Honestly, if he just said something, I might have cut him some slack. What an idiot. He let out a tired sigh and gave me a serious look. Straightening my posture under his gaze, I waited. Just to ask, you're not being threatened by Higoshikuju or anything, are you? I am not. That's so rude to Higoshikuju-kun. What the heck? How could he say something like that? Shocked, I glared at Akaja-sensei, who quickly waved his hands in panic. Whoa. Am I bad? I didn't mean it like that. I don't actually think Higoshikuju would do anything like that. I just... Well, your eyes look red, like you've been crying, so I thought maybe, Akaja-sensei's words were cut short. Why? Because Kaga-sensei's fist had just sunk into his stomach, hard. Wait, Kaga-sensei. Isn't that a little violent? You have no tact, senpai. This is why you can't get a girlfriend. If a girl looks like she's been crying and doesn't say anything, that obviously means she doesn't want to talk about it. Who asks that kind of thing? You don't get to talk when you're out here throwing punches into your senpai's stomach. Maybe that's why you're single. Akaja-sensei coughed violently, and Kaga-sensei shot him a withering glare. You two get along well, don't you? We were seniors and juniors at this high school. By the way, both Akaja-sensei and I graduated from here. If you think this looks like us getting along, Karu, I can recommend a good eye doctor. Kaga-sensei's casual tone clashed with Akaja-sensei's suspicious glare. But then Akaja-sensei let out a small cough and returned to business. Look, I don't actually think Higoshikuju would do something like that. But I'm a teacher, so I have to ask. Don't take it personally. I understand. I get your side of the story. As for Higoshikuju, well, I'll handle it on my end. Don't worry, I won't be too hard on him. Thank you very much. Once again, I bowed deeply, grateful for Akaja-sensei's understanding. He seemed taken aback. What's wrong? I asked, tilting my head as I straightened up. It's just... This is the first time I've seen you bow so earnestly. Oh, well, you know, I always thought you were the type who didn't care about what other people thought. Sorry for the weird face. It's because I'm the villainess, after all. Akaja-sensei pulled a wry face at my comment. Yeah, I guess. Though honestly, looking at you now, it's hard to believe. He tilted his head in confusion, muttering, what are people even looking at? Sensei? I don't think people are completely off the mark, you know? Anyway, I won't say Higoshikuju skipping class will go completely unpunished, but I'll make sure it doesn't become a big issue. Thank you so much. The fact that you, the top student, came all the way here to bow for him. Well, I doubt anything improper happened. Like, say, a romantic rendezvous or something. Senpai, what are you saying? That's harassment. Kaga-sensei quickly shot down Akaja-sensei's teasing remark. Shrugging his shoulders, he continued with a smirk. Personally, I don't mind students dating or anything. And I'm not the type to say, you must never skip class. That'd be boring. I know I'm a terrible teacher, but school isn't just a place to listen to lectures. If you think something's more important than class and you're willing to take the risk, then fine. It's not compulsory education anymore. But, Karu, you're a good student. Higoshikuju, on the other hand, isn't exactly top of the class. If he skips as much as you, he'll fall behind. So, keep that in mind when you're hanging out with him. With a wave of his hand, Akaja-sensei turned away, leaving me standing with Kaga-sensei. Thank you too, Kaga-sensei. Don't mention it. I agree with Akaja-sensei, though. Karu-san, you're an excellent student, but school isn't just about studying. I know. Sometimes, pushing the limits and getting scolded is a learning experience in itself. So, I'll let this slide for now. But next time, I'll make sure to give you a proper lecture. She smiled teasingly, adding, oh, wait, you were unwell, weren't you? I couldn't help but laugh softly as I bowed to her again. Then, I left the staff room. Section. Why are you here? As I sat at Higoshikuju-kun's desk reading a book, I noticed him standing in the doorway of the classroom, eyes wide in surprise after returning from the staff room. Isn't it obvious? I was waiting for you. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Why does that sound like a question? Well, I wasn't sure if sorry for keeping you waiting was the right thing to say here. Higoshikuju-kun tilted his head, looking genuinely perplexed. I sighed softly. What's with him? Is it so strange for me to wait? There's no need to apologize. If anything, I should be the one saying sorry. You had to sit through remedial lessons because of me. Thanks for your hard work. No, that's fine and all. But why are you still here? He tilted his head again, looking even more confused. Why? Because it's my fault you got in trouble. It's only natural I wait for you. That was a small lie. Well, you could have just gone home first. I know that. But still, I'd feel bad. You don't need to feel bad, Karu. I did this because I wanted to. I take responsibility for that, so there's no reason for me to say, it's your fault. Take responsibility. I know. I know you're not that kind of person. But that's not the point. Geez. Honestly, how can someone be this dense? I went out of my way to wait here for you, you know? Because today really made me happy. Don't you get it? This strange warmth I feel in my chest, this indescribable feeling that tugs at my heart. Sure, I know I'll see you again when we get home, but I just wanted to spend a little more time with you today. Is that so hard to understand, you idiot? That much should be obvious, you blockhead. I know, okay? I'll see you at home anyway. But still, somehow, I just felt so lonely. I see. So, let's go home together. Got it. I understand. It's getting late, so let's head back. Why yeah. Wait, hold on. I need to put my book away. Sure. Higoshikuju-kun grabbed his bag, which was hanging from the side of his desk. Not wanting to keep him waiting, I quickly tucked the book I had been reading into my own bag. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go home. Yeah. Here. What? I'll carry your bag. He held out his hand to me. It wasn't anything particularly grand, just a simple gesture of kindness. I couldn't help but smile wryly at the classic girl treatment. Not that I minded. It made me happy, honestly, it did. Thanks, but it's fine. I don't like having guys carry my stuff. Really? Didn't you make me carry 20 books for you once? Well, heavy things are best carried by the stronger person, aren't they? But if it's something I can carry myself, I'll carry it. I don't want to rely on you for everything. I can handle my own responsibilities. I see. Yes. You said you'd support me, and I'm grateful for that. But I don't want to just be supported. That's not who I am. I'll carve out my own path. I see. I don't want to walk behind you. I want to walk beside you. Because when I'm lost or struggling, knowing you're right there next to me, that's what gives me the most strength. So, please. Stay by my side. Always. I asked him that, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Got it. His face turned just as red as mine as he gave me his answer. Section. Are you sure everything's okay? On our way home together, I asked the question. Hiroyuki turned to me with a blank expression, looking adorably confused. What? Oh, you mean skipping class? Yeah. His face instantly fell into an exaggerated look of misery. No, not at all. I got loaded with a ridiculous amount of assignments. Seeing his slumped shoulders, I felt a pang of guilt. Isn't this kind of my fault? Do you want some help? I mean, it's because of me. It's not your fault. I did it because I wanted to. Hiroyuki turned away as he said that. With the backlight shadowing his face, I couldn't see his expression clearly, but I imagined it was one of embarrassed irritation. Why is it that my chest tightens so painfully at moments like this? I see. Well, if you get stuck on anything, just ask me, okay? I'll help. I'll hold you to that. He gave me a small nod, and I couldn't help but smile. Of course. I'm great at math, you know. Why are you so eager about this? Geez. Anyway, Karu, what's for dinner tonight? There wasn't much left in the fridge, right? With my skill set, I can only grill things. Steak, maybe? That'd blow the food budget out of the water. Let's stop by the supermarket on the way home. We'll figure out something simple to make. Wait, are you going to cook? With only a grill skill to your name, you'd struggle. I'm starving, so I'll make something simple, though. That's more than enough. The thought of Hiroyuki making dinner for me made the corners of my lips lift. There was something so comforting about his casual kindness, hidden under his gruff demeanor. Thinking about it now, I should have learned some quick recipes from Roko. She's great at whipping up something delicious without taking too much time. I messed up there. Hold on. Oh, I know. Karu, I'll ask Roko next week when What's with that face? Nothing. Wait, are you sulking? Oh, don't hit me with your bag. What's wrong? Are you emotionally unstable? I swatted him lightly with my bag, letting out an annoyed huff. Me. Seriously, what's with this guy? Talking about Kamo-san and cooking in front of me? Does he not understand a single thing about a girl's heart? I don't care. You're an idiot, Hiroyuki. What? Why? Hiroyuki looked completely bewildered, and a small wave of guilt washed over me. But it's not my fault. It's his fault for being so dense. It's nothing. If it's nothing, then... I said it's nothing. Because I hate seeing him talk so happily, so excitedly, about someone else. Karu? Sorry. Did I do something to upset you? His voice was tinged with worry, and I could feel the tension draining from my shoulders. It's nothing, really. And I'm sorry. I guess I just got a little sulky. Sulky? About what? Hiroyuki looked at me, completely puzzled. I said it's nothing. So it's nothing. What is this feeling? When I'm walking beside him, I feel happy, excited, and just looking at his profile makes my heart race. What is this feeling? If something bothers you, tell me, okay? I mean, we're engaged, after all. I want to know if something's bothering you. What is this feeling? When he talks about other girls with such joy, it makes my chest ache, like something sharp has pierced it. What is this feeling? Don't worry. I won't hold back if something bothers me. What is the name of this feeling? Walking beside him makes me happy. Looking at his profile makes me happy. Hearing his voice makes me happy. And when he smiles at me. Still, if you could hold back a little, I'd appreciate it. Not happening. I don't know what to call this feeling yet. But I know this. This feeling will only grow stronger. Stronger than it is today, stronger tomorrow, And even stronger 10 years from now. Geez, you're so cheerful. Because I'm happy. As we walked side by side, I savored the overwhelming joy of simply being next to him. Just watch. Someday, I'll make you say, Karu, your cooking is amazing, so you'd better look forward to it. Matching our pace, walking at the same speed. End of Volume 1.